So I want to know why this movement of the Freedom Convoy and these truckers that are in Ottawa honking and stuff, why is this not a working class uprising?
Okay, so it is an uprising of um, people with bourgeois characteristics. It's an uprising of trucker owners. Are there working class people inside of the protest? Yeah. Anytime that you have a protest of almost any characteristic, you're going to have working class people in it. But is it primarily composed of working class people? No, it's not.
Okay.
So the organizer of the protest, Tamara Lich, an ex-cop, Benjamin Deshay, who was a candidate for the People's Party of Canada, Pat King, a scammer associated with the Yellow Vest, and the God, I forget the name of the last dude, who was actually one of the people that during a previous truckers protest threatened to smash through the picket lines with an 18-wheeler. He actually was a wrecker of protests in Alberta. I mean, they generally are not for the working class. They've never been. They're not associated with trucking in anything but a tangential aspect, except for the last dude that I just mentioned, who is an owner. But are they themselves working class people? No. Now, are people that are of the working class that have gotten swept up into this? Yeah, absolutely. But some of them are owner operators, especially the ones that have been able to park their trucks in and around like Ottawa side avenues and honk their horns all night. That wouldn't be possible for most company drivers because they would be cutting their employers' throats, keeping
So
their trucks
there's
idle
two
rather
there's
than
two
delivering
things you
goods.
said. The first
Yeah.
thing you said was that the first thing I want to ask is or address is you said these are the organizers and leaders. How are you qualifying that? What do you mean organizers and leaders? Because upon looking into it,
The
it looks
people who
like
organized the GoFundMe for him.
yeah. So that's exactly it. So the people who got in on the GoFundMe thing
Right.
seem to be
But they were also the
associated.
ones. They were also the ones that, when I say organized the convoy, I'm talking about they were the ones that called the convoy to order, got other owners and owner operators to support them, both with funds and with logistics. Talked about where they were
What
going to
is the
be
evidence
protesting
for
and at
this?
what
That it
times,
was these
etc. Was
five?
the evident
Yeah,
they've been on TV. They've been on TV for the last several weeks
I
talking
know they've
about
been on
putting
TV.
together a
They've been
convoy.
on
Yeah.
TV because the media has been isolating them and
No,
claiming
what
they're
I
the face of the whole
okay,
thing.
but did you know anything about them before I mentioned them?
I don't care.
It's well, you have to care if you know
No,
anything
because I
about
looked
the
into
protest.
this, and there are no
Okay, so
clear leaders.
if
Hold
you were
on,
gonna tell
there
me
are
if you
no
live
clear leaders of the
stop
convoy
talking for a second,
movement.
please, dude.
Yeah,
If you're gonna tell me
yeah,
about things that are happening in my country, the very least you could do is investigate it for yourself before
I
trying to
did,
talk over me.
I did,
Okay.
I did, and
So
what I found was that
who
there
was
are no
organizing it then?
clear
So
leaders.
who was organizing it then?
There aren't any clear organizers. The whole
Oh
point
my
is
God,
the
yes there are.
element of
All
spontaneity
right.
was decisive.
No, there was no element of
Yes, it
spontaneity. It didn't
was. It
happen until these
became
people. Okay,
it.
until the
It
people that I
happened
mentioned
because it
organized the
caught on.
protest, it wasn't happening.
It happened. Okay, do you know how protests happen? They don't happen because people sit
They
around
are
a table.
organized by organizers. I have helped organize protests in my time. They are
Yeah,
organized
but
by
at
people
this
that helped organize
scale, at
protests.
this level of scale, there's
Yeah.
absolutely no way you're
Of
gonna
course,
convince me.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
At this level of scale, there would have to be organizers.
no, there wouldn't be.
All right.
There could be truckers who are getting together to do something because this is how
All
these
right.
things catch on, like a domino effect. So
Right.
I have yet
But
to see any evidence that the organizers
who
of this
tips the
protest.
Okay, these things don't just happen out of the blue. People
Okay.
do
All right.
organize
Well, what are
things,
the
right? They didn't
origins?
just all decide to
What are
like
the
show up in
origins of
Ottawa
the
at the same
Freedom
time.
Convoy? What are the origins?
What are the origins?
Yeah, you should know this because it's your country, right? Did the
In what
research.
sense? Like I just told you what the
How did
origins
the
were.
whole thing start?
It started with it started with people that were kicking against the vaccine mandate. So in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec,
Mhm.
there were several owners and owner operators that were upset with the vaccine mandates and the
They were all
vaccine
Nazis,
passports.
right?
Pardon me?
They were all Nazis, right?
I never said that.
Continue.
Why would you say that? I didn't say that.
Well, because it seems
Anyway,
like you're trying to say that the
well,
fundamental
don't talk about
essence.
what seems like.
You're
Talk
saying
about
the
what I actually.
essence. You're saying
Talk about what actually
you're
comes out of my mouth,
you're
and not what it
saying
seems like I said.
you're
That's
saying.
what I'd
Hold
like to
on.
keep it
You're
to.
saying the essence of this movement
I'm
is
saying
all
what I
these
said. What came out of my
far right
mouth was what I
people.
said. Whatever you invented, that exists in
You're
your
trying to
imagination.
say
Had nothing to
that
do with me.
this movement
Dude,
is
come on. I know
essentially
we're on
far
your
right.
show. I know we're on your show, and you gotta like
Yeah,
play it up for the audience and all that. I
yeah.
get that, but talk to me like we're
But
animals,
you don't
please.
play it up for your fucking Twitter followers.
I mean,
You
come on.
you
I'm
sound a
joking
little
around with
different
my
on my
Twitter
fucking show
followers,
than you
and
do
on
on
top of
Twitter.
that, you wanted to talk to me about like Lenin and petty, like
Which you don't
small
know
middle
shit
business
about.
and all that kind of
Okay, hold
stuff.
on. You want
But
to
the
talk about
problem
Lenin?
was
I
you
pulled up
pointed
for
to
my
a thing that
chat.
Lenin wasn't even talking about
Hold
in the
on.
first place,
You
and it wasn't even
denied
germane to the conversation because these people aren't peasants. So again, I know you
Hold
got
on,
to
hold
talk
on.
this up for
Yeah,
your
but
audience,
I
whatever,
just
but
spent
talk about what comes out of my mouth
Yeah, I
or
just
what
spent
is
2
said,
hours
and not
proving
what
and
you just imagined. You
yeah.
didn't prove anything.
Yeah, I
But
did. I
please
spent the
continue.
last 2 hours proving the connection between the peasantry and the
There
so-called
is no
owner-operators.
peasantry in terms of the truckers and the owner
Yeah,
operators. The
sure.
owner operators are the
You can
ones that
continue
have
to express
one
your
or more
ignorance of what's
vehicles.
actually being
Generally,
said
they
here.
can either drive
The
their own
fact
vehicle
is,
or
Q,
hire people. Are you going to let me answer the question, or are
no,
you just going to
because you're
talk over
going all over
me?
the
Like,
place, and let's
why
rein it
did you want
back
me
in.
here?
Q,
'Cause you
the
asked me
relevant point.
questions, and then when I answered them, you
You're not.
don't want me to
Hold
answer them,
on.
so you just talk
Hold
right
on.
over me.
I don't care about your ignorance, but these are not peasants because you're not
All right.
familiar with what I said in the first place.
All right.
So you're in no position to address the argument I had as to whether they qualify as a modern equivalent
All right,
of
sure,
peasants
boss.
or a fusion of the proletariat and the peasantry.
All right.
You're just not educated on this topic. The second thing, though, I wanted to get to
I'm
was
the
that
director of education for the Communist Party of Canada, East Toronto Club,
the
dude. What the fuck are
Communist
you
Party
talking
of
about?
Canada can kiss my ass. The
I
second
mean,
thing, yeah, the
they
second
would have to
thing,
scoop down very low to get there. 5'7",
oh, how tall are you?
6'4".
You're 6'4" and I'm 5'8", right?
Okay.
And I have hair and you don't. I'd
Okay.
rather be me
So
than be you.
I shave my head bald, dude.
I'd
I'm
rather be
taking
me
shits
than be
heavier than
you.
you.
Listen,
All
do you
right.
think I'd
We
trade?
can
Hold on,
go
hold on.
back
Do you
and
think
forth
I want to
posturing all
trade
night.
places?
I'm
Do
not
you
really.
do you think I would
We
want
can
to
go
trade
back and
places
forth
with you?
posturing all night.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
really all that
6'4",
interested, but if you want
6'4".
to talk about roast,
Hey,
like,
hey,
bro, I'll roast you
6'4",
all night.
6'4",
All right.
6'4". You think I would ever want to trade places with you?
I don't care, dude. You can't trade places with
Do
me.
you think I would want to though? Do you think I would prefer to be you
I
at
don't give a
6'4"?
shit whether you
How
want to
about
or
I'd
not.
rather be
That's
me?
not why I'm here.
I'd
That's
rather
not
be
why I'm here
me
to
at
talk to you.
5. I'd rather be me at 5'2" than you at 6'8".
All right. All right, cool. All right,
Yeah.
cool, dude. All
Yeah.
right.
So you want to talk about my height? Oh, they'd have to get really down to get there, and you gotta wait to
Well,
grow.
then
Hey,
that's a
you're not. You're
like
you Communist Party of Canada. You're gonna have to wait till your hair grows back before you motherfuckers have any relevance in your country. How about that?
Okay, so
You're gonna have to be waiting till your hair grows back.
Why don't we just keep
Now
it to the
reining it
topic?
back in.
Because
Yeah,
we
let's
both-
rein it back
we
in.
both know that I know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah, yeah.
about.
So
Me, I
reining it
actually have
back
read the
in.
same books,
Hey,
if
hey,
not
hey.
more than
Reining
you
it
read,
back
and
in.
you're less
Yeah, it's okay.
informed
You
on
have
this
too much
topic
soy.
than I am
That's
because you're
okay.
not here.
Reining
So
reining
why
it
don't we
back
keep it
in.
to the topic?
Reining it
Because if
back
it's gonna
in.
come down to roasting,
Okay,
I'll sit
let's
here
go
and
back to
fucking
the
roast you all
topic.
night.
Going back to the
All right.
topic. Objectively, you made the claim, and you cited a picture
Yeah.
that had nothing to do with it, that
What?
there was no middle peasantry before the revolution. I
You
literally
talked
showed
about
my
small.
stream.
You talked about small and middle peasantry. I'm like, what are you referring to? Are you referring to
Did
the
you
middle
not read the
peasantry that
development
Lenin
of
was?
capitalism in Russia,
Do
written in
you want me to
1899?
answer the question,
Hold
or
on,
do
so
you
you
just
didn't
want
read
to say
Lenin
the
then?
thing and have
You
me
didn't
talk
read
over?
Lenin. Lenin talks about the middle peasantry.
Dude,
He
oh my
distinguishes
god,
them from the peasant.
the book is like right where I
Okay,
put it down.
so you should
It's
know.
right here. It's
Okay,
right
so
here.
you
All right.
should know then, and this is what I just showed my fucking chat. You should know that in chapter 2, the differentiation of the peasantry, the final section of that chapter, Lenin, and this is just an arbitrary part that I picked out on Marxist.org, Lenin refers to the middle peasantry multiple times, distinguishes them from the peasant bourgeoisie that hires labor, and also distinguishes them from the peasant proletariat who sells their labor. The middle peasant owns land, doesn't hire labor, and is mostly in debt, actually, right? So there's a middle peasant.
Well,
You denied the middle
I
peasant
said that.
existed.
I said that. I said
No, you
that they
didn't.
are
You
for the.
claimed the middle
Oh my
peasant
goodness!
was the
Hang on a
petite
second. Would you
bourgeoisie
like me
that
to go ahead
joined.
would you like
You
me to go
claim
ahead
the
and
middle
pull it up?
peasant was the same one that joined with the wealthy
me to go
peasants.
pull it
I will
up?
literally pull up exactly what you
Okay.
said right here.
So I said, in which Lenin very carefully pointed out that the post-1861, the wealthy peasantry took up the place among the petit bourgeois
Who's the
exploiters
petit
of poor
bourgeois?
laborers. What do you mean? They
What
took
do,
up the place among the petit bourgeois
who were you wearing
landowners,
for?
people who
Wait,
own
yeah.
land.
So you were referring to the middle
and
peasants.
our
So you were referring to the middle
You read-
peasants. But that's not what Lenin said in the passage you showed.
That's not who the middle peasants are.
So what's the
middle
okay?
peasants were the
Carefully explain to me the difference.
The middle peasants were the landowners that were not able to hire additional labor and work their own plots of land. But that it's not relevant or germane to the
So
trucker convoy protest.
So what's the difference between the petite bourgeoisie and the middle peasant, according to what you claimed?
Because the petite bourgeoisie were the previously existing aristocratic class, and the
No, they
small
weren't.
middle peasants were the people that had recently been emancipated after 1861, after that 8 years in which they were not allowed to own land, were able to purchase plots of land and then hire other people to work those plots.
But Lenin said, you haven't read Lenin. Lenin is the one who said that both the peasant bourgeoisie, both the peasant bourgeoisie, including the peasant petite bourgeoisie, which is, by the way, you failed to define what petite bourgeoisie is. Petite bourgeoisie doesn't mean you hire other labor. You're clearly referring to the peasant bourgeoisie that Lenin was talking about.
I said the small middle peasants, much like the petite bourgeoisie, were able to hire labor and work alongside themselves because the petite bourgeoisie do not own the means of production. They work alongside the people they hire.
Okay, listen, it's very simple, okay? For Lenin, both the peasant proletariat and the peasant bourgeoisie, or the peasant petite bourgeoisie, which you're backtracking in your definition now, both of those arose... I'll explain why you're backtracking. Both of those arose from the middle peasant. Not from the former aristocracy, but from the middle peasant. Lenin's whole point was that these class differentiations were internal to the middle peasantry itself. Okay? Finally, you're backtracking because what I initially did was compare the way in which the truckers owned their own trucks to the way in which the middle peasants own their own land. And you responded to that. You responded to that first by denying the middle peasants existed before 1917, and then by claiming that Lenin accused the middle peasants of being with the wealthy peasantry, which wasn't fucking true.
Without going into debt were not prevalent prior to
You're backtracking. Who said anything about that? In the tweet you responded to.
Send you a link.
In the tweet you responded to, all I had done was compare the way in which the truckers own their trucks to the way... Han, why are you interrupting me? Why are you scared to hear what I'm saying, huh? The way in which... The way in which the truck... I said, I compared... Go ahead, keep talking.
That's you asked me why, and I'm explaining why.
No, you're just interrupting me.
You're saying you did this, that, and the third. I'm like, I'm responding to you.
You're not responding to shit. You're not responding to a goddamn fucking thing.
You said, hey, Q,
the peasants. Listen.
And I said,
here's what I said. Hold on. Here's exactly. No. Q. Here's exactly what fucking happened. You know this is exactly what happened. Airtight. Yeah. What I said is I compared the way in which the truckers own their trucks to the way in which the middle peasants owned their land. Yes. Then what you did, hold on, shut up. Before we get into that, we're going to get a recap of what happened. Then what you did.
What percentage of people in the industry own their own trucks?
Hold on, before we get into that.
What percentage of people in the Canadian truck
obviously a minority. Then what we said.
What minority? How many?
What is this, a stupid math? 25%, 10%? Is this a gotcha? You don't know the exact percentage? It's a minority.
I'm just asking you.
Okay. Okay. What percentage of hair follicles are still on your head?
100%
so let's continue. So let's continue.
100% of them,
I doubt that. Somehow I doubt that. Let's continue.
All right.
All I had done was say that. Then you responded by denying the middle peasantry existed before the revolution.
What percentage of my head are you to me?
Then you responded by denying the middle peasantry existed in the first place. And when I corrected you by talking about what Lenin said about what he called the democratic petty bourgeoisie, which was a reference to the middle peasants, you claimed that the middle peasantry Lenin was talking about were aligned with the wealthy peasants. You were fucking wrong. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. You didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
I literally said the wealthy peasantry, bro.
Yeah, who you said were aligned with the so-called petite bourgeoisie. You just changed how you define the petite bourgeoisie. You just changed how you define the petite bourgeoisie. I define the middle peasants as those who own their own land. You clearly made an equivocation between middle peasant and petite bourgeoisie. You're fucking dishonest. You're fucking dishonest. You clearly made an equivalence. You clearly made the equivocation.
I'm tweet right now. I said the wealthy peasantry. So what are you talking about?
Because you associated the wealthy peasantry alongside the petite bourgeoisie, and by the petite bourgeoisie, don't be a fucking liar.
The wealthy peasantry took up their place alongside the petite bourgeoisie, and the small middle peasantry that you were referring to barely even could be said to exist until after.
They were the majority. Was the middle peasant. The whole point was the middle peasant was turning into the proletariat and bourgeoisie. The class differentiation was going on there. The middle peasant was the default. The majority were always middle peasants. They were never one or the other. They oscillated in between. That was what the middle peasant fucking referred to. They all had in common that their anchoring point was owning land.
They were exceedingly poor.
That's not the fucking point. By the middle peasant, Lenin is referring to the peasant middle class, the default.
Dude, like
the very, very poor was not the middle peasant. There was a word for the poor peasant. Listen, you're not aware of history. You don't know anything about history.
Your chat gets it, and they already agree with you.
Listen.
You don't prove anything to them or me.
Q. This isn't just for my chat, it's for all your fucking Twitter followers. The rich peasant was backed...
My Twitter followers are even watching this.
The rich peasant, they will watch it. They will, I'll make sure they watch it. The rich peasant was backed by Bukharin. The poor peasant was backed by Trotsky. The middle peasant was Stalin and Lenin. Everyone knows that from history. The middle peasant was the subject of Lenin's revolution. The middle peasant. It's not because they were poor, the most poor. The most poor were not the majority. The majority were the middle peasant. Okay? So you need to be honest and take the fucking L on the way you try to equate the petite bourgeoisie.
Would you like to go over what he said? Okay, would you like to go over what he said about the middle peasant?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's go over the development of capitalism in Russia. Because I actually have it in text, but I also have it on Kindle. So
Good.
do you want to go over it right now? Okay, cool.
Sure.
So the chapter that you're talking about, right? We are in chapter 2, development of capitalism in Russia. Hang on one second.
Section 13.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay, so when he talks about the environment in which they find themselves, commodity production, technological zone, blah blah blah, concentration of production to the hands of minority, driving the majority into the ranks of the proletariat, exploitation of the
tendency.
minority by means of commercial capital hire of agricultural laborers.
A tendency. Okay. He wasn't saying the majority. He wasn't saying right now the majority are proletarians.
I know the majority were not wealthy, dude. What I'm trying to say is...
it's not about wealthy. He wasn't saying the majority were proletarians. He wasn't saying that the tendency he was seeing was already fully realized. He was saying this was the tendency. There's a tendency for wealth to be concentrated into the hands of a few and for the majority to be immiserated. But that was not...
Okay, so we agree on that.
It didn't already... Yeah, okay. But that was just a tendency. It wasn't fully realized. The majority were still middle peasants.
Okay, here's what I was trying to explain to you, is that the owner-operators would fall more along the line of the wealthy peasantry that you're referring to, and that the small middle peasantry that you were also referring to were not largely prevalent until after the revolution.
But that's not true.
The abolishment of private property allowed them to be able to work their own plots of land without indenturing themselves. That's why I said that.
Yeah, but
is that not true?
Hold on.
Is that true? Yes or no?
But hold on. But they still own land even when they were indentured. They still own land.
God. Is it? I know they own land, dude. That's the whole. The fact that they were peasant landowners is what puts them into that class in the first place. I'm talking about were they able to work the plots of land without indenturing themselves?
No, obviously not. What does that have to do with it?
Okay, so the truckers that you're talking about, the owner-operators, are comparable to the wealthy peasantry.
Wait,
because they own more than one vehicle and hire people.
No, they don't. A tiny minority do. A tiny minority of them do. Most owner-operators only own their own truck. That's what you've been missing this whole time. They're like Uber drivers, freelance laborers.
Oh God, no. Trucker.
What evidence do you have the majority of owner-operators own multiple trucks? What evidence do you have the majority hire other labor? What evidence?
Would you like to find out?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to StatCan. Okay, all right.
The majority of owner-operators hire other labor. That's what you're saying.
Hey. I get these notices in my inbox on a daily basis, all right? So all I got to do is just go and pull them up from where they showed up in my Gmail,
Sure.
Right?
And make sure to link them so I can put it up for my chat to see.
All right.
And you're listening to the CTA, the Association of Employers, the bosses, as your source.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
These stats come from StatCan and from the Canadian Alliance of Truckers. Dude.
Sure.
What bosses are you talking about?
Sure. CTA. Let's go.
No, Canadian Alliance of Truckers.
Canadian Trucker Association.
All right. No.
Which is what the article you linked to me was referencing for its statistics.
Yeah. All right. All right. So 20% are owner-operators, salaried employees, 189,249 of the Peel region, 2,000 truckers, annual trucking survey. Okay. So what are you looking at? Do you want me to pull up the StatCan, or do you want it from the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
What percentage of owner-operators hire other labor?
Of the owner-operators that have multiple vehicles, like
No. You already failed.
If they're driving,
they have multiple trucks.
Do you think that somebody who owns 3 trucks is leaving 2 idle? Does that make any sense? Do you know what capital depreciation is?
I am saying the majority of owner.
Money to let your truck sit on a lot.
The majority of owner operators own 1 truck. That's the fucking point. They own 1 truck. They own 1 truck.
Okay. According to what? According to what?
Do you have evidence to the contrary?
Yes.
Okay. What is the percentage of owner operators who own multiple trucks?
All right. So 43.6%.
Is that a majority to you?
That have more than 1 truck?
Yeah.
Think about this. So between the owner-operators, right, and the owners, the majority of trucks on the road are run by either people who have a fleet of vehicles or people that have more than 1 vehicle.
What are you saying of owner-operators?
I'm saying the vast majority of trucks that are on Canadian roads and crossing the border, the vast majority of them are either owned by a fleet or owned by owner-operators that are wealthy, right?
Okay,
that have more than 1.
Your statistics doesn't back
so
that up.
Only
43%. Hold up. Only 43% of owner-operators own multiple.
20% of the trucks that are on the road are owned by owner-operators, and of them, 43.6% of them own more than 1 vehicle.
Yes!
And it would make sense
Hold on,
for them to have all vehicles
wait.
on the road at the same time.
You just botched the statistics. It's even less now. Okay, so let me get this straight. To be clear.
Sure.
Overall, 43% of truckers are owner-operators. Yeah. That's what you're saying, right?
No, 20% of truckers are owner-operators.
20% of truckers are owner-operators overall, right?
Right.
Okay, and of those truckers, hold on.
Of the 20%, 43.6 of them have more than 1 vehicle on the road.
So a minority of owner-operators have more than 1 vehicle.
Okay, sure.
Which is what I said.
Okay.
That's literally what I just said.
All right. And I guess I'm struggling to understand what your point is here.
My point is the majority of these owner operators.
If the owner operators, first of all, if 43.6% of them have more than 1 vehicle on the road, that means that they're working alongside their employees. 2,
or it's a family business. It could be a lot of things, but sure.
Two. Does the fact that they have 1 vehicle mean that they're actually driving the vehicle? No.
Yeah, it probably does. I'm going to go ahead and say yes, it does.
Okay. Well, no, it doesn't, because I literally fucking know owner-operators that don't drive their own vehicles.
So what percent don't drive their own trucks?
That we don't know. That we don't know.
So I'm supposed to take your word that you know them.
Because hiring a driver to drive in your stead isn't necessarily tracked. It's just a matter of how many vehicles do they have on the road. That's the only.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the majority. The evidence we have.
Stick with me for a second. The only way that we know whether or not they actually hire people, the only way that you're able to assume that is that they have more than 1 vehicle on the road. And I'm telling you, I literally know personally owner-operators that don't drive their own vehicles.
Listen to the brain-dead insanity. You sound stupid. You sound stupid. The people at the protest are driving their own fucking trucks.
Okay.
So what are you talking about? Are they hiring people to drive it for them there? So clearly they know how to drive the trucks. Are they just kicking their employees out to drive it themselves? How does that support the thesis that the majority of the people at the protest hire other people's labor? And furthermore, so are the people at these protests hiring laborers to drive trucks to the protest? Are they bringing their fleets to the protest?
And you can't stick to a point.
Are they bringing their fleets to the protest? It defeats your point. Are they bringing their fleets to the protest?
Huz. Again, you're showing out for the.
Are they Are they hiring labor to go to the protest? Hey, I'm gonna pay you to go to this protest. Yeah. Are they hiring people to go to the protest?
That's not what I said.
Okay, what you showed me. Okay, here, Q. You told me a minority of owner operators have more than one vehicle.
Where we started.
A minority of owner operators have more than one vehicle. A minority.
Dude, where we started was whether or not the truckers that are at the protest are Nazis, and I said no, I don't think that. That's
no. You're shifting the goalposts. It's about whether they're working class. It's about whether they're working class. It's about whether they're majority working class.
Second, where we got into was...
No, the first was about whether they're working class. Remember what you came on here before. No, I mocked you. I mocked you about the Nazi thing.
You asked me if they're working
because you accused everyone of being Nazis, so I mocked you about that.
You said the people at the protest, are they working class? And I said, no, by and large, no, they're not. I said, are there working class people at the protest?
So by and large, they're not.
I said, hold up. Yes, well, you don't know the answer to that question, dude, because if you go and have you gone and...
You don't know it either. Do you know it?
By dint of the fact that the owners are represented in the protest and the fact that owner operators are also represented in the protest, almost half of owner operators are able to hire other people to drive trucks.
43%.
And we do know that owner operators hire people to drive trucks in their stead. It can be said that this is a...
Hold on. So the owner... Okay. The owner operators who are hiring others to drive their one truck in their stead...
Right.
Are they driving the truck to the protest?
I don't know.
So why are they relevant? They're not. Listen, Q. I'm gonna explain to you statistics. I'll explain to you the statistics.
What I'm talking about,
I will explain to you the statistics.
Operators are working class people, and I'm saying for the most part, no, they're actually.
But they are, because for the most part, they only have one truck. And listen, Q. You just proved
that either of us and are able to hire people.
Q,
that's
listen.
Not working class,
Q, listen. All you could do is try to keep talking over me, but when I nail you down, you have no defense. Q,
I just gave you a bunch of facts.
I'm not asking you a fucking question. I'm not asking you a question. I'm stating statements about statistics.
I asked you for anything.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up.
You want me to shut up?
43%
in this conversation at all.
Here's what just fucking happened. Hey, Q, shut the fuck up. Here's what just happened. Literally shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up.
Don't provide any facts.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? You don't have a chin. Are you done?
Names of the organizers. The only person that's provided any of that information in this conversation.
You're all over the place. You're all over the place. Meat and potatoes. We're sticking to it. Listen, we're gonna get to the organizers. We're getting to the organizers. Q. We're getting to the organizers. We're getting to the organizers. Q. Guess what?
What's up?
43% of owner-operators have other trucks. Now you introduce the curveball. Sure. Well, how many of them hire people in their stead? Even if, let's say, it's 10%. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's say 10% of owner-operators own one truck but hire people to do it for them, right? Those people are a non-relevant factor because they couldn't possibly show up to the fucking protest.
What are you talking about?
Because they don't drive their own trucks. So are they hiring people to drive the trucks to the protest for them?
I'm talking about... Okay. You asked me...
So they're not a non-relevant factor.
You asked me the question.
That whatever proportion of single truck owners that hire other labor to do it for them, they're not at the protest. So they're a non-factor. I've literally been trying to say this for like 10 minutes, but you don't let me speak. And you got blown the fuck out when you let me speak. You should probably keep interrupting me, dude. It's not good for you when I get to talk.
You ask me questions, and then when I answer your questions, you talk...
Finally, regarding the organizers, There is no evidence that this thing was started by them, even if they're raising the funds for it and keeping it going.
There is. Did the protest occur before these organizers started the GoFundMe? Yes or no?
Yes.
The people were in Ottawa before the GoFundMe was started?
Not in Ottawa, but the truckers were fucking rebelling against the mandates.
Did the convoy to Ottawa even begin before the GoFundMe was started?
I have no idea.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
The convoy didn't begin until after the GoFundMe started.
So how did you think the convoy started in Ottawa?
No,
it's a convoy. It's a fucking convoy. It's not an Ottawa sit-in. It's a fucking convoy.
They say Ottawa because they're in Ottawa right now. They drove to Ottawa.
Okay, so you're saying the whole convoy was started by the 5 organizers.
I'm saying the organizers of the GoFundMe began the protest.
So you're saying the GoFundMe began the entire protest?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have for that?
The organizers of the convoy did not begin until the GoFundMe was in place.
What evidence do you have for that?
Would you like to know when the GoFundMe started?
Yes.
Versus when the convoy started?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the GoFundMe started about 3 weeks ago, but let me go back and get the exact date. Hang on a second. Trucker convoy. Convoy. GoFundMe.
I'm pretty sure the GoFundMe only became a thing after it already happened.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
So the GoFundMe's funding started January 14th.
Yeah.
Convoy movements.
Yeah. Well, what
in October 2021, I mean, this resistance had been going on.
No. When did the convoy begin? Us.
What convoy? The Freedom Convoy.
The convoy to Ottawa. Like, when did they actually get on the road?
The convoy raised over $5 million by January 25th. The first movements of the convoy. The first movements of the convoy. The first convoy departed on January 22nd. Before that money was raised.
No.
Oh, really? So explain what happened.
Hang on a second. All right, fundraising started on January 14th.
Okay, was that fundraising used to start the convoy?
I mean, the trucks didn't get on the road until after the fundraiser started.
Really? As the convoy reached Ontario, the protest didn't start until after the GoFundMe. Who knew about that fucking GoFundMe? Can you give a timeline of how much donations that GoFundMe was getting?
The convoy departed Prince Rupert on January the 22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, the GoFundMe.
And it did that with the money it raised. Hold on. How much money was raised in the GoFundMe by then?
It doesn't matter how much money was.
Yes, it does. Yes, it actually does.
You said, did the trucking protest precede the GoFundMe? I said no. The fundraising was begun on January the 14th. The first truck didn't even leave till several days later, bro.
Yeah, but was the GoFundMe the reason for why the truck left?
Oh my god.
I never said I knew about when the GoFundMe started, but let's get to the point here.
All right. So the organizers of the GoFundMe were the ones that spurred the convoy. So
where's the evidence for this?
Okay. What do you want me to say, dude? The organizations that started the convoy in the first place, all right? The people that were associated with the GoFundMe were Tamara Lech and Ben Dichet.
Yeah, right? I know. That's who started the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
So they're the reason for the convoy?
A couple of other people, Pat King, who was associated previously with the Yellow Vest movement, supported the GoFundMe and got on his Instagram Live and started telling people to go to the GoFundMe and rally people to start their engines up and make a convoy to Ottawa. That hit, forget the name of these people that were all the way over in the West Coast. That were in Alberta, that got their owner-operators revved up.
Hold on, this is weird. Hold up.
Hold
on. The GoFundMe started the 14th, right?
There we go.
GoFundMe started the 14th, right?
Yeah.
Why was it that it was only on the 15th when the COVID-19 vaccine requirements were introduced by the government?
Sorry, hold on.
That was a day later.
The name of the organization. It was Canada Unity, right? James Botter and Canada Unity were the ones that got the owner-operators and some of the trucking companies from Alberta and Saskatchewan involved. And then it was on the 22nd that the first set of trucks began the convoy to Ottawa.
So
right?
wait,
All
on
these
what?
people know okay, the reason I'm saying that they're all in alignment and they know each other is because they were all part of the Yellow Vests movement from years before. The Canadian Yellow Vest movement, which is as old as about 2000, I forget if it's 2000, late 2017 or early 2018 that it began. But they were all organizing with the PPC and the Yellow Vest movement. These people all know each other.
Okay.
Right. So
the convoy earned how much money before it started getting mainstream coverage and went viral?
What does it matter how much coverage and mainstream virality?
Because these people, because guess what? Hold on. Because these organizers
found out about it from television. They found out about it from the Facebook group.
Because these organizers.
Okay, it got started. Okay, it got
these organizers
on a Facebook group that got taken down, not from mainstream television.
Hold on, whatever. Social media, it went viral. These.
No, it didn't go viral. It didn't go viral. It was actually a closed group of people. Like it wasn't.
So you're saying the GoFundMe started to get a lot of donations. So from the closed group, how much donations did they get from the closed group?
Limited to a Facebook group and a group of Instagram accounts, as well as the.
How much money did it get from that? How much money did it get from that?
By that point, before they arrived in Ottawa, they had raised somewhere in the neighborhood of about $6.5 million.
Yeah, I know, but that's well after the convoy became viral. The convoy was fucking viral before Ottawa.
All right.
Okay. Now, finally, as I said, these organizers.
You remember where we started this conversation? Hey, you asked me. Okay, you said
these organizers.
You asked me.
Because I didn't know when the GoFundMe started. I didn't know when that started. But the whole point is,
so we know that the GoFundMe preceded the convoy. Yes.
Yeah, but
so
what we don't know. Hold on. What we don't know is if the GoFundMe was the reason for the convoy happening.
I'm telling you, the same people that organized the convoy also organized the same Facebook group.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that those organizers always try a bunch of shit, right?
Do you know how many people were in that Facebook group? Dude?
How many?
And how many posts were there? I think there was about 174,000 posts in that group before it got taken down. It was already, as you say, viral. Like it was already.
Well, you just contradicted yourself then.
What do you mean?
You said it wasn't viral because it was a closed group.
Not viral, widespread on social media. What I mean is everybody knew about it.
So you just contradicted yourself.
It doesn't, dude. What the fuck? It doesn't matter. There was 174,000 posts in that Facebook group. People knew what it was.
So you're saying everyone? Okay, so you're saying the idea to have a convoy was started by these people.
I'm saying the fact that people got on the road and decided to have actually got on the road, like filled up their trucks and went to Ottawa. Did the idea of having some sort of a convoy begin with them? No. People were talking about some sort of a mass movement all the way since 2020.
Oh, really? So the fact that these organizers are the ones who actually got to do something about it, that proves that the widespread sentiment behind wanting a convoy and wanting a mass movement is necessarily far right.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I never said that.
So you're saying these were the leaders and these were the organizers, and yet these people... Hold on. But these people have no control over the convoy. These people don't define what the convoy is. And their funds from the GoFundMe, from the GoFundMe were never even distributed.
Okay. And
what did they do? What did they do? What did they do to organize everything?
That's not true. $1 million of it was actually distributed. That isn't true.
Okay, which isn't enough to sustain what it had become. So what did these organizers do to make the Freedom Convoy? I'm pretty sure the Freedom Convoy was made by truckers.
They gave it the name, the Freedom Convoy. They called it that.
Flat round of applause. They gave it the name, guys. They gave it the name. So is there like a secret Nazi?
So they organized it. They gave it the name.
So on. It's a secret. Is there like a secret Nazi code of freedom?
So what we've established here is
we're talking about Kabbalah, right? There's a Kabbalistic, symbolic, numerological, alphanumeric, magical, occult. The Freedom Convoy spelling is evoking Nazism, right?
Started up until 8 days after the GoFundMe had begun. But they've got nothing to do with it.
And yet the GoFundMe was never, not a dollar of that fucking GoFundMe went to the truckers by that point. So the GoFundMe was immaterial.
Why would it be immaterial?
Because the GoFundMe had nothing to do with why truckers left the 22nd.
If you know that there is a GoFundMe in your name supporting you, that by the time you've revved up your engine and left, had already hit somewhere in the, let's say, like low millions, and by the time
we
you
don't
get
know
to
how
Ottawa,
much it hit. That's the thing.
By
We
the
don't
ti-
even
by the
know how
time
much
you
it
get
hit.
to-
I
okay,
asked
if
you how
want me
much
to
it
go-
hit.
If you want me
I
to go
don't
and
think
find
it
a
hit that.
timeline for this GoFundMe, I can go ahead and do that. Like, it'll take a
Hold on,
couple
hold on.
minutes, but I will do
You
it.
said $1 million was
So-
distributed. Less than 10% of those funds were distributed. So it's not $1 million.
No,
First
no.
of all.
By the time, whoa. By the time the million was distributed, they'd raised only $6.5 million.
So 10%
Now,
of $6.5 million.
By the time it was frozen, it was at over $10 million.
It was frozen on the 2nd of February.
Yeah. But $1 million was distributed out of a $6.5 million that was
point
raised
is,
at that point.
the convoy would have left regardless of that GoFundMe.
Sure.
Unless you can tell me how much the GoFundMe raised by the 22nd.
So knowing that there was energy for agitation and a possible, I don't know, like a convoy or protest of some kind that had been brewing since 2020, like late 2020.
Yeah.
Why did it take until the GoFundMe to start before anybody?
Because the 5th, I'll tell you exactly why. Because on January,
and the mandates, mind you,
because on January 15th, don't interrupt me. Because on January 15th, which was a day after this GoFundMe, the Canada implemented the requirement for truckers to re-enter the country by land with a vaccine requirement. So that was the 15th of January, a day after the GoFundMe. That was what kicked it off.
Do you think that was like everybody discovered on that day that Canada was going to implement vaccine?
Yes, yes, they did.
Year. They announced it last year.
They literally, it's the 15th. It was all over the fucking news. And as truckers, of course they knew it.
The federal government doesn't implement mandates the day of and then tell nobody about it until the day it happens. They announced that, I think, in November of last year.
Yeah, and when it actually starts, when it starts to happen, that's what kicks it off.
November of last year, they knew that there was going to be a mandate.
Yeah.
In January,
and then they decided to protest when it was actually implemented.
Vaccination before coming back.
So when it was actually implemented, that's
what you're
saying is fucking stupid. If they pass a law that says on the 15th of January, everybody's gonna have tomatoes thrown at them, and people start protesting only after the tomatoes start hitting them, that's who cares? Of course.
But it wasn't until a week later. It wasn't until a week after that.
Yeah, but on the 15th,
do you think it would make sense that if a law was going to pass that you did not want to have passed, it would make sense to protest it before it passes?
You think the laws of individual reason govern why these protests happen?
I'll give you an example.
Protests are spontaneous, animalistic things. They're not based on reason.
I will give you.
They're not based on reason. That's fucking stupid.
I'll give you an example. So we knew that there was going to be a raid on homeless encampments by the Toronto police at Trinity Bellwoods Park.
You're a liberal activist.
Over a week before it happened.
Yeah,
do you think that people waited until the day of before they showed up to protest?
Because they're not people acting on the basis of their spontaneous material interests, but they're liberal, rational activists who plan shit.
It was spontaneous that people showed up to City Hall and to Mayor John Tory's house, like to his condo building?
No, that was planned by liberal activists it wasn't based on spontaneous material interest. It was based on morality, not spontaneous material interest.
What do you mean?
So it's going to be more mediated, more rational, and it's not going to just happen spontaneously.
People were getting thrown out of a park that were homeless.
Yeah, and the reason there were protests about that was because of morality.
No, they were...
So were the homeless themselves the ones?
No, it has nothing.
Was it all the homeless? So the truckers... Okay. The truckers are being affected, so the truckers go and protest out of their material interests.
Do you think that
the homeless are being
Do you think that people in homeless encampments weren't standing up for themselves and also protesting?
I doubt the majority of protesters were homeless.
Jesus Christ, all of them were.
They were all homeless.
The people in the Trinity Bellwoods Park that were about to be thrown out,
The
that were
protesters.
the encampments,
The
they
protesters.
were out in force in protest.
The
So what do you
protesters.
mean morality? Do you think it was a matter of morality, or hey,
The
I don't have
protesters.
anywhere to live. I'm living in a fucking tent in a park. I don't want to be
The
evicted from the park.
protesters.
I'm gonna go and protest.
The
It had to do
protesters.
with their material reality, bro.
The protesters were majority homeless?
What? At the Trinity Bellwoods Park encampment?
No, not in Trinity Bellwoods Park, but the ones who stormed City Hall or whatever the fuck you were talking about.
I didn't say Storm City Hall. I went to protest at Mayor John Tory's house, and
Yeah, though they were all homeless.
I mean, I would say a lot of them were, if
How
not the
a majority or how many?
I mean, out of the a couple of hundred that were there, I would say most of them were people that were also encamped at Trinity Bellwoods.
I doubt that. I just doubt it.
I was there.
Well, what is your word worth? You're proven to be a liar.
Do you want me to wear a fucking GoPro the next time I go to a protest?
Yeah, you're a proven liar. So, because what I know, because for example,
I can.
It's very rare. As far as I know, it's very rare. The activists at Trinity Bellwoods were Zoomers and landlords.
You didn't even know what Trinity Bellwoods was.
But most people in my chat are telling me the different thing than you are, right?
Okay. All right.
So I don't know how I can trust your word.
What your chat says. Were they there?
I think he might have been there. He actually might have been there. This guy lives in Canada, so he might have been there. I mean,
sure. If whoever it is saying that, ask them if they were there.
Yeah, he may as well have been there. But anyway, did you know that of the 50,000 trucks, let's say they raised $5 million, that would be $100 per truck. So you're saying by the 22nd, even if they raised $5 million by the 22nd, I doubt they even raised $1 million by then. But let's say they raised $5 million. You think the truckers left on the 22nd because they were getting $100?
I think the
what are they gonna buy? The new Call of Duty?
I don't think the truckers were financially incentivized by the GoFundMe to go there.
So the GoFundMe didn't mean shit. The GoFundMe didn't mean shit.
The truckers were organized by the GoFundMe organizers because they had had a long history of organizing far-right movements in Canada.
So what do you mean by organized?
Okay. Are you aware of the Yellow Vest Canada movement, who they are?
Let's forget about the Yellow Vest. How do they organize the truckers?
You can't forget about the Yellow Vest because they're the ones who are organizing this protest.
Okay.
It's the same people.
But that's what we have to set about to prove. How did they organize it?
They started the GoFundMe. They started the Facebook group.
And the GoFundMe didn't mean shit. The GoFundMe didn't mean shit. They were
organizing within the Facebook group. They were telling people to use Zello to communicate with one another. And they said, this is when we're going to roll out. This is the day that we're going to converge on Ottawa. This is what we're going to ask for.
Okay, what day were they planning on rolling out?
Like, when did they all leave?
No, what day did they plan to leave?
They all left on the 22nd.
That's when they planned?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean,
can you prove to me, and I don't know, I genuinely don't know, can you prove to me the organizers are the reason they left on the 22nd?
Would you like me to try and find something from that deleted Facebook group? I'm pretty sure
that
I could
would
find
help.
Somebody who has.
I mean, I just want to know, why are these organizers...
Everybody knew that they were leaving on the 22nd because they said they were planning to leave on the 22nd. That's when news cameras started covering them.
So, did the protest... Hold on, okay. How many left on the 22nd? Here's what I think.
Okay. In this country knew they were leaving on the 22nd.
Okay, so here's a possibility I'll entertain. Only a few trucks left on the 22nd. As soon as the news media started covering it, it had a rollover effect, snowball effect.
We knew that they were leaving on the 22nd because they said so.
Okay, so the whole convoy, all 50,000, left on the 22nd.
I mean, I don't know how many people left on the 22nd.
Sorry, the 3,000 to 18,000 left on the 22nd.
I don't know if it was 50,000 or 18,000. I know that they started hitting the road on the 22nd.
Let's get to the meat and potatoes.
Every single news station in this country was covering.
Let's get to...
They were asking what their demands were. They were asking when they were planning on leaving, when they're going to be converging on Ottawa, and so on. And they already had this information because it was in those Facebook
Hold on. Let's get to the meat and potatoes here. The whole point of this is the Freedom Convoy phenomena is in no way reducible to whatever intended aims of the organizers as per their far-right agenda. It's that simple.
Did I say that they were? Did I say it was all reducible? Did I say it was all reducible?
So what is the significance of these 5 organizers?
Oh my god.
Because by the time the Freedom Convoy assumed the scale that it did...
You know what? Okay, rather than talking about the points of difference, because I feel like I'm getting nowhere here, let's talk about the points of similarity. So
No.
Q,
you don't get to shit on me on your fucking Twitter and then hey Q, you don't get to shit on me on your Twitter and then come suck my cock when you're swarmed with hey, you're not on Twitter anymore, little boy. You're not on Twitter anymore. You're in enemy territory now. On Twitter, you get to ratio me and shit. Here, I say one's in the chat if this guy's a dumbass, and they say one's in the chat.
You're attacking people here that were actually doing work who do.
What work have you done? 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 All right, chat, clear it out. Stop.
In regards to what? In regards to giving information about these far right organizations, in regards to writing about them, in regards to showing up at protests,
okay,
in regards to being
but you haven't proven any point.
To getting people fed and helping them find housing and delivering food directly to people's homes.
So you do charity. You do charity. You do charity. You do charity, and you're a shill of the liberals. You're a shill of Trudeau. You're a shill of the liberal globalists. You're a shill of the establishment. Shill of the imperialists. Shill of the ruling class. And I don't give a fuck about any charity you've done in your life.
All right. You asked me what I did, so I answered your question. What do you want?
And it sounds like a whole lot of nothing, politically speaking.
I mean, what have you been doing?
I have almost single-handedly, with like one other person, now two other people, kickstarted an entirely new political current in this country.
Who have you fed? Who have you housed?
That's not politics. That's not politics.
Who have you been materially aiding?
That's charity. That's charity. I'll go work at a soup kitchen instead of this.
That's called solidarity.
No, that's called charity. And I'll go work at a soup kitchen instead of doing the shit I'm doing if I wanted to do that.
The way that it works is when people need help.
Q, you want to know what I've done? You want to know what I've done? Q, you want to know what I've done that will be 1,000-fold better than anything you've done in your fucking life?
All right, what's that?
I've distinguished myself from people like you. The fact that I exist is enough. The fact that I exist is enough. The fact I have a following that I do is enough. The fact that we have distinguished ourselves from you, the synthetic left, is enough. Once we get this shit rolling, it's over for all of you.
So you're saying you haven't actually done shit?
Oh, I haven't done charity, no.
Okay.
I haven't done charity. I've just managed to plant the seeds of a movement that is going to overwhelm you fake leftists and fake MLs into irrelevance.
Good
luck with that. Hey, thank you, Rockstar. Hey, thank you so much, Mombello. Hey, let me ask you something, Q. You're on Twitch, you get 5 viewers here. There's not a single fucking Marxist-Leninist on this platform that comes close to me. On YouTube, not a single Marxist-Leninist live streamer that comes close to me. I'm the big motherfucking daddy of this scene when it comes to streaming Marxism-Leninism, and it's gonna fucking stay that way now, isn't it? Yeah. You get away with the shit you do on Twitter. Q, Twitter, you have 80,000 followers, you think you're a big guy? You're not shit here. You're not shit here, Q. You're not shit here. You have nothing here, Q. Here, everyone's against you here.
Right.
You're used to being popular on Twitter. Q, remember when you told me and I said, hey, Q.
Hey.
Yeah.
When have you once heard me talk about my Twitter popularity? When have you once seen me say anything about how many people follow me?
That's all you have in life. That's all you have is your 80,000 followers in life. You're a 5-viewer Andy. You're a failed streamer. Thank you, number one. Let me tell you something, Q. Hey, Q, let me tell you something. Q. I remember you came on this show. You came on the show and I asked you, as a man, Q. Why are you coming at me on Twitter? I don't even know who the fuck you are. And you know what you said? You said, well, everyone else was doing it, so I joined in.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it is. Is that what a man says? Is that what a man says?
The answer is because you attacked my friend.
I attacked your friend.
And then today, the reason I responded to you, again, because you attacked one of my friends.
I attacked one of your friends. Who are your friends? What makes them your friends?
Comrade, somebody who works with me in my party. You notice that the only time that you and I...
Your party is full of revisionists.
Hold up. Do you notice that the only time that you and I ever happen to cross swords is when you come after people that are either my friends or comrades? Have you noticed that?
Your friends and comrades are scum.
Yeah.
Your party is run by scum and revisionist traitors. Traitors, sellouts, and revisionists.
My friends and comrades are out feeding people and defending the...
I don't give a fuck about their traitory. Revisionists, sellouts... Traitors, that's your party. That's the leadership of your party. Where were they when Gorbachev was destroying the Soviet Union? You backed fucking Gorbachev. Your people backed Gorbachev. You're the fucking traitors that were fucking speaking for Gorbachev when he was destroying the Soviet Union. Your fucking party sided against China when the revisionist Khrushchev took power in the Soviet Union. Your party took their side.
Okay.
Don't fucking tell me about your revisionist party of traitors and sellouts.
The Communist Party of Canada did what now? Whoa, stop. You just said something. The Communist Party of Canada did what now?
They sided with Khrushchev, the revisionist, when he denounced Stalin. They sided with Gorbachev when he was dismantling the Soviet Union. They are traitors and sellouts throughout the entirety of their existence.
It's impossible for them to have done that because the party was illegal at the time.
It doesn't matter. Oh, so they didn't exist at all?
No, they didn't. They were fucking illegal.
So because they were illegal, there was no communists in Canada. Get the fuck out of here.
The party was illegal at the time. There was no Communist Party of Canada at the time.
Oh, okay. But they didn't exist, or they didn't exist officially?
They didn't exist.
No, they did exist,
there was
actually.
No party.
They had a front party. They had a front party aligned with the Soviet Union. Don't give me that bullshit.
No,
they didn't exist.
God, they didn't. Okay, are you aware of the Guzenko affair? Did you know what that was?
The what?
The Guzenko affair.
No.
Okay, so there was a Russian diplomat by the name of Igor Guzenko.
Okay, they made it illegal because of infiltration.
Of the Communist Party of Canada
they were aligned with the Soviets. The people who founded your party are revisionist traitors and sellouts.
We actually got banned because they thought that we were aligned with Stalin. That's why we got banned.
And yet, when did the party come back?
Not until the early 2000s.
Okay, the early 2000s. And who returned that party?
Miguel Figueroa.
Okay, and who's he? What's his legacy? Did he have any history with the party before? Any affiliation? Anything?
Not affiliation per se. He filed a lawsuit against the government to be able to get the party to be able to raise money again.
So who was he? What was his past?
Whoa. What happened was in the 1990s, it became illegal for the government to strip funds from any party that had raised below a certain amount and gotten a certain amount of signatures. But even though the law was already passed, it wasn't being enforced. Figueroa was responsible for taking the federal government to the Supreme Court and forcing them to.
What was his past? What was his past?
What was his past?
Yeah.
As an organizer. Why?
Was he a communist before he refounded the Communist Party?
I mean, he had communist principles, sure.
Was he aligned with communist-affiliated organizations?
Was he aligned? Well, the thing was, so the party existed, but it couldn't raise any funds by the 2000s.
So it did exist. It did exist.
Between the mid-1990s and 2000, there was a party, but there wasn't a party. There was a party, but it couldn't raise any money. So it was basically a party on paper.
Listen, the truth is, there were Canadian... The Communist Party was founded when? 21, under conditions of illegality. So they were illegal in 21, they still existed. You are going to have a hard time... Don't make me pull up the Wikipedia of the Communist Party of Canada and embarrass you right now. You're going to have a hard time convincing me that they existed under no circumstances after that affair you talked about that made them illegal. So they had front organizations and shit. They were aligned with the Soviet Union. They sided with Khrushchev, just like the American Communist Party did. And you are flaunting their leadership, which has accomplished fucking nothing. Traitors, revisionists, and sellouts who tail behind the liberals. And I'm supposed to respect this party.
I'm not sure what exactly you're getting at right now.
I'm getting at that your party is run by revisionists and traitors and sellouts.
Okay, so what you're... Okay. I'm having a really hard time with this right now because I'm trying to figure out whether you're trying to say A, that we're revisionists and sellouts, or that B, we've done nothing. It's one of two things. So
you are revisionists and sellouts.
Okay.
Look at this shit. The party still existed from 45 to 91, even after it was banned. It still existed. It's literally on Wikipedia.
The party didn't exist and they couldn't raise funds, dude.
It existed in 56. Return of prominent party member Salzburg from a trip. Salzburg reported his findings in the mid-1960s. The party had 3,500 members in the mid-60s. I mean, this is embarrassing, Q. Are you going to refute this, Wikipedia? By the mid-60s, the United States Department of State estimated is this like a map? Are they ghosts? Are they ghosts roaming the earth from a distant past?
What are you talking about?
There were 3,500 members of the party in the mid-1960s.
Okay.
And you said the party did not exist. Do you see a problem?
Effectively, the party couldn't. The party did not exist.
And yet there were 3,500 members as estimated by the United States Department of State. Wow, don't show this to your Twitter followers. This is embarrassing.
I mean, sure.
This is bad. I'm looking at your face right now. You look humiliated, embarrassed, destroyed,
I look
dragged through the fucking mud. I would never want to be you, Q. I would never want to be you. Okay, being 6'4" hasn't helped you here, Q. Maybe add a few inches and it'll help you.
All right.
Yeah, that's all you can say, huffling in defeat. All right. You got destroyed, Q.
I'm huffing.
You got fucking destroyed.
I'm huffing because I don't know what the point of this is.
My point is the party did exist. The party did exist at the time you said it didn't exist. And they were revisionist traitors and sellouts who sided with Khrushchev when he denounced Stalin.
Okay.
Why did Khrushchev denounce Stalin?
Khrushchev denounced Stalin because the de-Stalinization of Russia was, according to Khrushchev, necessary for...
What's the real reason? Because he was saving his ass, along with his other bureaucrat scum, from being purged by Stalin's democratic revolutions that empowered the Russian people at the expense of these bureaucrat scum.
Are you asking me the question, or do you want to talk over me?
Because you don't know the answer to the question. You're saying, according to Khrushchev. I don't give a fuck what Khrushchev said.
According to Khrushchev, it was necessary to keep the union together. De-Stalinization was, according to him, necessary.
Which isn't true. The real reason was because he was saving his own fucking skin from another purge, another Stalinist purge. And guess what? Your Canadian Communist Party also saved their own skin and evaded a fucking purge. And since then, communists in the West have never been able to win the fucking working class because you traitors, revisionists, and sellouts. You hate the working class, you hate the people, you side with the bureaucrats, the professional managerials, and the specialists against the overwhelming majority of the people. You hated the Russian peasant, you hated the Chinese peasant. Mao took care of you, that's okay, during his Cultural Revolution, and that's why that whole thing happened. And you hate the working class in America, you hate the working class of Canada, you hate the truckers, you hate the people, you love your own intellectual parasite scum.
All right. Okay, so I'll let you talk. I'll let you get through like whatever you had to get through. All right, like I'll let you say all that. Cool. Are you done? Have you got it out of your system?
Go ahead, say what you got to say, Q. The wounded Q.
All right.
Q the wounded.
I'm
Q the wounded.
Like, do you?
The wounded Q. Go ahead, say what you got to say, wounded Q. I got a question for you, wounded Q. And how many bandages do you need? How many bandages do you need after this one?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just want to talk over?
Hey Q, you don't get to run your mouth on Twitter talking shit about me. Hey Q. You don't got your Twitter followers here. You got the guerrilla army here, Q. You don't got your Twitter followers here. You don't get to suck my cock here and then talk shit about me on Twitter.
I literally sat here and let you go off for like 5
minutes. Oh, then don't let me go off. What authority do you have to let me do anything?
You talk over me, dude.
What? Okay, then talk. Talk, Q, wounded Q. Talk.
Okay. When you say that the party is revisionist, that they're sellouts, that they don't accomplish anything, are you saying that we don't accomplish anything?
You have never gotten close to winning a significant portion of the Canadian working class. Keep in mind, only the same majority.
No communist party
in the West
has.
Because they're traitors, revisionists, and sellouts. Because they're traitors, revisionists, and sellouts, and Infrared is saying, storm the headquarters, is what I'm saying. Okay. Storm the headquarters. Right. Storm the headquarters. So and our cultural revolution came too late, and now we're starting it.
All right. Okay.
You don't think my people are in the Communist Party of America? They are. Hey, you don't think my people are in your fucking party?
No, they aren't.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are. I know them personally.
Sure.
Yes, they are. And they're plotting and planning. Q. They're plotting and planning in your party. You don't even know who the fuck they are.
Okay.
Your party will be our party.
Okay.
Your party will not be led by the people leading it for very long.
Okay. So
you traitors, revisionists, and professional managerials have had your fun for decades.
Being serious. Like I'm entertaining you as far as I can.
Yeah.
But got on this to have a conversation about whether the truckers were a working class movement or not,
Which they are.
also like what is the party is doing in regards to the
The
mandates.
Freedom Convoy is a working class movement.
And I'm saying to you, no, it isn't.
And you failed. You failed.
Explain to you.
But you found that 43% of independent owners hire other people or have other trucks.
80% of truckers currently operating on Canadian roads, so of the about 330,000 truckers on Canadian roads, okay, 80% of them are company drivers.
Does that include people
somebody else?
Does that include people misclassified as operator owners, forced to do so by their companies?
I said 80% of them. 80%.
Are you aware of the phenomena
when
of
I say
people?
Company drivers, I mean salaried employees.
Okay. Are you aware of the phenomena of misclassification of owner-operators who are forced to list their LLCs that way?
The remainder are owner-operators.
Answer the question. Are you aware of the phenomena of owner-operators?
300... Okay. What do you mean misclassification? There's about 20% of them.
Because you don't know about this. You don't even know about this. Because business owners will force their employees to list them on their LLCs that they're independent business owners.
I'm aware.
So they'll be listed as owner-operators, but they're not.
I explained to you early in this conversation that I have family members who are truckers. I explained to you. It was one of the first things that I said.
So some of those people who are being listed as owner-operators aren't.
Right. What?
Some of the people who are being listed as owning those trucks don't. They're forced to list that way by their companies.
Okay. So let me do the same thing. What percentage of those are misclassified, Haas?
I don't know. I just know it's a very widespread phenomenon. All I know, listen, I could probably try to look up statistics.
Talk about it. So
because what I do know, it's a very widespread phenomenon.
Going from what we know, the information that is available to both of us, going from what we know, about 80% of them are company drivers, the other 20% of them are owner operators.
Do those company drivers have the choice to protest?
Sure.
How?
Everybody has it.
Really?
Sorry, the company... Whoa, sorry. Did the company drivers have a choice to protest? I mean, they could if they want to. Generally, they're probably not. You know where they are?
Wait. Do they have a choice, really?
Where are they? A couple...
What will happen to them if they protest?
I mean, their owners would probably be happy if they joined the protest, but they're driving right now.
Their owners will be happy when the Association of Owners and Employers came out against it. The Canadian Truckers Association came out against this. So why would the owners be happy?
The Canadian Trucking Alliance came out against the protest. There are still owners that have supported the protest, but the alliance itself says no, our truckers are vaccinated and we're okay with the mandate.
And those are the employers.
Between 87 and 90% of all truckers in Canada are vaccinated. So
that's according to the CTA. I have no reason to believe them.
Okay, sure.
That's the Association of Bosses and Employers. Why the fuck would you rely on them as an authority? You are talking about the owners would probably be happy that they're protesting. Where are you getting that information from? Why would the owners be happy they're protesting? Are the majority of owners behind the protests?
Do you think it's in their interest to lie and then say we do not support the protests and we support the mandates when secretly supporting I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Because here's the truth. The CTA represents the corporate monopoly.
I know who they represent, dude.
No, don't interrupt me. They represent the corporate monopoly trucker companies.
You have no information or proof that they're lying, so we can go by the best available information.
Yeah, because they have an interest to be against. They have an interest to be against. They have an interest to. They have an interest to lie. They do have an interest to lie. They do have an interest to lie.
Do you know where the highest concentration of trucking companies in Canada? Do you know where it's located?
No.
Okay, so the highest concentration of trucking companies is located in Peel Region. Do you know what the vaccination uptake rate is in Peel Region? Because there's roughly 2,000 trucking companies in the Peel Region, right?
Okay.
Accounting for a significant portion of drivers. And the vaccination uptake rate in the Peel Region is 90%.
Okay, so is that going to reflect among the truckers? We don't know. All I know is the CTA does have a fucking incentive to lie about it.
The highest concentration of these companies exists in this one region that is 90%.
You are playing with statistics. What does that mean, highest concentration? Are you saying 60% exist in that region?
If the region is highly representative of what the industry looks like, why would they lie? And the statistics
Q, the highest concentration doesn't mean it's representative. First of all,
Okay.
you don't know what statistics.
Right.
You don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to statistics. I literally study.
Cause you haven't provided any information though. You
I don't
basically
need
said
to.
lying because X, Y, and Z reason, but
Q. I don't even need to degrade myself. Listen, Q. I don't have to degrade myself with any statistics right now because just going off of what you fucking said.
You haven't actually provided me anything, and you're saying this is wrong, and I don't believe it because reasons. But you haven't provided me anything.
Hey, guess what, Q?
Have you? Okay, Haas,
Q, guess what?
How many actual tidbits of information have you provided me?
Yeah, I'll provide you right now. 1/3 of owner-operators say they've owned more than one truck at some point. Less than half owned more than two. Only 10% owned more than one truck at the time of the survey. 56% owned two. 8% owned more than six. 12% owned 3 to 4. 24% owned 5 to 6. Among those who do own more than one. And among those, it's not 43% according to my source. It's 1/3. That's my statistic.
Okay. Well, mine says 43. So
well, yours is wrong and mine is right.
Okay, so it's somewhere.
Because mine has more information. Mine actually breaks it down.
It's somewhere between. So mine says 43. Yours says 1/3. Big fucking deal.
Okay,
So
but mine actually breaks it down. 56%. Hold on. 56% of that 1/3 have only ever owned two trucks.
Okay.
And what I actually think that means isn't that they own them simultaneously. Hold on. I don't actually even think it means they own them simultaneously. It means they've owned two trucks in their lifetime. You got the statistics wrong. It doesn't say simultaneous ownership of two trucks.
Okay.
They've owned it in their lifetime. So it doesn't even mean 43% are hiring others.
Your source says 1/3.
Yeah.
Have owned more than one truck at the same time.
No.
Mine says,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I'm just listening to you. I'm only.
Then listen to what I just said. At some point.
All right.
At some point, which means it wasn't simultaneous. They've owned more than two trucks in their life.
Okay.
It's not simultaneous. That's why only 10% of respondents owned more than one truck at the time. At the time of the survey, only 10% of
Canadian truck
owner operators, only 10% owned more than one at the time of the survey.
I'm asking you. Your source says out of Canadian truck owner operators, Canadian, right?
Yes.
Canadian. Okay, so. The Canadian, your source says out of Canadian truck owner operators, 1/3 own more than one truck?
At one point.
Okay.
Not as of the time the survey was taken, in which case only 10% owned more than one. Wow. Either there was a stark class degradation where they lost a bunch of money, they can't afford it, or what it's referring to is how much you've owned in total. So either one is likely to me, but it's clear that at the time the survey was taken,
what's likely to me is that when hold on a second. Okay, so first of all, where's your source? Because I want to have a look at it too. But what's likely?
It's in my fact checking. It's in fact checking.
Okay, it's in where?
Fact checking. This was a survey by the Mac Blackwell Rural. Yes, Mac Blackwell Rural Transportation Center.
Hang on a second. Sorry, right now? Owner operators, multiple truck ownership. Dude, first of all, this is not a Canadian source. Second, this is from 2012.
Okay, so what? Do you think something radically changed since then?
This is from 10 years ago, and it's not a Canadian source.
So what?
So it's not relevant.
Yes, it is relevant.
You can't. This is an American source, dude.
Is it about Canada or no?
Where did the protest happen?
In Canada.
So why would you give me an American source from 2012?
An American source on Canada?
No, it's not on Canada. It doesn't say anything about Canada in here.
Okay, well, this is what my people have given me, so we don't know.
Sure, I mean, you people can give you that, but it has no relevance to what's happening here.
But it does call into question a lot of questions, like, do they own more than two simultaneously?
This is why I was confused.
Give me your source. I give you my source. Hold on. I give you my source. Give me yours. Yeah. I give you mine. You give me yours.
All right. Jesus Christ.
And 2012 wasn't even that long ago.
That was 10 years ago, dude. And it was in America. Like,
can you link me your source since I gave you mine?
I'm looking it up again because this was like an hour ago in our conversation.
Oh yeah, and you think this is a W, don't you? By the way,
I don't think it's anything. I just think
you just asked me for a random source. I just gave you one. It has nothing to do with the fucking arguments we just had. Now, did it? You got fucking destroyed, Q. You got fucking destroyed. You know it.
You gave me a 10-year-old source that wasn't even in this country.
Yeah, and that source actually raises more questions. Hold on. That source raises more questions. At the time your survey was taken, how many did they own? I want to see your source.
This was 2000.
I want to see your source.
2020 or 2019 when.
Okay, give me your source. Where is it?
Okay. All right.
Put it in fact checking. Where is your source? We're still waiting for your source.
It's the.
It raises many questions.
Yeah.
From 3 years ago, before the pandemic, too. This was before the fucking pandemic, by the way.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does matter. You don't think the pandemic changed all this?
Here's what matters is the fact that it's in Canada and it's relatively recent.
Right? No, it happened before the pandemic.
Believe it all you want, but the fact
it happened before the fucking pandemic.
All right. Do you think that
yeah, and also even if it's from Arkansas, hold on. I'm gonna even push back even more. The fact that it's from an Arkansas source doesn't even change the class nature of owner operators being the same in America as it is in Canada. So it's not even fucking relevant. Even you pointed out that this is why it raises questions, Q, because 1/3 of those people were the same as the 43% you gave me. So it seems like it's the same class with the same tendencies, both in Canada and America. 33%, 43%, more or less in the same ballpark, as you yourself fucking said. And that same source said, even though that was the case, only 10% at the time the survey was taken had more than two at the time. So I want to know, that calls into question, how many in your source? Was it 10% also in your source?
This was a 10-year-old source.
Okay, but you yourself recognized that 43% as a proportion is very similar to 33%.
All right.
So we actually have to see, it opens more questions. What is meant by saying 2 trucks? What is actually meant by that? Does it mean at the time the survey was taken? And where is your source? I still don't have it.
Hang on a second. I got 2. There's one. IDA from 2019 member profile survey, and then there we go. Trucking industry in Canada. Dossier key figures.
Just link it. Holy fuck. Now. I took 2 seconds for me to give it to you.
It's right there.
Okay, trucking industry in Canada.
Chill the fuck out, dude.
The relevant part.
And then, hold up. The dossier is right here.
What is the relevant part that you cited?
I'm going to link you to the PDF. Yeah, go look through it for your own fucking self, dude. Come
on. What did you cite?
This is what I had to do. You go ahead and do the same damn thing.
What did you... Are you scared to reveal the fucking truth? What did you fucking cite?
I'm not reading through this again for you, dude. I did it.
So okay. I gave you mine. You won't give me yours.
The information.
Look at Scaredy Q. Are you a Scaredy Q? What's wrong?
The information is
Scaredy Q. What's wrong? Why are you so scared of the truth?
They're in the dossier.
There are no reliable statistics on the number of owner-operators in Canada, with estimates ranging anywhere from 35,000 to 60,000. The fact that there is no real definition of an owner-operator complicates the matter. Holy shit, that's Truck News in Canada is saying that. Sounds kind of like you're hiding something, Q. Sounds like you're hiding the source.
Sounds kind of like the source is right there in your fact check, dude.
Sounds like you're not even fucking giving me anything
Sounds
about
like I
ownership.
gave you. Not
No,
only
look,
did I give you
this
the
is what he
source.
gave me,
Not
guys.
only did I
Look at
give
what
you
he gave
this.
me.
Not only
Literally
did I give
nothing.
you
He
the
gave me
source.
nothing.
Not only did I give you the source, it's right there, dude. You can download it as a PDF. It is right
Okay.
there. I gave you the link to the PDF file.
Hold on. This is
Right?
something Volk just gave me. I'm going to look at this.
Sure.
The average Canadian owner-operator owns approximately one truck and one trailer, for which the regular price... Okay. One truck. So this is a source I have.
Yep.
Are there any specific statistics? The average amount that someone gave me. Let's see if they actually break it down in numbers. So this source says the average amount owns one truck. Okay, the average Canadian owner-operator only owns one, which is the same shit I fucking said, but it's not specific enough. Let's look at your source.
So if there are less than half of people that own multiple trucks,
Hey,
would that
guys,
not stand to reason?
look at what Q gave me.
No, hold up. Simple
Guys,
stats.
look at what he gave me.
Simple stats.
Look, he wants me to pay $495. Look at what he gave me.
Simple stats.
Guys, look at what he gave me.
Simple stats.
Guys, he gave me something that's $495. Q, what the fuck are you hiding?
Okay, would you like me to download the PDF and scan it and send it to you?
Did you pay $495 for this?
No, I didn't pay for that.
How did you access this?
Would you like me to tell you on stream? You can access just about anything.
Okay.
You can, if you know the right sources to plug them into, you can access just about anything.
Okay.
All right. So
I'll buy
average. What?
I'm just purchasing it.
I don't care if you buy it or not. I'm looking right at it. But the average, if you say that the average,
the purchase doesn't go through. The purchase doesn't go through.
One truck and one trailer, but less than half of them own multiple. Does it not stand to reason that the average would still be one truck and one trailer?
What?
Let me say it again. If 40% of people own more than one vehicle, but more than half own one truck and one trailer, would it not stand to reason that the average person owns one truck and one trailer?
I don't think that's how averages work. 60% is the average.
Yeah.
It depends on how much trucks the 43% own. We don't know that.
Okay. So generally,
by the way, your purchase doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Your way of buying that doesn't work.
Way of buying what?
The thing that was $400.
Huh? I didn't pay for it. Anyway,
it's not available anywhere.
I didn't pay for it. Yes, it is still available.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That place is not available. That place is it's not on the place.
Okay.
It's not included.
What are you talking about? You can all right. You can still That's what it is.
So your statistics are called into question. They're not even reliable statistics because no one can see them.
I just don't care. I really, at this
So
point,
you
I
don't.
care
So your
anymore.
statistics are bullshit.
It's
No one can see
1:18 in
them.
the morning. I'm fucking tired. I don't care, dude. I really don't care.
So you're soy cedering out, conceding.
I'm what? I just don't care
You're gonna
anymore.
pull Sam Cedar.
I don't care anymore.
So you're conceding.
Dude, I don't give a shit which one. I don't care. I really do not care. Listen, when your mod asked me to come on and have this conversation,
So it's a soy conceder.
As long as we're not going to be yelling at each other.
We have a Sam conceder.
You've been yelling and trying to prove your point.
So this is a Sam conceder
for the last couple of hours.
So hold on, we just got a Sam conceder.
Dude, I don't.
You don't care, right?
Care.
But when you why couldn't I say I don't care when I asked you when you asked me for my source?
How many times in this conversation have you?
Had I not given you my source? Had I not Had I not given you hold on. Had I not given you my source, you wouldn't have been able to find out any flaws. Had I given you my source, I would not have been able to give you you wouldn't have been able to point out any flaws. You're not giving me your source.
I just gave you the information. Okay, I gave you a link to the information that I had. If you want to go ahead and pull it up, that's completely fine.
I can't pay.
Okay, no, it's good. It's fine. Hold on. Let me go find another one. But at this point,
yeah,
dude,
find another one.
Okay,
I don't care if you care.
I do not care.
But if you want to win the argument, you actually do have to care.
I don't care about winning an argument. Listen, your mod asked me to come on and talk about whether this is a working class.
We don't know if 43%. We don't even know if 43%.
The background of the people that had organized the protest and all that. I said, sure, yeah, I'm happy to come on and talk about that.
So things that remain unproven. Things that remain unproven. One, it's unproven that those 5 people.
Every time I open my mouth, when you ask me a question, you talk over me. And
unproven. Hold on. It's unproven. Sure. It's So it's unproven.
It's irritating and exhausting. You're talking like a dude who's 5'5", really. But
you're
talking like somebody that does not know how to have a conversation with people.
Q, I have conversations with people who don't talk shit about me on Twitter.
You have conversations like
with people who don't talk shit about me on Twitter.
It's just
hey Q. Dude, you don't get to talk shit about me on Twitter. You don't get to talk shit about me on Twitter and expect me not to bring the heat on you.
Listen, I don't give a shit, and you're like, well, I won. Well, I don't care if you fucking think you won or not. But I did talk about whether or not this is a working class protest, and I'm saying to you,
which
it isn't. And
why not? Why isn't it?
By dint of the fact that 80% of people that drive trucks in this country are company employees, and you haven't concerned yourself with any of them whatsoever.
No, I haven't concerned. Can they protest? Hold on. Can they protest?
2,000
can they protest
in the United States side of the border and can't get into Canada? You haven't talked about that at all. It tells me you're not concerned with any working class.
You're not concerned with the starving workers of Petrograd, you Bolsheviks. Don't give me your fucking bullshit. Now tell me something, Q. Hey, Q.
Workers of Petrograd because I wasn't alive.
Because you're making every counter-revolutionary argument in history. Q, the 80%, do they have a choice to protest? What happens if they protest? The vulnerable 80% who are often migrants, who often are not even citizens, can they protest?
Do you know that there's over 2,000 of them that cannot get into Canada right now because they're being blocked by other truckers that are stopping them from getting across the border?
It's an inconvenience of every uprising in history.
They're sleeping in their trucks because they can't get back into the country.
Okay, and guess what? Revolutions are unpleasant affairs, and a lot of people get negatively affected.
Revolution is what I'm trying to explain.
Well, it is an uprising of some kind. So that your fucking moralistic, personalized bullshit argument means fucking nothing. So Q, I like to think of things in terms of politics and not the personal misfortunes that befall. Q, how many people? Hold on, Q. What about the violence of Black Lives Matter? When cities were destroyed during the violence in Black Lives Matter. Q, what about all the people whose livelihoods were destroyed?
Do you ever get tired?
So do you denounce Black Lives Matter protests?
Do you want to have this conversation?
Do you denounce Black Lives Matter protests?
What?
Do you denounce them?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because they did lead to a lot of havoc and destruction in cities of people's livelihoods and shit. You don't care about those people who were badly affected by Black Lives Matter and violence?
Who was badly affected?
You don't care about the people badly affected by the protests there? Plenty of people. There was a lot of violence. Plenty of people were assaulted. Plenty of people had
Yeah, a lot of people were beaten up by
A lot
cops.
of shops, black-owned shops, were torched and destroyed and broken into.
Okay, a lot of black-owned shops were torched. Yeah, okay.
You don't care about any of them?
I didn't say that.
Well, what? Well,
did I say that?
Well, does that mean we should denounce the protest then? Because of all the people negatively affected?
It means if you're destroying people's shops, black-owned shops, then yeah, they should be denounced.
So the whole protest should be denounced because of that. George Floyd doesn't matter because of that.
I didn't say that.
So how can you can't denounce an entire thing because some people
did I denounce
are negatively affected by it?
Did at any point did I denounce this protest?
The trucker. You're actually gonna surrender so hard. You're gonna backtrack on your original position and denounce the denounce the protest.
When did I denounce the protest in the first place?
You're saying you never denounced the trucker convoy protest?
When did I do that?
So suddenly it's not. You sent me a fucking video of a guy talking about the Great Replacement, saying he's not my comrade.
Go look. I said that the people who organized the protest are not my comrades, and I showed you a picture.
Okay, hold on. But you are denouncing the protest. You are saying the protest.
When did I denounce the protest?
Because let's do the math. It's not working class. It's wealthy.
How many? Oh my God! How many?
It's wealthy, privileged people.
How many times have I said in the last several days that everybody has a right to exercise protest?
What did you say after that?
Did I say that I agree with the fact that they're running air horns all night? No, that's being.
Oh, yeah,
But do they have a right to protest? Yes.
I like the Black Lives Matter protesters, but they're just taking it too far.
What?
That's how you sound right now.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind people's right to protest, but the horns, come on, it's getting into my beauty sleep.
So cute. Just the same as during the uprising when people were smashing up black-owned shops, like small business owner shops. I said the exact same thing. There's absolutely no reason if you're gonna go smash up a shop and you smash up a Target, I don't give a shit. If you smash up somebody's convenience store, yeah, that's a fucking problem, and you shouldn't do that.
Okay, so cute.
I said that from the very beginning.
So let's get back to the original point. Let's get back to the original point. You're talking about the 2,000 people negatively affected that I don't supposedly care about. Is it that I don't care about them, or is it an inconvenient side effect of something much more important and fundamental? Now, finally, Q, 80% of those protesters, 80% of those truckers have no fucking choice. They can't protest, or they get fucking fired or deported. They are absolutely vulnerable and at the mercy of their employers.
They have already been vaccinated. What is there for them to protest?
They had no choice to get vaccinated.
But they
did they want to get vaccinated?
I mean, I don't know if you ask them.
Why was it mandated then? Why did they have to be forced on bond of getting fired? So the people that actually can. This is the logic of Q. This is your logic, Q. What you're saying is.
Stop asking me questions.
You're saying there's a let's say someone invades a country. Let's say someone invades a country. You know what? It's like when Israel. It's like when Israel goes into Palestine. It's like if Israel goes into Palestine and they round up all of the people who can't defend themselves, women and children, and then the men who are too privileged enough to be able to fight back, they're too privileged. They don't care about the women and children. Why is Hamas using human shields? Hamas is using human shields. That's how you fucking sound. It's fucking stupid.
How many people were vaccinated last November?
Q, what does it fucking matter?
What percentage? It matters because.
What percentage was based on mandates?
What percentage?
What percentage had a choice?
The mandate didn't begin until this year, and over 90% of them, over 90%.
Oh, really? There was no employer mandates. There was no employer mandates.
87% of people were vaccinated prior to the announcement.
Hey, guess what? There was no mandates at all based on the employers.
The one for the federal government? No, there was no mandate yet.
Not from the federal government, Quincy. Not from the federal government, but from the private companies.
The private okay, when we're talking about private or
employer mandates.
When we're talking about mandates, we're talking about government mandates.
No, we're talking about all mandates, which began in 2019.
Okay. What? Whoa. All mandates for what?
Began in 2020.
For COVID?
Yes.
How could a mandate begin for COVID to get vaccinated when the vaccines weren't available?
In late 2020.
The vaccines weren't available here.
In Canada, they weren't available in late 2020.
The mass vaccination drive for people that were from like 18 to 40 wasn't until around April of last year. So what are you talking about?
Okay, as of April of last year,
Right.
the mandate started.
No, the mandates didn't start then. That's when
They
people were allowed
started
to
last year after the vaccines rolled out. Employers started to force their employees to get vaccinated.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. It wasn't just from the fucking government.
All right. According to what? According to what?
What do you mean? Yeah, December 9th, 2020, Canada authorized the first COVID-19 vaccine. So I was right.
No.
Yeah, 2021 is when the vax mandate started. Exactly.
No, dude.
Yes.
Okay, unless you were working in the healthcare industry, if you were 18 years old or over, you weren't able to get the vaccine until somewhere around April. You know why? Because I was one of the first in my family to get the vaccine.
Rollout was late 2020. As soon as it was available. Facts are okay.
April.
Canada vaccine.
And the mandates weren't on a provincial level until somewhere around, like, I forget, it was less.
Okay, so this is the actual statistics.
Right.
So you can look on my stream at these statistics.
I'm not
December
watching
10th,
your stream.
There was thousands of doses administrated. There was 30,000 by January 13th. And then by February 25th, there was 58,000. And then
look up,
they steadily in March, there was 148,000 doses.
How many?
What you're saying is bullshit.
Pause. How many people live in Canada, dude? How many people live in Canada?
But hold on.
35 million. 35 million.
Okay.
You're talking about like a fraction of a percent, dude.
No, I'm not, because this is every single day. Thousands of... This is 73,000 in March 6th. And then March 7th, it's like 70,000. So it's every single day. And then in April, there's not even any statistical significance of April.
Okay.
In fact, there's a dip sometime here. Oh, this is May 1st. But there's no statistical significance of April whatsoever. There's a continuous increase. It's completely arbitrary. Why would you say it began in April? That's wrong.
All right, so...
How can there have been doses administrated as early as December?
All adults to schedule their first.
As early as December 14th, doses are
there
being...
we go. Oh, okay, so it wasn't April. It was actually May. As of 8 a.m. Tuesday, May 18th, 2021, individuals aged 18 or over in 2021
was it May? Quincy, it was not.
It was even later than I said. It was later. It was actually
Quincy.
May.
No, it wasn't. This is December 21st.
I am looking at the announcement right now.
Quincy, your announcement needs to account.
I live in Ontario. I'm telling you when it was available.
Quincy.
I don't care what you do. Dude.
Quincy, January 16th, 37,000 doses.
Dude, it didn't become available for people 18 or over until May of last year.
So these were all children?
What? No, it wasn't even available for children yet. It was available for people who worked in the healthcare industry.
So how were all these people taking it in February and January and in March and in April?
For the immunocompromised, the elderly, and people who worked in healthcare.
So these were all the immunocompromised, the elderly, and who else? People who worked in healthcare.
Yeah.
That was all these people.
There had to be special circumstances for you to get access to the vaccine. They were.
Then why isn't there a statistically significant jump after May? It's a continuous increase.
No or care. I'm telling you. Would you like me to?
Because you're fucking wrong.
Show you the link? Would you like me to
give you the
link?
Wrong. Because you're fucking wrong.
It's right here. There you go. Go look in your. There you go. Go look. All right.
Okay, it's Q Quincy.
What's up?
Vaccine booking is expanding to Ontarians 18 plus ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Province invites all adults to schedule their first dose appointment.
Yes.
So this is all adults.
Yes. It wasn't available to anybody besides the healthcare workers, the immunocompromised.
In Ontario, Quincy.
And your point
Not all of Canada.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so when was it available in the rest of the provinces? I gave you one. Give me the rest.
It's right here. It's very clear.
All right, let's go and have a look at Quebec, because Ontario is the most
Yeah,
populous
I'll link it
province
right
in
here.
Canada.
Here we
Let's go
go.
have
This is the
Quebec.
COVID-19 tracker.
All right. Why are we even talking about this, dude? No, no, like, why are we talking about this?
Because
Okay,
the
April
vaccine
20th.
mandates.
Oh, here we go. April. Quebec opening on May the 3rd. So
Why
Quebec
did you
opened on May
think
the 3rd.
Ontario's the same as the rest of the country? When
Quebec got theirs on May the 3rd. Let's have a look at British Columbia. All right. Also May 2021. Starting to see a trend.
then how do you explain my source?
It's almost like just about every province made the first vaccine dose available to the broad population over 18 around May of 2021. Even
And
later than
yet
I
there's
said.
no statistically significant
I
jump
don't
in doses
care,
administrated.
dude. That's when it was. I literally gave you a link to the province's website, and if you'd like me to give you the one
Well,
for Quebec, I can do that too.
it's
If you'd like me
interesting
to give you
because
the one for British Columbia, I can do that too. You know why that's important?
there's
Because
no
those are the most
statistically
populous
significant
provinces in the country. I don't
jump.
care.
Alberta vaccine
You're
rollout.
you're literally saying to me that because you can't find something that disproves the fact that our provinces literally said, "Hey, this is when the
But
first dose is
I
available to
did
18 and
find
over."
something that says that.
Okay, what did you find?
I found that there's no statistically significant jump
I
after
don't
May.
care. I don't care. I do not care.
So that
That's when
calls
they.
your source into
That's simply
question.
when they were available. I do not care what your statistic says. That's when they were available.
So
That's what the provinces said. The provinces said, "Hey,
all the other
everybody
people
who wants
were,
to
hold
get a
on.
dose can get a dose
Okay,
after
just to
this
be
date."
clear, then all
All right.
these people must have been the elderly healthcare workers and the immunocompromised,
Sure. Oh,
right?
and First Nations. But yeah, sure.
Okay, well that's just what we have to assume apparently,
Okay. But
which
okay,
doesn't
but like
seem
what is the alternative? What is the alternative? Like all the provinces were lying about when the dose is available
I
and
just want to
dosing
see your
people in
source
secret?
for all the fucking
What?
provinces.
I just gave you one for Ontario. I'll pull up the one and give you the news report for
For
Quebec and
Alberta,
then oh, okay, all right. Alberta, first dose vaccine. All right.
okay, another source that's not showing a statistically significant increase right
Dude,
here.
you are right now looking. You are right
So
now looking at.
here's
You are
March,
you
April, and
are
then May begins right here.
you
This is
are
May.
right now looking at the government of Ontario's um, press release saying that this is when we can get the first dose if you're 18 or older. You're looking at it right now because I put it
No,
in
I'm
your
not.
Discord.
I'm looking at a completely
Okay,
different
well,
source.
it's available. You can go look at it then. It's there.
Okay.
All right. Again,
Let
like
me read that again.
go read it.
Ontario expanding to Ontarians 18 plus out of schedule.
All
The
right.
pace of Ontario's vaccine rollout continues to accelerate.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. This is weird. It said the vaccine rollout had continued to accelerate by that time.
Yeah. Okay.
So it
Yeah.
is extending booking eligibility at
Yep.
mass immunization clinics. It
Mm-hmm.
sounds like the government was just extending booking eligibility, not. It's not when the vaccines first started to
Oh,
roll out. It's
dear
just when it
Lord.
decided to extend the booking eligibility.
Yeah.
It was first made available to older age
Vaccine
categories.
booking expanding
That's
to
why.
Ontarians 18 or older. Okay. So
this is
the
everyone
government
18 and older. Before, for example,
extending booking of eligibility means that you can be eligible to book, meaning that there was a group that is eligible to book, and if you were outside of that eligibility window, you could not book.
hold on.
Now you can book,
But
as long as you're 18 or older. What's up?
This is how you
What's
take
up?
the fucking L. Because on May 12th,
As
a first dose,
8 a.m.
the
on
province
Tuesday, May 18,
achieved. Hold on, hunt. Q,
Yeah,
read this.
what's up?
It's from
Yeah,
your
sure.
fucking source. The province achieved a significant milestone on May 12th, having administered a first dose to over half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over.
Yeah.
May 12th.
All right.
And this is May 17th.
Okay.
So, 5 days before, over half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over
so
received their first fucking...
Have a look at this next thing I'm about to send you. Remember how I said...
No, we're focusing on this. Because, it turns out the statistically insignificant increase did mean something. Now, didn't it?
You have to live in one of these communities to get the booking, and if you didn't, then you couldn't get it.
Okay, well then how is it so?
You couldn't get it.
Do those communities compromise half of? Okay,
live in one of those postal codes.
So are all half?
I said at the very beginning of this. I said at the very beginning.
Quincy.
18 and older blanket eligibility was on this date. Remember I said that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's when it happened.
Because you were making the point that this was when the vaccine was rolled out. But by this time...
Were there eligible groups before that? Yes.
Were those eligible groups the majority? Yes. So it's not fucking... Q, what's the relevancy? What's the relevancy here?
What is the relevancy? You're the one that asked me.
Because the whole point was, were the vaccines being rolled out before May? Yes, they fucking were.
I told you
not just to a minority. No, you didn't. You said it was only a... No. What you said, Q, you said First Nations, healthcare workers, and the elderly. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
So how does it happen?
I forgot about the hotspots.
How does it happen that May 12th...
I forgot about the hotspots. Mea culpa.
Hold on. But half of all Ontarians aged 18 and over received it by May 12th.
Okay, sure.
So how does it... So are half of all Ontarians First Nations...
being available in 2020, and I gave you a closer timeline.
Okay, but it was available in 2020. That's the fucking point.
No,
Yes, it was. It was available after December 10th.
Sure. And to everybody in Canada, it was blanket available. Everybody could get it. You sure about that?
But it was it started to become available after December.
All right.
And if you worked in healthcare, you had to get it. As soon as they fucking dropped it.
I said that. Okay.
As soon as they released it, you had to.
Sure.
Okay, which means...
We were talking about trucker mandates.
Yeah, which means Q.
You were saying that the trucker mandates began in 2020, and I said no, they did not.
I said mandates in general began as soon as the vaccine started to roll out.
Oh, okay, sure. Whatever.
It's exactly what I fucking said.
That's
privately mandated vaccine mandates preceded the government mandates in 2022.
I was talking about government mandates in the first place, and I said it'd be impossible to make.
And then I said it also Quincy. I also said Quincy. I also said it includes private mandates.
Dude, like, stop being stupid.
Why? Your name is Quincy, is it not?
No, my name's Q. And
Quincy.
Second of all, okay. So stop trying to get on my nerves. Second of all, the mandates were not enforced until after the majority of Canadians had been vaccinated, and because there was a limited rollout of the vaccines based on your age, your immunocompromised status, what industry you worked in.
Here is the point:
whether you were Indigenous, and one thing that I forgot, which was if you happen to live in a COVID hotspot, if you live outside of those postal codes, you could not get access to the vaccine. So if you wanted to book, and you didn't live on all those postal codes, you simply could not book.
You didn't mention a lot of shit, so you took the L. So Q,
I
Quincy.
named all of them except for one.
Except two. Except one, which you said was they're already hospitalized, and two, the postal code bullshit not being in a hotspot. Those are very significant.
Did I not say? I said healthcare workers. I said the elderly, the immunocompromised, and indigenous communities.
You didn't say, but you didn't mention those.
Hey.
You didn't mention COVID hotspots or hospitalization.
Point in your favor. I forgot about the hotspots.
You forgot about the thing that accounted for majority of people.
The government.
Those two things accounted for the majority of people that got the fucking vaccine.
Dude.
Those two things accounted for the majority, Quincy.
I have.
Which you missed.
I have two kids aged 4 years old that spend a lot of time yelling when they get home.
I don't fucking give a shit, Quincy. Quincy, you can't hide your chin. You cannot hide your chin with that soul strap. Hey, that soul patch doesn't hide your chin. Don't talk about kids here. Anyway.
Dude, my chin is stronger than yours. What the fuck
oh, really?
Are you talking about?
Really? No, it's not. Where the fuck did you get that? Your chin is stronger than mine.
Federal government mandates did not come into effect until after the majority of the population were vaccinated, which didn't happen until after everybody was eligible to get the vaccine.
Yeah, Quincy. The point is, by the time 89% of people were vaccinated,
people are named in Oz anyway. You know what? Keep calling me that.
By the time 89% of people were vaccinated, how much of that was voluntary? Because there's also private mandates, which was my fucking point.
Oh yeah, who's privately mandating vaccines?
Okay, let's look it up. Canada.
I'm just curious. Who is privately mandating vaccines?
You don't know about the private mandates, the corporate company private mandates that existed before government mandates?
Oh, I'm aware that some companies were requiring their.
So why are you backtracking now?
Vaccinated. I'm not backtracking anything. I just want to know if you know. I know that there were companies that required their employees to be vaccinated. What I'm saying is the federal mandate.
Yeah, but a big reason.
Let me finish. You asked me a
big
question.
Reason why people.
Hey, do you want to hear yourself talk, or did you ask me a question because you wanted to know the answer?
Quincy, a big reason why 89% of people were already vaccinated was because they were forced to.
You want to hear yourself talk, or because you want to hear an answer?
How many were voluntarily vaccinated?
You ask people questions because you want to hear an answer, because you want to hear yourself talk.
Answer that question.
Answer that question.
Answer that question.
I keep trying to answer your questions. You talk over me. What question are you asking me now? You've asked me like 2 in the last 30
How
seconds.
much of the 89% do you think voluntarily took the vaccine?
I haven't answered the first question, which was how many, what percentage of those people were vaccinated prior to the federal government?
No, that's not in dispute. I didn't ask you that fucking question. It's not even in dispute. We know 89%. 89% were vaccinated before the federal mandates.
We started down this tangent in the first.
No, it wasn't, because I literally fucking told you, Q, that the private mandates existed before the federal ones. Keep up, Quincy. Keep up, Quincy.
We were talking about federal mandates again.
No, we weren't. I literally said before federal mandates, there are private mandates, and I literally called you Quincy for the first time. I remember.
I know it's a cooler name than Haas.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of like
no fucking rewind the fucking VOD, Quincy.
All right.
You keep talking about the fucking federal mandates after the 89%. It's not even in fucking dispute.
That's why the reason we're talking about federal mandates is because that's why people can't get back into Canada in the first place. That's why those 2,000 people are stuck.
Quincy, you were trying to make the point that by the time of the federal mandates, 89% were vaccinated.
The federal mandates, why are they in Ottawa and not at their boss's office?
What?
They're in Ottawa for a reason, right? They're protesting federal mandates.
I didn't say the truckers were forced to get vaccinated, Quincy. That's not what I said. I said, Quincy, literally it was this. You said there was a majority of concentration in this province, 80% or whatever. And I said, what does that say about the amount of truckers who are vaccinated?
I said in
Quincy,
the neighborhood that had the highest concentration of trucking companies, in the region that had the highest concentration of trucking companies, close to 90% of the people are vaccinated. Is what I said.
Okay, and you don't know how many truckers are vaccinated.
Well, according to the CTA, 87.
According to the fucking lying CTA, fake news CTA.
I mean, if you have any information to the contrary.
No, that's actually not how evidence works, Quincy. If I pull something out of my fucking ass and you say, "Well, okay, I'm gonna, how about I shit in my hand and mail it to you, and that's my evidence." You don't have anything else, Quincy. Listen, there are aliens. There's aliens. There are aliens. Quincy.
As far as we know, that's correct.
There's aliens in your backyard. There's aliens in your backyard. My evidence? Quincy, there are aliens in your backyard. My evidence is that I'm going to shit in my hand and send it to you. And if you don't have any evidence to the contrary, you have to accept and submit to my evidence.
Okay, sure.
Is that how you think evidence works?
Haas, you don't have any information saying that it's not true.
That's not how evidence works. The burden of proof is on you, Quincy. If I don't accept your source...
Okay.
Yes, because if you provide a source I consider faulty... If you provide a source that I consider faulty, it's the burden of proof is not on me to find an alternative. I'm skeptical that 87%. That doesn't mean I know how many are vaccinated. Doesn't mean I have to accept your source that 87% are.
Otherwise, I'm happy to see it. And if you don't, that means, as far as we know, that's
no, it doesn't. As far as we know, we don't know anything. We can just infer that it's unlikely.
According to what?
According to the fact that it's so fucking unpopular among truckers.
According to you, these people are mandating that their employees get vaccinated, yeah?
Not the truckers, no.
Why are all the bosses mandating that their employees get vaccinated, but not the truckers? Then how are their employees able to get
because the only reason there was fucking...
How are their employees able to get south of the border and back if they're not vaccinated? They have to have paperwork to do that.
Which employees?
The same employees that are driving back and forth across the border. They have to have proof of vaccines to come back. So if the companies were lying, why would they lie but then send people south of the border with no ability to get back? Then why would they be waiting to get back across the border?
Because there's a federal vaccine mandate now.
Okay.
You just defeated your own point. There's a federal vaccine mandate now.
I know there's a federal mandate.
So they can't get across because they don't have the fucking vaccine.
Mandate, why would they send their employees south of the border with no ability to get back? Then, in that case, why would they be lying about how many of them are
because
vaccinated?
They're lying about it to delegitimize the fucking convoy, Quincy.
Oh my God.
That's the only reason they're saying that shit.
They're lying and they're sending people south of the border that can't get back.
The CTA is lying to delegitimize the fucking freedom convoy.
And why would they send people south of the border with no ability to return? If they're lying
Which
about
people?
How many of their employees are vaccinated?
Which people?
Same employees, the same people that are stuck waiting to get back. Who do you think they work for? They work for trucking companies.
Yeah.
That have business south of the border.
Yeah.
It would be in their best interest to have their employees vaccinated so they can get back across the border.
Yes, it
So
would.
why would they lie?
But their employees are not vaccinated.
If they weren't vaccinated, why are they south of the border? Why would they send
Why
them
can't
south
they
of the
get
border?
back?
Why would they send them to the United States and they can't come back if they need to bring parcels back in their trucks?
They can't come back because they're not vaccinated.
They can't come back because they're stuck at the Coots border crossing because there are other owner-operators blocking them from coming back.
And also because they're not vaccinated.
No, they can come back, dude. That's why they were there in the first place. Why would you go south of the border knowing you can't come back if you knew since last year that there was a mandate coming into effect?
So those people were probably forced by their employers to get it then.
So which then raises the question, why would they lie about how many employees are vaccinated, knowing that the people that they have working for them need to be vaccinated?
Because 87% is way more than the 80s.
Employees have to be vaccinated.
Because 87% is... Because 80s, by your own statistics, 80% are not.
Okay, let's talk about material interests. If this company's material interests depend on people being able to cross the border freely, why would you lie about how many of your employees can cross the border freely? Knowing that
because Quincy, they claimed that 87. Quincy, shut the fuck up for a second. They claimed 87%. Only 80% work for them. Not even, because that's just the CTA. We don't even know how many the CTA employs as a proportion. And they went and said 87% of all truckers are vaccinated. Where the fuck did they get that from? They only employ a fucking way smaller percentage of the total workforce. That's the fucking point, Quincy.
Okay. Who belongs to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
Not all of them. Not every company belongs to the Canadian Trucking Alliance.
Who is eligible for membership in the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
All employers are eligible.
And
operators.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they've joined it. That doesn't mean they've joined it.
Do you think that 0% of owner-operators belong to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
No. I think not all truckers are in that fucking alliance.
Sure, I didn't say that they were.
Okay, so what right does that alliance have to say that 80% of all 87% of all truckers are vaccinated? Where did they get that from?
Probably from their member statistics.
But their members' statistics are not representative of all truckers.
But knowing that the companies that own fleets have to be part of it, and knowing that a significant portion of owner, yeah,
all companies that own fleets have to be part of the Canadian Trucker Alliance.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance is composed of those companies.
All of them, even the small ones.
The small ones, like what, the owner-operators, or like the ones that have...
You're wrong, Q. Not every trucking company belongs to the CTA. Not every fucking trucking company belongs to the CTA.
Alright. Okay.
Not every single one.
The vast majority of companies in Canada that operate belong to the Canadian Trucking
Where are you getting that information?
I know this because I know truckers, dude. Come on.
The truckers gave you the statistics? Then tell me the statistics.
Do the truckers that I know belong to the Canadian Trucking Alliance?
Where did you get this data?
What data?
I have a guy in my chat saying the CTA doesn't do shit except you send you a fucking magazine in the mail. That's all they do.
Sure, but I'm not talking about what they do, whether they're effective.
How do you know the majority are in the CTA? Why did you say all fleets have to be in the CTA?
I'm not talking about whether they're an effective agency.
First you said, hold on, Quincy. First you said all of them have to be in the CTA. Then you said most of them are in the CTA. Where are you getting this information from, and how can I know it's trustworthy?
Okay, what I'm trying to explain to you is that the Trucking Alliance is composed of these. Okay, just like if for example, if you're a dentist, right? You're part of the Canadian Dental Association by virtue of the fact that you generally are a dentist, and the CDA is composed of dentists. That's what I'm trying to say. The CTA is composed of these.
Yeah, it's composed of a fraction of truckers.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not a compulsory thing for, like, it's not like the CTA is a separate entity that in order to be a trucker you have to be a part of it. What I'm saying is
that's what you said before.
What I'm saying is
you said all fleets have to be a part of it.
I'm saying by virtue of the fact that they are mass employers, they are part of the CTA because the CTA represents these mass employers.
Not all of them.
I mean, sure, the vast majority of them.
So the CTA is in no position to claim that 87% of truckers are vaccinated just because of the constituent companies within the CTA, because those do not encompass 100% of truckers. They're saying 87% of 100% of truckers are vaccinated.
Sure.
He's just a conceder. That's all you do is concede. You waste my time and then concede. Why did you waste my time then if you're just going to concede?
Okay, so
why waste my time?
Okay. Do you know who the CTA is? Like, who are actually the CTA? Like, what?
Establishment, shills of the establishment, the monopolists, and the government.
The CTA is a conglomeration of the various provincial trucking associations, which are themselves composed of those owner organizations. They're advocating for themselves.
No, they're not.
It's a trucking lobby.
Listen, if it's, it represents the monopolists.
It represents the companies that own truck fleets.
Okay, so this is actually the data. Hold on, this is the real data. This is the real data. We got the actual data. We breaking news. We just got the data. Breaking news.
It is
120. Okay, only about a third of truckers in Canada are in the CTA. The CTA estimates that 85% of its members were vaccinated. But the CTA also encompasses owner-operators and not just the people traveling south of the border through these company organizations. So your argument is nil. Your argument is nil. Nil. Why would they lie is because they're trying to delegitimize the fucking protest.
Why would they lie?
To delegitimize the protest. That's why. And your point about sending them south of the border means nothing. Because the CTA is not sending everyone south of the border. It's as simple as that.
Talking louder than me doesn't actually mean that you're saying shit. You didn't even know what the CTA was until I just...
No, it didn't. I'm the one who told you about the CTA, dumbass. I'm the one who fucking brought it up to you.
Okay. When did you bring it up?
In the very beginning of this shit, when I said the CTA, which is an employer's organization. Why don't you fucking just roll back the VOD, Quincy?
Listen, dude. I'm trying to explain to you. You didn't know
Yeah,
what
and we
the
literally talked
CTA
about it
was.
before you even
I
joined the
just
stream.
now
There's
explained.
video
I just
evidence. Before you even joined the stream, we were talking about it too.
you said that they were the bosses or the elites or whatever the fuck you just
Yeah,
said. I'm saying the CTA is a conglomeration of various provincial trucking associations, and who
they're a
knows they
monopoly
are
organization tied to the government. You want to know where I got
what?
that? From your
All
source,
right,
Quincy. Let's go
sure.
and let's look it through it. Let's go look
All
through
right.
your source,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Quincy,
whoa, whoa, whoa!
which you
What?
tweeted
Okay,
at
okay.
me. Quincy, I'll read it right to you, right?
Sure.
Here's
Go ahead,
what
read it.
your source says. The
All right.
trucker convoy is not a workers' revolt. And this is literally ad verbatim what it said. On the other hand, as the business representative for the industry that is most engaged with the federal government, and by the way, that means it's a monopoly or association, it understandably wants to maintain its access to those with influence and power. That is why it distanced itself
You're
from the
describing
fucking protests.
You're describing a lobby, which is what I said they were.
It's a monopoly association of the business owners, the bosses,
What
and
do
the
you think
owners.
a lobby is?
Okay, but you seem to have taken a you literally contested it when I fucking told you that.
Dude. Okay, what I was trying to
Look
say
how
to you
he
is
backtracks and concedes
you
when I
asked
show him
me
his
how
own
they could
source.
know. You
When I
asked me how
show
they
him
could
his
know
own
that
source,
you asked me how they could know that 87% of people are vaccinated. I said, okay, well, in all
that's not
likelihood,
what
they
they
have.
said. You lied about what they even said. They said
What do you mean?
85% of its members they estimate are
Sure.
vaccinated.
Okay.
So you didn't even know what they were talking about. 85% of its members they estimate were vaccinated.
Okay.
Okay? How did it come to that estimation?
What is where's I'm not really seeing the daylight here.
How did it come to that estimation? Because 85%, that's less than 40% of the total workforce.
What?
Yes, because only a third of drivers are part of the CTA. So
Okay.
85% of that is
Yeah.
less than 40%.
Okay. Sure.
So even according to the CTA's high estimates,
Right.
it's only a minority of the fucking
87%
truckers.
of its members are vaccinated. Sure.
If we believe them.
Again.
We don't even know where they got that from.
Again. Why would they lie?
Because
Knowing
there could
that-
be a lot of owner-operators within the CTA who are
Sure.
not vaccinated, and they say they're vaccinated anyway to delegitimize the protests. Not
Yeah,
all
how
of
many
them
of
are
them-
employees.
Hey,
Not all of
quick
them are
question.
employees of the fucking companies.
Quick question. How many of the Canadian truck companies, right? Like, out of all trucks on the road, what percentage of them are doing cross-border business, like going across the border and back?
I have no idea.
Would you like to know?
Go ahead, spit it out.
About a third.
A third.
Yeah.
A third of all Canada's trucking companies, or just the CTA?
No, whoa. There's about three. No, that's not what I said. There's about 330-ish thousand truckers on the road at any point.
Yeah.
Roughly, right? So about 120,000 go across the border and back.
Okay, all
Right.
truckers then.
Pardon me?
All truckers go across the border and back. That's a
No,
third
no,
of all truckers.
No, because there's truckers that travel interprovincially and there's truckers that travel internationally.
1/3 of all truckers travel internationally.
Sure, yeah. So I said
Okay.
roughly 1/3 are traveling internationally, and the remainder are interprovincially at any point, right?
Okay.
So knowing that to go back and forth across the border, you have to be vaccinated, and you knew that the mandates were coming down the pike since last year, why would they lie about that?
Because 85% of CTA's members are not going south of the border.
Okay. According to what?
Only a third of truckers are in the CTA. A third of truckers in total go south of the border. We can probably imagine that the CTA does not have 85% of people. Why would the CTA disproportionately have so many people who go south to the border compared to the total trucking population? That seems like a lucky coincidence, if that was the case.
I'm not following you.
Why would we have any reason to assume that the proportion of people within the CTA, who are 1/3 of all truckers, is disproportionately more going down the border, like to the point where it's 85% as opposed to the 1/3 of the total truckers you mentioned.
I'm still not following you.
Okay, 1/3 of truckers are in the CTA, yeah?
Sure.
Okay. Of those in the CTA, why would we assume 85% go south of the border when it comes to the total amount of truckers in general, only a
I
third?
didn't say 85% go south of the border.
Okay, well, that's what we were arguing about.
Why were we arguing? That's not what I said, though.
So when you're saying why would they lie about the 85%? Because
Whoa,
85% are not going south of the
I
border.
said in the first place was, why would they lie about the estimate knowing that they have to have drivers going back and forth
Because that
across the border?
material interest would only
Do you
account
think that there
for
are truckers that only
that
travel
material interest,
recreationally and they do
Quincy, it's
nothing else
very
besides
simple.
that?
Quincy, it's very simple
Alright,
math. That material interest would only account for them reporting that 40%, let's say, are vaccinated, the ones who they send south of the border. But after that, they do have an incentive to lie.
that still doesn't make any sense to me.
Quincy,
They know that
Quincy,
they know their members
are
are
85% of the
so
CTA's members
the only way that
going
what you're
south of the
saying
border?
makes sense is if they're willing to trap people south of the border to prove. I'm not exactly sure at what point.
Listen, are 85% of the CTA's members going south of the fucking border?
Roughly a third of all trucks are going south of the border. As to what the CTA's members do, I don't know. And
would you think that it would be reasonable to infer that 85% or something around that drastically disproportionate amount compared to the total amount of truckers is going down the border, or should we assume that there's probably not a disproportionate amount that goes south of the border?
I would assume that at any point in one's employment, one may find themselves going south of the border on a long haul.
But you just told me that only 1/3 goes south of the border.
I said that out of the 300,000, about 120,000 at any point are going back and forth across the border, are doing international freight, like doing international long hauls. Not everybody's traveling the exact same route at all times.
Okay, well, you need to specify what you're trying to say. So how many actually do end up going south of the border?
Okay. Have you noticed that like everything that in this conversation that we're sort of filtering out and splitting hairs on is stuff that I gave you? Like now we're splitting hairs as to how many of them are actually traveling south of the border, but you had no idea that what percentage of them were going south of the border until I just
Quincy, you have people sending you shit, and you just said you have people sending you DMs.
What? Dude, I'm talking to you myself.
Because you have people sending you shit. Dude, I'm not even looking at my Discord. I'm not even looking at my DMs or my Discord. Because I'm a man, Quincy. I don't need it. I don't need people to back me up, Quincy.
My hand over my face, bro.
What?
Who could possibly be sending me information, and what could I be looking at?
But you're the one who said I'm always getting Twitter DMs about this shit and information linked to me. That's what you said earlier in the conversation.
I said what?
Yeah, you said you were getting this shit linked to you in Twitter DMs. You literally said that.
When did I say that? I didn't say
earlier in the conversation. You forgot? Chat, anyone remember that?
Like information linked to me about this convoy and about truckers and the industry and so on?
Yeah.
No.
So you're lying now. Does anyone remember him saying that? Yeah, people remember. It's not just me. You did say that.
I would like to see it because that's not. I've never said that people.
Someone find the clip so we could show it to him.
In my DMs about like what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Like literally in this
conversation. And the only, by the way, Quincy, to be clear with you, Quincy, the only shit. Quincy, the only shit you've actually given me
that's doing nothing but looking at this.
The only thing you actually did give me, Quincy, was something that was behind a $500 paywall. You didn't give me anything else.
Okay. What are you talking? I gave you the information about the Ontario vaccine Ontario vaccine,
which actually didn't support your point.
Oh my god, the Ontario vaccine rollout happened in late May, and prior to that, it was special cases.
Prior to that, over 50% of people above the age of 18
the vaccine because you had to live in a hot zone,
which is the majority of the population of Ontario.
Okay, so
so it's a moot point that did not help you in your favor at all. So you didn't give me shit, Quincy.
You're saying it's a moot point because you're sitting here looking at some stats. I'm not sure what you're looking at, saying, "Well, no, that's not true." I'm like. Yeah, it was. This
No,
is
I
when
was
it became
showing it
broadly
on
available in
stream
the
and I linked
province.
it in the Discord, which showed there
Okay.
was no statistically significant
All right.
increase in vaccinations
Sure. All
after
right.
the so-called rollout in May, which
Uh,
actually means something about the claims you're making about the vaccines. And keep in mind, originally what you fucking said before backtracking a bunch was like, oh, the vaccines only became
backtracking. What did I
available in
backtrack on?
Canada. Because you said they were only available in
Right.
Canada in
Okay,
April of
hold up,
2021.
hold up. Actually, I found the actual timeline here. Okay. So, December 2020 till March 2021, congregate living for seniors, healthcare workers, adults and First Nations, adult chronic home care recipients, adults age 80 or older, until March 2021. April till June, adults age
So you were
55 and
wrong. You
older.
were wrong.
Hey, did I not say at the very beginning? I said I remember it was around April, and then I looked at
No,
that
you
thing and I
said
said, "Oh yeah,
April. You
maybe it
didn't
was
say
around May."
around April. You said
At the very
April.
beginning, I said it was April. I do remember that,
You
right?
said April, yeah.
April 2021 to June 2021, adults age 55 or older, higher risk congregate settings, individuals with certain health conditions, people who live in hotspot communities, those who cannot work from home. Didn't
Yeah.
happen until April. Until March of
So you
2021, it was people
backtracked.
who qualified under those.
You
No, would
backtracked.
you like to? I said at the very beginning, April, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty
You were
sure I
wrong.
did. Hey,
You were
I'm
wrong.
looking. Whoa. Hey, would you like to see the Ontario vaccination rollout plan? Because it is sitting right here in front
It
of you.
wasn't
I can.
April.
It is April, and I will drop it in
It was not
your fact
April.
check
And
box.
that's just
Hey,
Ontario,
no,
not all of Canada.
go have a look at this. Go have a look at this. It's right there.
That's just
It's
Ontario, not all
manufacturer.
of Canada, and it wasn't
Oh
April.
my god! All right. So you, so was I correct or was I not? Like I said, April, didn't I? It was in April. All
This
right.
includes
Yeah.
individuals, certain health constituents, certain essential caregivers.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. But
Oh,
your
the exact
standard,
people that I
hold on.
specified.
Quick Q, you spent like 15 minutes arguing it had to be May because only after May was it 18
I
plus and
said,
universal.
okay, say at the
Yes,
very
you
beginning it was
did.
April.
You spent
Say
like
at the very beginning
15
it was
minutes
April.
arguing it had to be May because
Then
only
I
in
said I
May
forgot it was
was
people in
anyone
hotspots.
above
Hey, when did
18
people in
plus eligible. You fucking
okay,
backtracking liar.
whether
You're a
you were
fucking
talking about,
backtracking
dude, you were
liar.
talking about
You literally
December.
lied.
You were saying December. We know it wasn't December. It
Yeah, it
wasn't
was.
January or
Yes,
February
it was December.
that people were like broadly eligible to get
I didn't
vaccines.
say
No,
broadly
it wasn't until
eligible.
April.
I did not say
Okay,
broadly eligible. I said the vaccine
sure.
came out in
You were talking
December.
okay, but you
So
were
that's when
talking
they
about
released it.
you were talking about mandates, and I was talking about federal mandates, and I said the federal mandates didn't begin until after people were broadly
And I
able to
said
get
private
vaccinated.
mandates began in 2021.
Sure, and I said the only mandates that existed was in the healthcare
And I
industry.
said in
It wasn't
2021 there was
from
private
all right,
mandates afterwards, after they
sure.
started rolling it out. That's the
Yeah.
argument I made.
There was no mandates until it became broadly available, and that wasn't. And the first vaccine dose was available in April.
No, it wasn't.
People weren't able to get this. It says right there in what I
Q,
sent you, bro.
Q, Q. But
The
you made
second
the
dose
argument.
was the
You spent
second
20
dose.
minutes
The
arguing
second dose
that it
wasn't
had to have
available at
been
first
May.
until 90
You,
days
Q,
afterwards,
you,
and then it was rolled back to
You
60.
made
Then
a
it was
fuck
30
ton of
days.
you spent 15
Oh
minutes
boy.
arguing that it had to have been May,
Okay.
specifically because
It
that's
was
when it became universally eligible to
all
people
right.
18 and up in Ontario. So now
Sure.
you're
All right.
backtracking and saying April because the hotspot
I
communities,
said
those who
it
cannot
wasn't
work from home,
available to
certain
anybody
essential
outside
caregivers.
of that vulnerable group until April, and it didn't become broadly available until May.
But it was broadly available in April by
It wasn't
the
broadly
standard of
available in April because you had to live in one of the hotspots. If
which
you
is the
lived outside of those,
majority of
if
people.
you lived out,
Which
no,
is
it
the
wasn't the
majority of
majority. If you
people.
lived outside of those postal codes, you couldn't get it.
But the majority of
The
people were
majority of people
covered
didn't
by
live in those
April.
hotspots. The majority of people
The
comprised people who lived in the hotspots and all of
Here's the
those
thing.
other groups that I
And here's
mentioned.
the thing, Q. Here's the
All
other
right.
thing, too. Even though this does encompass a broad majority, we don't even know what the time. This is April to June. So when
Sure.
did they? Was this beginning in April that all of these were encompassed? Or did they start giving it to hotspots in May? Or did they start
They
giving
began
essential
giving it to people in
caregivers?
hotspots in April, and then in May it was extended to everybody.
Okay. But
Yeah.
only in July 20. Hold on.
It was generally like that
Wait, but
around the
that's
rest
not
of
what this
Canada.
says.
Yeah.
It says in July is when all remaining eligible Ontarians were had it available to them.
Because they extended it to okay, this is what the plan phases were. Was that in July everybody else was eligible, was
Eh.
going to be able to get the vaccine, but it became extended to everybody in May of
So
2021.
what? This is not a correct summary of the events that actually
That was
happened?
the original plan. That was the original
So this
plan.
isn't actually what happened then.
That is the original plan as
Okay,
of
so this isn't what
December
happened.
2020.
So this isn't what
That's
happened.
okay. Would you like to find out when people were eligible to get the vaccine?
In May.
If
We
you lived
already
in a
know it
hotspot?
was in May.
No, if you lived in a hotspot. It was April.
Okay, we don't know though.
Of course we know.
No, we
Jesus.
don't.
Okay.
We don't know if this
What
encompasses
else do you
everyone.
what else do you need? What else do you need? Like what else do you want, bro?
Hugh, I want to get back to the original point that we were talking about, which
All right.
was, why should we trust that your argument that 85% of people are vaccinated, because why would they send people down south of the border without getting vaccinated? Are 85% of people going south of the border in the
Okay.
year, in the relevant time in which those statistics were gathered?
What I was trying to say to you was, why would the CTA lie, knowing that about a third of truckers at any point are going south of the border? So what the estimate was that um, around 87% of truckers are estimated to be vaccinated,
Yeah.
right?
But
So my
only a
question is,
third go down south of the border.
only a third at any time are going south of the border.
Okay, so you shift the
routes
goalposts.
aren't
That's
always
fine.
your routes aren't always the same.
Okay, but we have to know how many do go down south of the border, because why is there any resistance to vaccine mandates at all if majority of truckers are going south of the border? Because even before the mandates,
Why is there resistance to vaccine mandates at all? Period. When almost 90%
Quincy,
of Canadians
but
are
they had a
vaccinated
vaccine mandate
for the very
before.
same reason that the 10% of Canadians who are not
I don't give a
vaccinated
shit
and
about your
a
lib
significant
shit
portion of those who are
bullshit.
vaccinated oppose vaccine mandates. Do you get it? Like,
Quincy, no, I'm not. I don't care about your lib shit explanation of how
it's not a
everyone's
matter of a lip shit
ignorant,
explanation.
not
It's
you.
just simply what exists.
Quincy,
What's up? What's up?
why are they only talking about vaccine mandates now when they supposedly had to get the vaccine before the 15th?
What?
Everyone
Why
had
are
to,
they what?
majority, I don't know how many go down south of the border at any time,
Yeah.
but at any given time, it's a third apparently. So
Yeah.
how many are regularly going down south of the border in a given year, for example? Maybe it's the majority. If it's the majority, then the majority already have to get vaccines before there's any mandate. Right?
Sure.
So how are these truckers so far been able to not get the vaccine? Are all the people at the Freedom
Ones that were at the
Convoy the
protest?
ones that so happen to not cross the border ever?
The ones who were okay. So the ones who were not at the protest, or sorry, the ones who are at the protest.
Yeah.
Why are they protesting?
Are they vaccinated yet?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
Well, they have to be if they're going south of the border.
I assume that there's a mix of people who have and people who haven't been.
But how are they going to resist getting vaccinated when they're already vaccinated?
Interesting. You should ask that because some of them aren't driving trucks.
What do you mean? How many are not driving? It's a fucking convoy, Quincy. Of course they're driving trucks.
As we established,
Yeah,
at the
some of
very
the people
beginning
with their feet on the ground in Ottawa are
as we
not.
established at the beginning of this conversation, some of them are not actually driving trucks.
Are the ones honking their horns and driving in the convoy driving trucks?
If you're an owner operator that doesn't drive your own truck, then sure. Maybe you know how to drive a truck, but maybe you don't necessarily drive your truck. You can hire somebody else to do it for you. So
And how likely do you think that? How probable do you think that is?
Truck for you,
So you know so you so happen to have this skill.
Vaccine mandate in the United States, and if you're going across the border, you have to be vaccinated.
So guys, hold on. This is hold on.
Somebody in your truck to drive,
Quincy's brilliant explanation.
Then sure, you can sit around and honk your horn.
Quincy, you have a beautiful explanation. So this is Quincy's brilliant explanation. So the truckers were sitting on their ass, playing FIFA at home, and they were hiring people to drive their one truck, right? And then when it came time, and they were never getting vaccinated. Then when the vaccine mandates, which wouldn't have even affected them in the first place because they're not even driving the trucks, rolled in, they decided to boot out the person driving their truck that they hired. Get out of my truck! I'm gonna drive this now. And they got on their truck, which they so happen to have the skills. To know how to fucking drive. and then they then they went to the fucking protest. And you would have us believe this, Quincy. You would have us believe this.
Do you think that I think that every single
Flimsy Quincy, Flimsy Quincy?
Did I not say at the beginning of this conversation that working class people are part of this protest? I said that they were.
You're using bitchy language, flimsy Quincy. That's flimsy language, Quincy. Hey, listen. Hey, flimsy Quincy. The problem is your language is too flimsy. Okay, if for you to say how many, are you going to say this is mostly working class, major working class, or are you going to say, well, there's some? It allows you to not have to make any real statement.
Remember we started the conversation when you asked me, is this a working class protest
yes, it is.
or not? I said, no.
Yeah, and you haven't justified why it couldn't be.
I said that the majority of people that are trucking in Canada are company drivers.
Have no choice. They have no choice to protest. They can't protest, or they get fired or deported.
Because if you're taking stuff across the border, you have to be vaccinated to get across the border. You have to be vaccinated.
Quincy.
Yeah, okay.
Quincy.
So we know that the remainder are a subset of people that either do not cross the border or people that are not affected by the mandates because they're not required to be in their trucks to get across the border anyway.
Quincy.
I explained to you where one subset of them may be able to be at the protest and why they're there and why they're not vaccinated.
Quincy.
Because that is a simple subset of people that I mentioned exist in the first place.
What a time waster. What a fucking time waster. He just runs his mouth saying nothing. Quincy. Quincy, the whole fucking point. Quincy, listen to me very carefully, Quincy. This was the fucking point, actually. Right. Those 80% can't protest, or they get deported, or they get fired.
Deported?
Sure. A lot of them are not citizens. You didn't know that?
Okay, sure. You don't get deported for not doing a job. You can just go find another job. You're not going to get deported.
How many are here illegally? We don't know how many are here illegally. Maybe they are facing coercion of some kind. How many are indentured in some? We don't fucking know these things. These are very much vulnerable people. I know
that those people exist, but you can't sit here and say to me that if people don't drive a truck, they're going to get deported. You have to be specific about what you're talking about.
I think that they're desperate and very vulnerable people.
I know they are because
I know they are. Why? So where does this thing? Quincy, where does this thing come from? Where you say the people who can't fucking protest are good?
I know that that's true because the vast majority of labor violations that happen in Canada happen in the trucking industry, and the trucking industry is only about 17% of Canadian labor. Period. So I know that. I know that they are vulnerable.
Yeah. So okay, you didn't have to interrupt me to say that, Quincy. No one gives a fuck. Anyway, the whole point, Quincy,
is that I'm talking about what people go through. And
so when the people who protest, who can protest, that says something about the sentiments of those 80% who don't have a choice. Would they be protesting if they did have a choice? Well, let's look at the people who do have a choice, and they're protesting.
Sure.
A conceder. Quincy conceder.
Hey. So the people that are stuck on the other side of the border, do you know what they've been saying?
They're probably pissed. I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about what workers say? What have they been saying?
You don't think workers can be counter-revolutionary?
What have they been saying?
What did the Menshevik workers say? You don't think workers can be counter-revolutionary?
Okay, so if the people that are actually driving the trucks and working are saying
they're subservient to their ruling class masters. They're subservient to their ruling class masters. Yeah, they're siding with their bosses. They're siding with their corporate masters. Okay. They're grateful. They're grateful for what they've been given, and they're siding with their corporate bosses. They're saying, "Why are these Canadian workers so ungrateful? This is way better than." The alternatives for me. So why are they so ungrateful? That's what they're doing.
Do you know why the owners who are protesting this are protesting? Like, do you know why they're against the mandates? And there are very good reasons to be against the mandates.
Why? Why are the owners who own 65 trucks protesting?
So the owners who are against the mandates because they don't want to give paid time off.
They don't want to what? They
don't want to give paid time off. They don't. The owners, Hey, the owners who are against it do not want to give paid time off to their employees.
Is that why the nurses were against the mandates? Because they don't want to give paid time off? Is there any other reason why human beings would be against mandates besides this dumb shit you're bringing up? Why are nurses against the fucking mandates? Why are New Yorkers against the fucking mandates? People are resisting mandates all over the world. Why is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation against the mandates? What a stupid fucking explanation.
Did you hear me say that there are very good reasons to be against the mandates? You heard me say that, right?
Hold on. But you're saying the reasons why people at the Freedom Convoy...
Why the owners...
Who are the owners? Because owner can mean you just own your own truck and you're in debt, right?
I would have said owner operators, but I didn't say that.
Okay, you're saying the reason the owners is because they don't want to give paid time leave.
The reason the owners who are against the mandates is not because they care in some sort of class consciousness. So let's narrow this down. I didn't say owner operators. I didn't say.
I think I don't agree with that. Because hold on.
You said the owners are for the mandates, and I was like, not all.
Yes,
of them,
they are.
really.
The CTA is. No, the CTA is for the mandates.
There are literally owners down at the protest who are against it. There are people who've literally been on CTV News and said, I'm an owner, I own a fleet, and I'm against it, and this is tyranny, right?
Yeah.
So there are people who
and I'll tell you why. Because those people are the scorned capitalists who aren't part of the monopoly big club.
But they don't.
And they have always sided with
time off.
Listen,
because they're already so used to exploiting employees.
No, it's not because they're greedy. It's not because they're greedy and want. So why was Trump? Why did Trump turn against the ruling class? Because he was a scorned capitalist who was kicked out of the big club of the monopolists and insiders. That's why. It's the same fucking reason these fleet owners are there. It's not because they're too greedy and that they want to exploit their workers more. It's because they are not part of the CTA's monopoly fucking associations that have a relationship with the Canadian government.
They're not glomming onto the process because they feel scorned.
Yes, they are. They're latching onto the protest because they're against the government and the monopolies. That's why.
They're profitable and they make money.
Listen, somebody who's focused on making money is not going to take this huge capital risk of going to these fucking protests. You're just going to try to focus on your bottom line with the circumstances handed to you. Class does not manifest itself politically.
When you have money,
class does not manifest itself politically in the way you're describing. Capitalists are not taking these huge risks to defend their class interests. Capitalists don't take risks to defend their class interests. They let politicians do that for them.
Why do you think a company like Walmart, for example, will burn millions of dollars fielding lawsuits from employees that file against them for labor violations? Why do you think that they would just fight them?
That's not the same as going to a disruptive protest against the government. The fuck?
It comes down to the same thing because it's more profitable to exploit your employees and let.
Why did Oliver Scrooge hoard his wealth on Christmas? What a stupid fucking thing.
We're talking about a fictional character versus what actually happened.
Yeah, because in Walmart it has nothing to. Walmart isn't rebelling against the fucking government.
They're not.
No, they're not. They're filing lawsuits and shit legally.
Yeah. They were filing lawsuits against their employees to stop.
Yeah, legal. All that's through the system. All of that is through the system, and oftentimes, you realize Walmart is in bed. Hold on,
and they fight those laws and spend millions.
Literally, shut the fuck up. Literally, shut the fuck up.
Because they don't want their employees to believe that they have any.
Q, this is why you have 5 viewers. When you talk, it kills channels. Q, why do you think?
Yeah, because I don't talk in spectacle.
Q. No, because you're full of shit and you're a time waster. Q, because it's because you're full of shit. Q, it's because you're full of shit and you're a time waster. Moving on.
Questions that you ask me. And if you want to have a conversation about this, we can go through all the facts. But
listen.
Since the beginning of this conversation, there's nothing that
the beginning of the conversation, and I'm trying to actually get a point here. You're trying to meta-narrativize. Walmart is in bed with the government through lobbying. They're not rebelling against the fucking government.
these people aren't rebelling against the government either. They're rebelling.
Yes, they are. They're fucking honking their shit in Ottawa.
Trudeau government. The moment that
honk. I'm not rebelling. I'm just honking and being public. I'm just getting threatened with jail time. Honk. I'm not rebelling against the government. I'm just causing civil disruptions. Honk. It's not rebellion, guys. I'm totally just doing what Walmart's doing in civil lawsuits through the system. What a fucking stupid thing to say.
Do you think that the owners who are at the protest are rebelling against government or rebelling against?
They literally are. They're literally rebelling against the government right now.
All right.
Honk. Trudeau can't sleep. They can't sleep in Ottawa. Honk. It's not rebellion though. Of course it is.
All right.
You can't sleep. You clearly didn't get any sleep because look how stupid you're sounding.
The only reason I haven't gotten any sleep is because you're keeping me up talking shit in my ear for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah, because you need some honking. Because I think you listen. You don't know how to hear another person. You have some shit in your ears. I think they should honk near your house so you can.
I have a very easy.
You got earwax in your ears. They need to honk the earwax out of your ears. Honk.
Pretty good conversation, did we not?
Look,
the last time that I was here.
Yeah, and then you ran to Twitter and started talking shit about me in public.
When did I do that? After we had
when did I do that? Multiple times. Multiple times.
After we had our conversation last time, I said, "Oh yeah, he's a pretty intelligent guy."
Yeah.
I don't have anything.
No, you didn't. You never said that once publicly on Twitter. Actually,
I sure did.
No, you didn't.
Sure did.
No, you didn't. I
said that both publicly and privately.
Your friends, Quincy, are the biggest lying scumbags.
What is my friends?
Your friends always come after me, and when I defend myself, you come after me like I'm the aggressor. Your friends come after me, I defend myself, and you attack me like I'm the aggressor.
You've gone after people that I know 2 times. We've had exchanges on Twitter 2 times. Literally 2 times. Like,
oh yeah?
Since ever.
No, we haven't. You talked shit about me in January.
When have we had exchanges, Haas?
I didn't reply to you because I didn't give a fuck. But you did talk shit about me.
When have we had exchanges? Like, when have we actually had exchanges between the 2 of us?
You told Samira, oh, why are you endorsing Haas? All that fucking bullshit.
When did I say that? Whoa.
I literally saw it.
Okay, hold on. Let me go like what did I say to Samira? When did we actually, like, have a conversation?
She endorsed me and you took issue with it. Then...
I did?
Yeah. Then you had this thing where you were quote tweeting one of my fucking posts in January saying, I don't even remember what you said, but it was negative. It was bad. Trying to like get people to gang up on me through your fucking followers, join in on me with the mob. You're not a fucking man, Quincy. You just join with the mob. You attack your own friends. Quincy, you attack your own friends on Twitter and you join with the mob. You don't have your own backbone. You don't have a backbone. You're not a man, Quincy.
Dude, what did I actually say?
What did you actually say? You talk shit.
What did I say?
Talk shit.
What did I say?
You said, no, this is bad. Some shit like that.
When?
A bunch of times. When Samira endorsed me, you took issue with it. When back in January, I posted a picture of something. You quote tweeted me, try to ratio me with your followers to gang up on me. You join with your little echo chamber, circle jerk, fucking bullshit Twitter crowd. I wipe my ass with all those fucking people. I destroy them every single day.
Hold up. Okay, the last time. Oh, here we go. Okay, she said, I'm now in Frost's #1 fan. All right. I said, Astagfirullah. She said, no. I said, you need to log off and pray. I was making fun with Samira.
Oh yeah, but
nothing to do with you.
That wasn't. It had nothing to do. She said I'm endorsing Haas, and then you say, "Oh, that's God for." You literally said God forbid. You literally said God forbid.
But I clown Samira all the time.
You literally said God forbid. Okay. In my language, you said God forbid.
That's also my language, dude. But I said okay. So I said Astagfirullah, and
how is it your language?
No. I said log off and pray.
Okay, how is it your language?
Why would you think that?
How is it your language?
Why would I use a word like that, Haas?
I don't know. Don't tell me you're a Muslim, because you're going to hell for that. Don't tell me you're a Muslim attacking a fellow Muslim on Twitter in defense of who?
I'm not attacking you.
Oh, really? Yeah,
making
don't tell
fun of
me you're a Muslim,
Samira. Jesus
Quincy.
Christ!
Don't
I
tell me
can't
you're a
joke with my
Quincy. All the
friends.
shit you talk about me on Twitter,
I
attacking
make
another
fun of
Muslim like that.
dude. I'm not attacking anybody. I joke
Yeah.
with Samira all the time. Samira says wild stuff on Twitter.
Quincy.
I said, whoa,
Muslims.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey,
Samira
Quincy.
says wild stuff
Hey,
on Twitter.
Quincy. Muslims
What's
don't
up?
side with white leftists against other Muslims.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
I was talking to Samira.
Name one time I badmouth another Muslim defending a white leftist. One time. Even if I disagree with them. Even if they're a jihadi, they're Salafist, I'll handle it in private. I never denounce them in public. Ever. How can you... You call yourself a Muslim, you attack other Muslims on Twitter?
The time before that, what did I say to Samira? WYD. What have I said to her
Forget
before
about
that?
Samira. Before that, you talk shit on me.
I said, she said
talked shit on
winter
me
is better
before.
than, she said winter better than summer. I said, this is the real red, brown,
That's
white.
I got I don't
The
care.
time before that.
In January, you talk shit to me.
What kind of communist are you?
You directly quote tweeted me in January talking shit to me.
When?
In January.
When did we have our conversation?
We didn't have our conversation. In January this year, you quote tweeted me saying some shit and ratioed me with your fucking followers.
Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
You said some shit like, "Oh, you're embarrassing yourself," some shit like that. You know what you're fucking saying? You're giving me negative PR. Yeah, throwing your negative attention on me with your 80,000 followers.
Hey, yo, you posted a selfie and I was like, "Hey, why would you do this?
Why don't you DM me that?"
I'm fucking
because you're using the Twitter mob against me.
How many times do people that I don't have a problem with have I like quote tweeted or said something to them and it's
all right. You want to read the replies to your tweet? Let's read the replies to that tweet.
What?
Let's read the replies to that tweet. What kind of attention were you giving me? With that tweet?
Okay.
When you quote tweeted me in a friendly banter way.
No, because
you're a fucking snake. You're a snake. You're a snake.
I posted... Okay, dude, do you think I was following up with Samira after she said no? Right? I said log off and pray. Then I was done. I was done for the day. That was it. Right? Like...
I'm talking about January when you threw negative energy on me. Because you're joining with the mob.
Dude, how many times...
You join with the mob. All you do is join with the mob.
Do I quote tweet people that I don't have any problem with and say something funny and then disappear? How many times do people that don't have a problem with me quote tweet me,
your people, Quincy, your followers and your people came after me. Right. They weren't joking, by the way. You didn't know that? Check your fucking replies. Check your replies to that tweet.
I posted. I said, "What are you doing?" And then I disappeared.
Quincy, I argued with you today about Quincy. I argued with you today. Quincy, I argued with you today.
Is this why we're having this conversation?
Hey, Quincy. Hey, Quincy, I argued with you today. Today.
You're still sore because I quote tweeted a selfie that you took?
Quincy, I argued with you today.
People count on my shit all the time.
Quincy, I argued with you today about theory, and you attacked me personally.
Attacked you personally?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, yeah, you did.
When?
You attacked me personally.
Today?
Yeah, today.
When?
Let's see what you said. Let's see what you said.
We went back and forth about the
being disrespectful, talking all this shit on me. And I challenged you, by the way, I even challenged you to a debate, what you're doing right now.
Right.
Instead of all that bullshit. But what did you decide to do instead? You decided to insult and disrespect me. You decided to insult and disrespect me.
What I said, there's no calculus by which you're going to think that you're going to be wrong in this conversation, right? And that's pretty much what happened.
And then hours later, you decided to still argue with me.
Hold up. Oh, no, because now, like, all of that stuff aside, this is where I take exception. We went back and forth, right? Did I, like, say anything about you being a bad person? Did I say that you were... You
disrespected me in public. You disrespected me.
I had a difference of agreement with you as to whether this
protest has a work. Why did you say I have other things to do besides use you as a footstool shortstop?
Yeah, because you called me illiterate by then. Like
really?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay.
Before that point, you would call me illiterate. So I was like, okay, all right. If he's gonna start like clowning on me, I'm gonna clown back on him.
At what point? Let's see the point in which I call you illiterate.
But to be perfectly clear,
let's see the point in which I called you illiterate.
But to be perfectly clear, I didn't care about it. Like I didn't care. I'm like, all right,
yeah,
he's gonna roast.
Yeah, but you just joined with the Twitter mob to attack me because you hide behind your Twitter mob.
No, because
your echo chamber. You hide behind your echo chamber.
One of my friends, I took exception to it, and I was like, no.
Who's your friend? Who's your friend?
Because X, Y, and Z reason.
Who's your friend?
So, what's that?
Who's your friend?
Well, you're going after a couple of them. Hang on a second. Let me scroll all the way back and figure this one out, where this one started. You had quote tweeted Sam Jamis.
Oh, okay. And who else?
And Yara. You'd quote
Wow,
tweeted them both.
Quincy, I'm noticing a pattern.
So,
Do you think these women notice you or care about you?
notice me or care about?
You attack a Muslim brother.
I'm cool.
You attack a Muslim brother
Hey, yo,
to get these girls to like you. Haram alaikum. Haram alaikum. Tfuy alaikum. Tfuy alaikum. You attack a Muslim brother in defense of trying to get the attention of these girls.
Get attention, dude. I've already known Yara from time. Like,
Yeah, but you want to know her in other ways too, I bet. And you attack a Muslim brother to do that, to impress her, right?
So what do you see about attacking a Muslim sister? She's Muslim. Why are you attacking
her?
Oh,
I attacked a Muslim sister?
Yeah.
Really?
Muslim.
Yara came at me first before anything. All I did was defend myself against her. She's called me all these names, talked all this shit on me.
All I saw was the last exchange, and this is why we had our first exchange. So you and our Muslim sister had a disagreement, right? I took her side on something. I said, okay, well, this is what Lenin said, and this is what led to our back and forth exchange today. But you know the funny thing about that is,
and instead of having a back and forth, we could have settled it on stream.
Okay, well,
and we could have settled it respectfully, by the way, Q. But you decided to go down the path of disrespect.
Are we not settling it right? Are we not settling it right now? Are we not?
You decided to go down the path of disrespect, which is what I give you.
Huz. But you disrespected our Muslim sister first.
Oh, well, how did I disrespect her?
You had a quote tweet of her. Hold on a second. Let me
saying
go back
what?
And find this one. All right.
Saying what?
Hold on. Let me go back and find it.
After she called me what, a white supremacist? But how did I even disrespect her? Let's see. Is this disrespect? Here's the exact quote tweet. This is a case of someone who confuses ideologies with material reality. The working class is not defined by being ideologically correct. Most spontaneous working class uprisings have a rightist ideological orientation. For that, blame yourself. Is that disrespect?
Yes. Why would she have to blame herself?
Because she represents the type of thinking and mentality of leftists who are driving away the working class from ever supporting communists instead of the right-wingers that they're supporting.
All right.
How is that disrespect?
Okay, so
tell me why Muslims like Yara and yourself sell out. Why do you sell out Muslims to impress white leftists?
Okay, so you said that she ought to blame herself because of her mode of thinking driving away the working class.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I responded to you, what did I say?
You brought it to a point where you decided to disrespect me.
No, but what did I actually say? What did I actually
say? You didn't disrespect me yet.
Okay. What I said was, what did Lenin say about spontaneity and tailism? What I said was,
which was besides the point, right? Because I
said that Lenin was not a fan of spontaneity and tailism. Did I not?
No, Lenin was not a fan of replacing spontaneity, the excuse of spontaneity, with organizing.
Regardless, but that's what my tweet was.
Yeah. Which I argued and contested.
So where's the disrespect?
It came after. After I defeated you on the question of who was...
After you used the word illiterate, I was like, all right, so if he's going to do that, then I'm going to roast him back. Yeah?
I literally accused you of not... I accused you of not reading enough Lenin. You attacked me for some personal reason.
You said illiterate. That's not disrespectful to you?
I said your claims evinced illiteracy.
Sure.
So no, it's not disrespectful.
Whoa. What did you actually say? Hang on a second. There you go. For that, blame yourself. So on and so on. And I said the working class is defined by the sale of one's labor in exchange for money. And when you challenge me to be on this topic.
And then the disrespect actually began
Oh.
when I tried to actually patiently explain to you my position. Instead of engaging, you go, atop a what? Completely bypassing the point. I still didn't disrespect you at that point, but I did
Yep, I got
question
that.
why you posture
There we go. You
ignorance.
first you built the theory, then you posture ignorance as if it's justified, so on and so on. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then I
And you
said they are
said,
by the nature of
can you
wanting truck
please
and having
read? And you
ego district
accused me of
license
not
surplus
reading.
inventory.
Hold on. You accused
But
me of being
okay,
illiterate first.
hold up, and then you said
You accused me of being illiterate first, by the
you're
way.
totally clueless about the class in the 21st century. To which I said, "What is a small peasant in relation to Lenin's theory of vanguardism?" You said, "Oh, okay, there you go. This is illiteracy, right?"
Yeah. Because
Okay.
Q, you accused me of illiteracy
Yeah.
first when you
When did I
said, when you said,
whoa. When
when
did
you
I say
said,
anything about you being illiterate? Okay, in the
I
one that you
said this
responded to,
argument is illiteracy.
I said,
What you
the
said
sec
though
I
was that,
said they
oh,
didn't exist
you
until the
claimed
normative
I never read
well,
Marx and I never read
no,
theory. That shit.
dude, I
Yeah.
when did I say that?
In your first tweet.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you've never read Marx. What are you
This is
talking
a
about?
difference between communism as an aesthetic and communism as a practice. Having to
Yeah.
actually read first and be disciplined and having to read first, I've probably read Marxism before you. What do you mean read first? You assumed that my background came from a position of ignorance. I proved to you it wasn't.
I didn't say your
And
background.
you
I've
decided
said
to
how many
feign
times
ignorance and
I
posture as an
okay.
ignorant person as if that
Okay.
makes you look good.
Okay. So when you said to her that most spontaneous working class uprisings have a right ideological orientation, and for that blame yourself, I said it's defined by the sale of one's labor in exchange for money. So why would yada yada yada? Difference between communism as an aesthetic and communism as a practice, having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you're
Okay.
accusing me
So
of not
so no,
having
I
read.
said I no. There's
So
two
all I
elements to
did was
this.
accuse you of the same
Two
thing, of
elements
not
to this.
having read.
Two elements. One, reading. Two, discipline. Yeah. I notice you
Okay.
don't take exception. You took exception to the reading one, like I said that you don't read, and I've said to you before. I think that you're a very bright person, and I know you read. Okay. The second part is what's important. Having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public.
Yeah, but
I think that when you would
if you infer or
I think
allude,
that when you
if
go
you
after somebody
allude
like
to me
Yara,
having not read and
yeah.
accuse your interpretation of Lenin
I
as
didn't say that you
illiteracy,
didn't read, Haas. I said again,
Quincy,
read
the
first.
fundamental
I
point
said read
is, Quincy, the point is,
because okay,
when I
listen,
said this
the
is
fact that you
illiteracy,
the fact that you took
that
it
does
that way
not
has nothing to do with
justify
what I
your
actually said.
attacks.
No, the fact that you took it that way has nothing to do with what I said. I said having to actually read first and be disciplined in one's approach when representing the ideology in public. Meaning, why are you going back and forth with Yara like that? Is my question.
Because
Why?
people like Yara have sold out Islam for the white leftist,
Okay, no,
like
she
you
hasn't.
have.
No, she. What? No,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
You
sure.
attack other
All right.
Muslims for the white leftist.
I haven't attacked you.
Yes, you
You
do.
said this event
Why
is
do you pander to the
illiteracy.
why do you covet the favor of the white
You
leftist?
said this is
Why do you
illiteracy. I'm
covet
like,
the favor
all
of the
right.
white
You said, all
leftist?
right. If it's on, then it's on. Do I
Okay.
attack you?
What is the
No. For
relationship?
the most part, I don't say anything
Hold on.
about you. As a matter of fact, you know what the funny part is?
Q,
As a matter of
Q,
fact, no, you can actually go back on the
Q.
VODs on my.
Q, is the
Hold
white
up. You can
leftist
actually
a
go back.
friend or enemy of
Huss.
Islam?
Hey,
Q,
Huss.
is the white
You can go
leftist
back
a
on the
friend or
VODs on
enemy of
the
Islam?
log off already stream, the joking stream that I do, like the chill, like
Q,
non
you
political
know
stream that I do
exactly
with a
what you're
couple of friends of
doing.
mine. And
Q,
when
Q,
people,
when you get
yo,
together with the Twitter mob,
when people have brought up your name, you know what I've always said? I said it's a lot of it is trolling. I say a lot of it is to get and retain viewers, and I say he's actually a very bright person, but a lot of this is Twitch drama. Like a lot of this is Twitch stuff,
so
right?
Q,
But
Q, when you
what's up?
gang up on me with the Twitter leftist mob, the white leftist
Gang up
mob,
on you.
yes,
I
you
just
do.
responded to you.
Why do you get so many likes? Hold on,
Why are you
Q.
so okay, cuz?
So
Why are
Q,
you
when
so
you throw
concerned? Cuz,
negativity my way, why
why
does it
are
earn you
you
so
so
many
cuz?
likes?
Why are you so concerned about me quote unquote gang up on you? And really, like I said, I've either just like responded to you jokingly, not attacking you, or responded to you attacking somebody that I consider to be a comrade, right? But I'm not rude to you. I don't insult your intelligence or anything like that. As a matter of fact, if I didn't think you're intelligent, we wouldn't be going back and forth on theory stuff. I
So
don't do that with people that I don't do that
why
with people's intelligence I don't
Q? You don't
respect.
think you know what you're doing when you join in with Q? Am I
You don't
hated
think
by
you
the
know what
white?
you're
Hold
doing
on,
telling me
Q.
to come on your you think you don't know what you're doing telling me to come on your stream and debate?
Yeah, I
Like the
do
reason
because
that
I was gonna
the
keep it
reason that the
respectful
reason that
until you started attacking me,
the reason
being
I'm only
disrespectful and shit.
the reason I'm only listening to you on Discord and watching the Discord right now, like the Discord
Yeah.
screen that you and I are visible on, and not like watching the channel or the chat or anything else, is because I'm talking to you and I don't want to be talking to anybody else.
Oh, but
It's just
you
me and you.
just you
And
want to talk to me
when you
after it's
bring me
all
on your
public,
when you
right?
bring me on your stream and you talk about like VOD this, VOD that, clip this, clip that, we're gonna rewind that. You're doing it for an audience, right?
Yeah.
So
Q
how are you going to
Q
accuse me of doing? How are you going to accuse me of doing something for the quote unquote Twitter mob, but you're not doing the exact same thing for your
Q
audience right now?
because you joined in with the mob against me first.
I didn't
So
join
I
in
have
with
my own
any
mob.
mob.
I have my own mob.
I responded to you. That's it. That's all I did.
You
And I
disrespected me
responded to you.
multiple times in
You think
public.
when did I
Okay, let me ask you
disrespect
something,
you?
Q. Let me ask you
Again,
something.
again,
When
in
everyone
any of the in
Q,
any of the responses, if I was disrespecting you, I would simply just write you off. I wouldn't talk
yeah,
theory. I
Q,
wouldn't screen cap anything. I wouldn't
Q.
talk about none of
Let me
that
ask you
stuff.
a simple question.
I would,
When thousands and thousands of these white leftists on Twitter are on my back,
yeah.
with vicious, vitriolic hatred of me, attacking me.
But the thing is, you do that on purpose. Like,
Sure. I can fight them. I can take them on, no problem. But
I know,
here's the question. But
Huss,
then here's the
like, be
question.
honest.
Here's the question.
Be honest. Be honest.
Then
Be honest. Be
Here's the
honest.
question.
You
I'm not a
be honest.
victim. I'm not a victim. They're
Be
my
honest. You
victims. They're my
purposely take
victims.
them
I'm not a
on. You
victim. We're not
purposely
going
do
down that
that.
road.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying, but you
Q,
purposely do this because it gets a reaction.
Let
Like,
me ask you
and it
something.
gets you viewers.
Okay, Q, let me ask you
Yeah.
something.
So,
When you attempt to dunk on me on Twitter, is that a brave, independent stance, or do you know it's going to get you a lot of likes from that same fucking mob snaking me?
snaking you.
Are you acting independently?
Well, who is pulling my strings? It's just me
I
talking
think
to you.
you're doing it to fit in with that fucking mob, the white leftist.
Do you know what people call me?
Gang up on a Muslim for the white
People call
leftist.
me a genocide denier. Okay?
That's nothing. That's nothing. I don't.
People call me a tanky. People
So,
call me a fascist. People call me all kinds
hey
of shit. Do
Q,
you
the
think that I
difference
say
between me and
anything?
you. Let me tell you the
Do
difference
you
between me and
think that
you.
I
The
do you
difference between
think I
you
say any
is that those
Huz,
Q, those don't
Huz,
affect me.
if I wanted to be Huz, if I wanted to be liked, I wouldn't be a member of the Communist Party of Canada. I would
Q,
have just been a member of the Local
those
Party of Canada.
words,
I wouldn't be talking about this
Q,
stuff.
those words
If I wanted
have
to
an
be
effect.
liked, if I wanted to be liked,
Q,
I wouldn't open my mouth on social media.
Q, those
If I wanted
words
to be liked.
even are relevant to you and affect you and hurt your feelings because you're already a liberal and trying to impress fellow liberals. And of course, liberals find that repulsive. When people call me, Q,
Dude,
when people
what do you
call
think
me,
everyone's calling me a genocide denier? Liberals.
Q,
They don't like me.
yeah,
What
of
are you
course,
talking
and
about?
but when liberals call me a genocide denier or a tanky and all that shit, my balls just get bigger. That's the difference between me and you.
Okay, I just don't. I mean, I don't really
Because
care
I've
either
never
way.
tried to pander or appeal to those people in the first
I
place.
just don't care either way.
Yeah,
I talk about these things because they're important to me.
yeah. Okay,
Right? I
but
don't do it to
here's
be
the
liked.
okay, Q. Here's the point.
If I wanted to
Is
be
it
like,
is
if I
it
wanted to be
brave
liked,
or cowardly to
if I wanted to
join
be
in with
liked,
the trend?
if I
Okay,
wanted to be liked, I would just vote liberal and tell other people to
wait,
vote
but
liberal.
you are
But I don't do that,
liked.
do
You
I?
don't think Twitter leftists dominate the platform? Of course they do.
Like my type of Twitter leftist? No,
Yes.
no, no.
Yes, you do. You
See,
get tens of
okay,
thousands
see,
of likes regularly. How often do you get ratioed? How often do you get ratioed?
when I
Q,
get
when I
ratioed,
get it, Q, when I get
yeah,
attacked, literally, I can literally name you multiple dozen checkmarked accounts with over 20,000 followers joining in on me.
sure,
Up to
okay.
300,000. I've even seen 500,000. They literally all every single Twitter leftist gangs up on me. Literally all of them, including you.
Me? You
Yeah.
said the last time I said anything. You said just yourself. The last time I said anything to you was in January.
Because when I become the main topic
I was
on Twitter in
nothing but a
your crowd,
selfie.
Q, whenever I go viral in your milieu on Twitter, you join in.
Okay.
You join.
When do I do that?
The last
I
time
only
it
said something to you today.
happened, the last time it happened was when I posted that picture and you joined in.
Okay. I thought I said, bro, what are you doing? That's it.
Oh, that's so innocuous. What is the context of saying that? Is it like everyone attacking me at that time? Why did you get so many likes, Q? What were the replies to your tweet? What was the actual context of... You're throwing negative energy on me. You know exactly what you're fucking doing being a snake.
Down my timeline, and I thought it was funny. That's
you're being a snake, and now you're fucking pretending to be fucking innocent. So let me ask you a question. Let's get to the bottom of your problem.
If I understand you correctly, you're upset because I said something about a selfie you took, and
because you sell out. I'll tell you why I'm upset with you. Because you sell out. Because you. I'll tell you why. This is the exact reason. You sell out.
When it comes down to it, you're upset that I said something that you didn't like. Is what you're upset about.
No, you ganged up with the mob against me. You ganged up. You joined in. I'm upset with you, Quincy, because you joined the white leftists to attack me.
Other people, because as you say, your balls get bigger, but then when somebody gives a fraction of the energy back to you,
you become my enemy. You become my enemy. 1000%. And Q, let me tell you something.
You can just attack and disrespect anybody that you like, but when
I disrespect my enemies. Those are already my enemies. And those are my enemies. Why? The white leftist is my enemy. Is the white leftist?
That's a Muslim woman.
The Yara, I didn't even disrespect Yara.
So anybody that you can write off as a traitor deserves it. But
when have I attacked Muslims on Twitter? When have I attacked Muslims? What Muslims have I attacked?
Okay, so,
and Yara is a traitor. She's a traitor. Let me ask you something.
But you could just call anybody a
because
traitor.
Let me tell you why. Because I'll tell you why. Because Yara is the type of Muslim. Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why. Because she went to listen. Because sure. I'll tell you. Because there's a type of Muslim who goes to college in the West and they find out that the liberal leftist is sympathetic a little bit, pretends to be to Islam. So they decided to go all in with the academic leftist and end up selling out other Muslims in the process to impress the white professor and the white leftist. That's why. And let me tell you something, Q. Is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam? Is the white leftist?
How do we think you know each other? How do you think we know each other?
I don't give a shit.
Everything you just said was false.
No. Is the white leftist a friend?
You just made that up.
No.
And you can make up anything about people that you deem your enemy.
It's 1000% true. Is the white leftist... Okay, answer this question.
When somebody gives you a fraction of the energy back and says, hey, hang on a second. No, check this. Instead,
no.
Right?
That's not what happened. Q.
Bro,
I'm waging war.
Bro, this is fragile energy.
Q. I wage war.
You're a bigger person than this.
Yeah,
this is just me and you talking. You're a bigger person than this.
When I'm at war and you join my enemies, you're my enemy too.
You don't need to attract that kind of attention to espouse the kind of theories you want to espouse. You can do that without attracting all the spectacle and the attention.
Hey, Q.
I said to you from the very beginning.
Because guess what? I'm going against
our very first conversation, I said you don't have to actually go through all this. And then what you said back to me was, well, yeah, but when I was doing the quiet theory stuff, people weren't watching my streams.
Hey, Q. It's not just that. Hey, Q. It's not just that.
What that also means is when you go after people in public, okay, and when you have to go after somebody that I know that I respect,
like who,
and I respond to you,
like who,
you can't just take it as disrespect and attack.
You disrespected me the minute you attacked me. Not when you quote tweeted me arguing with me.
I attacked you.
First of all, I offered to settle it with you in a debate. First of all,
I'm not. But
second of all,
but you from the very get-go, from the very first time that we had an in-person conversation, I said I don't like doing the debate thing.
Then why attack me on Twitter?
Did I not say You know what I was doing while I was tweeting back and forth with you, man? I was building a rabbit hutch. It didn't take me any time or energy.
Okay. Yes, it did. It was going on for hours. You dug up your highlighted notebook. You dug up a highlighted passage from Lenin, of course.
I pulled it out of my bookshelf.
Q.
Listen, the bookshelf is right here.
Q, everything could have been settled in a debate. Q, everything could have been settled in a debate.
My bookshelf is literally right here.
Q, now answer my question.
To go and pull the collected works of Lenin off of my bookshelf, open it up to the very first chapter, because that book you mentioned is in the first chapter.
Yeah, Q, go ahead, answer this question. Go ahead, answer this question. Is the white leftist a friend or enemy of Islam?
The white leftist?
Yeah. Does the white leftist love Islam?
Do I consider white leftists allies of Islam? No. No, I don't.
Oh, really?
No,
well, that's who you pander to.
Pander to?
On Twitter. Okay, how many of your likes are from white leftists?
Do I talk to on Twitter?
How many of your likes do you think come from white leftists?
I don't check my likes.
I've checked them. I've checked them. I say 90%.
Okay, I have no idea who likes my tweets.
Well, it's like 90%.
I don't check.
They're 90% white leftists, and that's very conservative. Very much the majority.
I actually go through my tweets, check who is liking my tweets, and then check their profiles to see that they're white leftists. Half of them have like anime avatars.
So Q, why do you covet the favor of the liberal and the leftist? Why?
That's the thing. I don't covet anybody's favor. I explained to you from the very get-go.
Oh, you just act independently.
I say things because I believe them, and I ghost. Like, that's it. I might go back and forth with people, but I'm not trying to carry anybody's favor.
So when everyone's attacking me, when everyone's Q, when everyone is attacking me, Q, whenever I go viral by getting negative attention from leftist Twitter, you join in.
What percentage of the vote did the Communist Party of Canada get in the previous election?
Less than the shit on my ass.
Okay, very little. So if I wanted to be liked, why would I align myself with them?
Because being liked politically is very different from being liked on Twitter and social media where you get your validation.
Okay. Do you think that, I don't know, Canada is a country that's friendly to communism?
Are you popular on Twitter, yes or no?
Is Canada a country that's friendly to communism?
Obviously not.
No. So if I wanted to be liked, why would I go with the least popular political tendency?
Because even though it's not popular among the majority of Canadians, among urban liberals, it is quite popular.
No,
it is. Yes, it is. They're quite sympathetic to it. That's where all communists in Canada come from.
Do you know where we ran in the previous election?
Where do communists in Canada come from?
All over the place.
The urban liberals.
No.
They're all ex-liberals. All of them.
No.
Yes?
I mean, some people used to be members of the Liberal Party. Some people did used to believe
in America. These are all the people who voted who were on Hillary's. They were all Hillary staffers in 2016. Your friend Sama was too.
Communist Party of Canada members were Hillary staffers?
No, in America the communists were Hillary staffers.
I don't even. Okay.
Yes, they were.
Communist CPC, like Communist Party. Sorry, CPUSA members.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Which ones that I know?
A huge proportion. I'm pretty sure the Sama girl was.
CPUSA members that I know were Hillary.
DSA, CPUSA, they're all ex-Hillary people.
All right.
I know them personally. I met them in person.
Okay, but how many of them do I know? Those aren't the people that I know that I consider friends or comrades. I hardly know any CPUSA.
You side with woke leftists against Muslims.
Who? Which ones? Can you explain to me?
Consistently.
Which ones?
Consistently. Consistently.
Which woke leftists do I side with against Muslims? Which ones?
Whenever woke leftists are ganging up on Muslims, you side with the woke leftists.
Which ones? Haz. Whoa. I know that's not true.
Really?
I know that's I know that's absolutely not true.
Why?
Because I know that there's been several times that I've caught shit for saying, like, listen, that's not your place to say. As a matter of fact, I've talked about woke washing, I've talked about homo nationalism, and I've talked about pink washing.
So I saw on my timeline
being used to support US
I saw on my timeline
As a matter of fact, I've also said that the worst tragedy of my life was not 9/11, it was the US invasion of Libya because they destroyed the sole African country. The richest African country that could have united the continent. I've always said that is the worst.
Now let me ask you this.
In my lifetime.
I saw this myself.
All right.
When Samira said the they-them army, and literally tens of thousands of people came after her, what did you say?
I said WYD, and I posted a picture.
Oh, so is that not throwing negative attention on a Muslim to side with the woke white leftist?
Why would you talk about the quote unquote they them army? I was like, what are you doing? Like, what is this proving?
Oh, you're so innocent, Q. Just like with me, it was so innocent.
I said, what are you doing?
Just like me, it was so innocent.
I didn't understand what that was supposed to mean.
Just like with me, it was so innocent, right? You're just like, oh, why would you post this?
Listen,
you know what you're doing, Q. You know what you're doing.
When somebody says something weird, bizarre, or shitty, and I say to them, "What are you doing?"
Oh, it's, and you just have decided.
When
Have you ever initiated that? You always are slither under the
when
surface of woke leftists doing it. You're playing dumb. You're fucking playing dumb. Why don't you DM? Why don't you DM people instead of doing that?
Fine. You know what? The next time that you say something or strange or that I find bizarre, I will DM you and be like, "Hey, what you doing?"
Q. When have you ever led the charge? If this is truly your independent view, it always seems like it always comes after it gets viral based on the woke, leftist mob attacking them.
Who are you talking about?
Every single case I gave you of you doing this shit was only after. It was you jumping in. It was you jumping in. You jump in.
Do you know that, like, Samira and I don't just talk over Twitter. Like, I will text her. I'll text her.
You jump in. It's just an example. This is who you are.
I've literally had 90-minute conversations with Samira, dude. Like, I don't attack Samira. I don't attack you.
Yes, you do.
If I had something that I thought was important to discuss offline, I will talk to Samira about it offline, and I have done that. So what are you talking about?
But when you have another Muslim being attacked by the woke mob and you join in,
anytime that I've thought that there's something that needs to be said that should be discussed in private, I discuss it with her in private. So what are you talking about?
You join in with the woke leftist mob.
I didn't join in with anybody. I said, "What are you doing?" Because my question was, "What are you doing?"
Okay, in context, what is that referring to?
Did I attack her? Did I say
is that referring to the widespread outrage the tweet caused?
Did I jump on it? Did I say this is unacceptable?
You know what's hilarious? It's like, you know what this would be like?
Did I say I'm not your friend anymore? That I'm disavowing? Did I say any of that? No.
You know what this would be like?
What's up?
This would be like if you had a fucking POW, a Soviet POW in a Nazi camp, and Nazi guards were attacking him and all this shit, and then you were like, "Oh, I didn't like your backward views on women. I'm just gonna chime in." What's the context? What's the fucking context?
You really believe that?
It's an extreme example of how being innocent in a context of overwhelming negative attention defines it as a form of joining in.
And no, you don't believe that. You don't believe that.
It's an extreme example, but yeah, that's the point.
It's nothing like that. Listen. All right.
Because when everyone's already attacking someone and you throw negative energy on them, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. What you're doing is joining with that mob.
You don't need to do this. Okay, if what you're saying to me is, "Hey, listen, yo, bro, like, man to man, I'd appreciate it that if you had, like, a comment about something that I say or do, like,
no, that's just one of those unspoken things. I would never ask you that.
Unspoken things. You just literally said it to me.
You know, you're virtue signaling to the woke leftists.
Okay.
And by the way, the ruling class is not conservative; they're woke leftists.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, that's why. That's why
the quote-unquote woke leftists or like the liberals or whatever. They're like aspiring. They're aspirants. They're like striving.
No, they are the ruling class.
No, they're not.
Okay, are the people at Davos conservative or progressive and liberal?
The people at Davos are just rich assholes that I don't know that you could really peg their ideology. Do they speak the language of progressive?
Are their social views progressive or conservative?
Progressives? No, because they say things like the world is overpopulated, which is a Malthusian theory.
You don't think, you don't think Malthusianism comes from the progressives? It does.
Malthusianism comes from eugenicists.
You knew what progressives were? They were all eugenicists back in the day.
The progressive movement was eugenicist in character because it was about the progression of the white race. Right?
The progressive woke are in origin eugenicists.
No, God damn it!
Yes, they fucking are. These people are spontaneously eugenicists.
All right, where did like this overpopulation myth come from? Like where
Malthus.
Sure. Malthus wasn't the first one to talk about like the artificial scarcity or to artificially try to prove that the world was scarcer in resources than the population was able to handle.
Do you not know that the hippie movement that started in California that gave rise to the New Left and all the woke bullshit?
Hold up. What came before Malthus is what I'm saying. It came from the enclosure movement, which was of itself a reactionary conservative movement, right? It just adopted the language of progressiveness.
The enclosure movement was conservative?
the enclosure movement,
Romantic conservatives reviled it.
The closing off of public grounds and public property to
Was
private
liberal and
interest.
progressive.
All right, sure.
It was the forward-thinking, liberal and progressive way of destroying traditional bonds in the countryside.
Sure. We disagree on that, but okay.
That's literally a fact of history. The conservatives reviled it.
We can agree as to what the facts of the matter were. We disagree as to the character of it.
You're gonna deny that progressivism is inherently eugenicist? Okay, do corporations push?
No. I already said to you that the progressive movement, and I'm referring to the progressive movement of the late 1800s. Like
okay, let's talk about the woke progressive movement. Are corporations woke? Do corporations push woke social agendas?
What?
Do corporations push woke social agendas despite being massively unpopular?
Push whatever social agendas make them money.
And yet they're massively unpopular among the population.
Huh?
Yes, they are. The majority of people are not on board with the woke agenda.
I don't care whether they're on board or not.
So why are the corporations pushing it? Thank you, Subbase. Thank you, Subbase.
People like to believe that when they consume things, it's an act of activism.
Oh, okay, so that must be why. Even though most people
like to substitute consumption for action. So by consuming a thing,
it's interesting how when corporations push,
it's called co-optation and recoupment.
Oh yeah, I love that. It's interesting how corporations are just co-opting the real thing, but when it comes to the trucker convoy, but right wingers never co-opt working class movements, right?
Right-wingers co-opt working class movements all the time. What are you talking about?
No, they're all settlers and racists and bad people.
What I said? Did I say that?
They're all kulaks and stuff, right?
I said that?
Yeah, that's pretty much what you fucking said. You said it's not a working class movement.
No, I said if that was the case, then I guess that whole kulaks business was over nothing.
You said it was not a working class movement.
Oh my god. I don't think it's a working class movement. We're not going to agree, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's not co-opted. It's in essence not a working class movement.
Okay,
it's not co-opted.
Do you notice how we moved from, me attacking fellow Muslims to virtual signaling to woke leftists to whether corporations are woke and whether that makes them.
Because I want to know why leftists. I want to know why Muslims adopted by the leftists think white leftists are their friends.
You ask me a bunch of questions, and then when I'm halfway through answering it, you leap to something else.
Because you never answer anything.
Because we're not. I'm answering a question. You stop me from answering.
You never answer anything.
I literally can't even get a sentence out before you interrupt me, and then move on to something else.
You never directly answer any of my questions. You pivot to something irrelevant.
This is why I don't do debate stuff. You ask questions that deserve full answers, and when I give an answer, I don't even
Quincy,
get a sentence before you cut me off and move on to something else.
Is it a prevalent phenomenon?
Quincy,
is it a prevalent phenomenon?
This hasn't actually been a debate.
Quincy, let me describe to you something.
Have a conversation.
Quincy, hey, let me describe. I'll go ahead and describe you something.
For like 3.5 hours.
I'll go ahead and describe to you something. So, is it true that sometimes Muslims come to Western countries, first generation, second generation, whatever, and they realize that superficially the right wing is against them and that the left wing seems to be more sympathetic to them, and that they therefore become adopted by the left wing, start to adopt left wing ideas, and start to try and fit in with leftists and become more like them because they're the only ones who accept them? And then in the process...
Do some do that? I would say probably.
Is it a very prevalent phenomenon?
I would say probably about as many as are co-opted, like try to impress people who are conservatives and make money and are capitalists, etc.
You think Muslims become
assimilation is a thing.
You think Muslims become assimilated by conservatives as much as they do by leftists?
I think I don't know offhand what percentage is assimilated into
Quincy,
which
now let me ask you a question.
All I'm saying is I grew up in a very mixed neighborhood, and I've seen people from all walks of life go to both. I didn't grow up Muslim.
Quincy.
I grew up Christian. I grew up Christian, and from what I can see from the outside, I've seen it go both ways, but I don't have that long-term born into the belief, insight, or knowledge that I could really answer that
So
question for
I
you.
do.
But
I do actually.
from
So
my
I do.
experience and my observations, I've seen it go both ways.
So I do actually. And you want
All
to know
right.
also how I know it, Quincy? Because it
So
actually happened to me.
okay.
I used to be one of these leftist Muslims on Twitter who attack me.
Okay.
So I know everything inside out, how they think, where it comes from, everything.
Well, we have
I
something in
know them better
common.
than
So
anyone.
now, so we have something in common. We both were on the sort of like left liberal side, and then learned
No,
some things and
no, I was
went
an
another direction.
extreme radical leftist,
Okay.
like these people.
All right.
I know how they think. I know why they do what they do.
Okay.
So the question is what they are doing in
Okay.
service?
Who is they, and who are you referring
All
to?
the all the Muslim leftists who attack me on Twitter.
I don't know what goes through their mind. You can't just say that because they have
I do know what goes through
you
their
can't
mind.
just
I
say
do know what goes
because
through their
they have
mind.
you can't just say because they have a disagreement with you automatically they fall into this category.
Yes, they do.
Basically that means anybody who has a disagreement with you or dislikes you automatically falls into the category of left
Yes, they
liberal, and
do.
that
Because
is
they're
pretty
virtue signaling.
narcissistic.
Because they're virtue
What you're basically
signaling.
saying is that you are the lodestone by which anybody can measure what ideology somebody falls into. And
Yes.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
yeah, I am a
you're not the
divisive
center of the
figure.
universe that way, dude.
Literally, yes, I am the most divisive leftist on
Pause.
Twitter.
You're not the center of the universe that way.
Yes, I am.
People say things to make
Quincy,
fun of you.
Quincy,
I think
Quincy.
hey, listen. I will grant you that many people will jump on the bandwagon and make fun of you because they want to be liked by their friends. Of course it happens. People do that all the
That's
time.
the only reason they do it.
That's why there's a main character of the day on Twitter.
And
Do I think
Quincy is
do I think people take principled disagreements with you? Yes, and I think you have a hard time telling the difference between the two sometimes.
Quincy. Name one other leftist figure. Name
Why do
one
you keep
other
calling?
left.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So, if you're talking about disrespect this entire time, right? And I'm trying to speak to you as respectfully as I can right now, especially because I know what got you upset, and I'm walking things back so that I'm not making you more upset.
I don't care. Call me short. I am short. I'm 5'8".
I don't. Hey,
Let's
listen,
continue.
That was when I was joking. Hey, whoa. That was when I was joking back and forth with you. But now that I get you took it as disrespect, I'm trying to be as respectful as I can be here. Okay. So
Okay.
like when I joke around with somebody, and I see that they're taking it as disrespect, I'll stop doing it because I don't like to do that to
so
all right?
whatever your name is, Q. So Q.
Knowing that I've stopped doing that, why are you still calling me Quincy?
Because I actually thought that that's your name. So Q.
That's not my name. Yeah.
Okay. So Q.
What's up?
You have to ask this question. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to the amount of leftists on Twitter attacking me.
Yeah.
Okay. And the motivations for why they're doing it. Obviously, the majority are doing it to jump in on the bandwagon. Okay. Now, let me ask you another question.
I don't know their motivations. Do I think some people are jumping on a bandwagon?
So here's the question. Here's the question. Is there a single... This is why I am the anchor point, the anchor stone that measures people's positions. Is there a single leftist or whatever communist... Is there a single...
You're not that flashpoint, dude.
Yes, I am. Is there a single... Hold on.
Sometimes you say things that are funny or goofy and people don't...
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is there a single guy on Twitter who unites Vosh, Destiny, ML, Baizor, Gen Zedong, Khrushchevite revisionists, Maoist psychotics, Ahojas, anarchists, liberals, every shade of leftist, literally every shade of leftist against them? Is there a single person who unites them all against me?
I don't pay attention to who's going after you. When you
I asked, do you know of anyone who unites the left as a whole against them?
I don't think you unite the left.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. They literally posted a picture that got 2,000 likes.
I think you're assuming the intent of everybody who disagrees with you to be hostile and in political principle.
Okay, Quincy, we're not talking about... Hey, Quincy, to be clear...
I think sometimes, come on, you have to be able to admit this. Sometimes you just say goofy shit, and that's fine.
Quincy, Q.
Yeah.
There is literally a picture that got 2,000 likes of all arms, 4 arms uniting against me. Vosh, MLs, anarchists, liberals, all of them uniting against me. So it's not true? Yeah, it's not true.
2,000 likes? I mean, there's 2,000 people out of like...
Which isn't a lot?
People are or huh?
2,000 isn't a lot.
I mean, it's a lot, but I mean, is it
It's
like
pretty indicative of the sentiment.
no, is it
Yes,
a
it is.
representative portion? No. Like I've seen people
Quincy,
tweet
Quincy,
about
Quincy.
I see people tweet about like Gossip Girl and get 15,000
Sorry,
likes.
Q,
Is that
Q,
representative of
Q,
the entire
Q.
view
The
novel?
only listen, Q. The
Yeah.
only people who unite all of those people together like that
Yeah.
are right wingers.
All right.
I'm the only communist that and they call me a right winger, of course, that they, and I don't care, and they unite against me.
Because I think you have some very socially reactionary points of view, and that's how people take it.
Name one.
I mean, you say a lot of stuff about trans women. For what
Like
reason?
what?
I'm not really sure.
Like what? What have I said about trans women?
Actually, gonna go back and look. Hang on. And again, I don't really pay attention to a lot of this stuff. I just have seen things that you said float by my timeline.
Well, you're saying I'm socially reactionary, so I just want to know why.
You've said, hold up. I don't remember offhand because you know what? When I see stuff that doesn't like, if I don't think it requires comment, I will just let it go by me, right? So out of all the times that you've been dunked on or ratioed or whatever, how many times have I actually commented on it? Barely any. Why? Because it doesn't concern me. It's not my business. So I just let it go. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Are there trans supporters of me?
I don't know.
How about mods?
I have no idea.
How about moderators?
What? I have no idea.
So what have I said about trans people? Like. What have I said about them?
Okay, hold on. Okay, this is yeah, the tweet that you sent to me, um oh yeah, evil white supremacists who want to flaunt their hatred of trans people or whatever you people say, you people listen to you leftists denouncing them, are black people especially known for fixating on trans issues now? No, they're not. I was like, when you said that, I was like, why would you bring that up? Like, what did it have to do with our conversation at all?
Because thank you, Chris Morlock. Two things. Thank you,
So,
Morlock. Two things, right? First thing is the way in which you arbitrarily accuse the masses of people of which you don't like for being transphobic or Islamophobic,
When
whatever.
when did I me?
It's a
I said that.
leftist trope. It's just like it's such a fringe thing to accuse people of.
Okay,
It's a trope
the reason I brought it up is because like I was like, why did he bring that up out of the blue when none of our conversation was about that? But did I
because
do that?
Trudeau say that?
What?
But you just did it when you accused me of being transphobic.
No, I said. You
Yeah,
said
this
you
is why.
said,
Because
said,
woke leftists have a
I said you
tendency.
say some.
Because woke,
I
listen,
said you say
because
some
woke
weird things about
leftists.
trans. Hey. You asked me a question. I said because you say some strange things. You said I said that you were socially reactionary, and you asked me why I thought that, and I was like, well, one of the things that you say some strange things about trans people.
No, you said I say
And
some
what was sticking,
transphobic.
what was sticking in my craw was the exchange we had earlier today when you brought up trans people in a conversation that had nothing to do with that whatsoever. I was like, why would
Because
you say
woke
that?
leftists tend to bizarrely and arbitrarily accuse people of
But that
transphobia
had
for no
nothing
reason.
to do with.
But you
Did I
just
say
did
anything
it.
about?
You
Did
just did
I
it.
say anything? What?
You just did it
No,
now.
I did.
Yeah.
Me bringing up. Hey, why would you bring up like that issue in a conversation that had nothing to do with that? Struck me as strange. And when I bring it up to you just now,
You
like
always
you
use this
understand. You
innocuous
understand the
language.
recursive nature of what we're talking about right now? Like I was like, hey, this stuck in my craw that you brought up hatred of trans people having to do with this convoy, and I was like, why would he say that? And I find that to be a social reactionary tick, and you say, well, why would you think that? And I was saying, well, because you say some strange things, and I bring up the strange thing you say,
Oh,
and you
so do
say to
you
me,
want all
well,
you need is
leftists
other
have a tendency to
examples?
do this, and I'm
Hold
like,
on, then all you
but
need is
you
other
literally brought it
examples.
into a conversation where nobody was talking about that.
So you just need other examples of where woke leftists just arbitrarily accuse people of transphobia, right? Because you're not convinced
I
that's a thing.
did I say anything about you being transphobic? I said you have social reactionary ticks, and this was one of them.
What was
Right?
reactionary about it?
Well, why would you bring it up in a conversation that had nothing to do with that?
Again, because woke leftists tend to arbitrarily accuse
But did
people.
I do that in the
No,
conversation
but
that
you
we had?
are a woke
So
leftist.
so it didn't happen
Notice
in
I
our
said you
conversation. So
people. I said
why
you
did it
people,
pop
didn't
into your
I?
mind?
Didn't I say you people? What did I mean by you people?
I don't know what you mean by you. Usually when people say you people to me, it doesn't mean anything respectful. But I ignored it.
What do you think I meant? What do you think I meant by that?
I ignored two things that I could have. Okay, so
What do you
you want to
think
talk
I
about?
meant
Yeah,
by that?
you want to talk about virtue signaling, right? So when I saw that tweet, I ignored two like definite red flags that I could have been like transphobe, racist, whatever the fuck. I
What?
completely ignored
Race?
it.
Okay, hold on. Explain the racist
Whoa,
thing.
hey. I said I ignored it because I have no idea what was going through your head, nor did I care to investigate.
Okay,
So I
okay.
wasn't going to say anything about it, so I ignored it,
Explain the
right?
racist thing. Explain how it could be racist now.
Because when people say you people to a black person, they generally mean like black people as something other than or separate or whatever, right? But
What?
I didn't. But well, come on, dude. Ask any
What
black
the
person what
fuck is that
ask any
reach?
black person what they hear when somebody says you people, and it's not something good. But I took it as maybe he just doesn't know. He probably didn't mean it that way. I'm just gonna ignore it. I
What
didn't
the
say anything.
fuck? Hold on. You don't think I've said
Yeah.
you people to leftists and all the time?
Haas, did I
I
say that
literally
you were
always say
Haas,
that.
did I just say that you were racist? Did I say that?
You
Yes or no?
said it was a tick. That's so weird.
I
That's just
said you have
weird.
social reactionary ticks. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's weird to think of racism.
And I said that you brought up the trans issue in on a
All right.
conversation that had nothing to do with
So
that. Yeah.
so if I say you
Okay.
people, whatever you
Okay.
people say when it comes to
Yeah.
accusing people of transphobia,
Yeah. Yeah.
what is it most logical to assume that refers
I
to?
don't know, and I did not care
Try
to
just
investigate. I have
guess.
no idea. I
So
don't know. Why
so do
don't
you
you tell
think
me? And
okay.
here's the thing. Here's okay. I made the assumption that you didn't mean anything like racist or whatever by it, right? I assumed that it was just you were
That's very
talking about
generous
like
of you. That's very generous of you.
I
But
assumed
let's
that I
actually get to the
assumed
point.
hey, pause. I assumed you meant nothing harmful by it, which was why I didn't comment on it at all.
Okay, that's very
And it's like
generous of you because that makes no sense to me. But anyway, when I said
okay, Haas, ask any black person what they take away when somebody says you people to them and
in any
tell me,
context,
tell me what you get.
so if I'm
I mean,
arguing with plumbers and I'm talking shit about plumbers and I'm like, and you
but we
know,
weren't talking.
and fixing toilets or whatever you people
We weren't
do,
talking. We weren't talking about plumbing.
Yeah, but I'm talking. But okay, what was I talking about?
But if you're talking, to a bunch of black plumbers and you're like, but you people do this.
No,
That's
not skewed. Statistically, it would only be one black plumber amidst majority of leftists are not black. Hold on, the majority of people like yourself are not black.
I want you to go up to a random group of any black people, strike up a conversation, and then say "you people."
You are not a group of black people. You are not a group of black people.
I want you to go up to any black person, strike up a conversation, okay, in the middle of the conversation, say "you people," and then see what kind of reaction you get.
Okay, listen. All right. What I clearly meant by "you people,"
I said I ignored it.
Yeah.
Because I assumed that you didn't mean anything harmful. Did I not?
Okay.
So why are we talking about it?
Hold on. I'm talking about it because the people I'm referring to.
You don't have to clarify.
No, I'm not clarifying the racism thing. I'm getting to another point.
Sure. Go ahead.
When I said about the trans thing or accusing of transphobia, because the people who are coming out against the truckers, and that's what it means, you people who are leftists coming out against the truckers, will say, well, the truckers are misogynistic and transphobic and this and that, and they'll justify it. And I said, whatever you people say, they're transphobic or something.
Okay. What, did I say that?
So, no, you didn't have to say it. But you are a leftist. You are a leftist against the convoy.
Did I say it was...
Okay, you are a leftist aligning with Yara. Okay, Yara. Okay, hold on.
I was against the convoy.
Yara, your friend.
Did I say I was against?
Okay, so you didn't position yourself and align.
I believe that anybody has a right to. I believe anybody, even reactionaries or whoever else I disagree with, has a right to go on protest.
But you are aligning yourself with the people.
Whoever wants to go on protest, because you're upset because I'm not agreeing with them and because I'm not rallying with them. I'm not going to do that.
No, that's not. That's hold on. No one said that's why I'm upset. But you are aligning yourself with the leftists who say it is a reactionary protest and not a working class protest.
If we have a conversation, that I say that I agree with something and you say you disagree with it or whatever, right? I'm not saying that you're aligning or disaligning yourself with anything. It's just how you feel. That's what your opinion is.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, you have to be honest here. Are you not aligning yourself with the leftists who are negatively? I'm not aligning myself with anybody. Okay, so did Yara give positive or negative coverage of the protests in her quote with me?
She criticized the protests.
So she gave negative coverage of them.
She criticized the protest. I criticized the protest. But
did she give negative coverage of them? Let's see what she said.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, just so we're clear on how hard it is to establish common sense, this is what... So first she said they're anti-communist. She said this is a working class uprising led by a tiny percent who have ties to fascist fringe parties and who are harassing actual communists. So I'm pretty sure she's positioning herself against these people, right?
Okay. So in this conversation, I did explain to you that the people that organized the convoy had those characteristics. Did I not?
No, she's saying the rallies are filled with fascist groups and individuals, meaning it's a mass problem,
there are fascist groups and individuals at the rally.
Okay, it's just so simple, Q. Is Yara positioning herself for or against the rallies?
I think, so going by what she actually said, right? She's saying that the rallies are a working class movement that are riddled with reactionary elements, which is true.
But so she's basically coming out against them.
Did she say she was for or against them? Did she say that they shouldn't be there?
Is she for or against people she's associating with?
Did she say the government and police should clear them out? Did she say any of that?
That's not what it would mean to be against them. To be against them would be to claim...
You have a thing where because somebody criticizes a thing, they must be ultimately aligned against it and must hate it, right?
This is like this is like
This is not
gaslighting.
like anything.
This is just
literally just like
gaslighting. This is just
Us.
gaslighting.
Your problem is you take what people say and then you make a whole bunch of inferences from what they said.
It's so
and then you
fucking
get mad at
obtuse.
the inferences. You literally make up shit that people say.
Okay,
and you
it
get
is
mad
not.
at that and argue with them like they said it in the first place.
It is not a stretch to assume that
It's not a
someone.
matter of whether it's a stretch to assume.
Okay, when
Your
the
assumption
essential,
belongs to you.
when
Your
it's not,
assumption
it is not
belongs
a
to
stretch
you
to
and
assume.
Your assumption
Don't
belongs to
interrupt
you
me.
and nobody
Don't
else.
interrupt me.
That's nobody. Whatever you can infer from what somebody says is not their responsibility. It's yours.
Hold on. It is not a stretch to assume that
It doesn't matter
someone.
whether it's a stretch.
Just let me get it out. It is not a stretch. Holy fuck. It is not a stretch to assume at all. It's very reasonable to infer. It's likely to infer. A normal person would infer. And a person typing this would themselves be implying that when the essential political significance of a phenomena, as you're describing it, lies in its association with fascism and its anti-communism, that you would be positioning yourself against it if you call yourself a communist. Yes or no?
What?
When the first thing that comes to your mind when it comes to these is that they're anti-communist and they're associated with fascism, and that's the significance you're taking away, that kind of means you're against them, right?
That she's against the protest, like the truckers themselves.
There's a division among the left on Twitter, right?
The entire time she was talking about the people who organized it. Is what
she was talking about the Canadian truckers.
She talked about the people who organized it.
The reason I know that is because my original tweet was about the Canadian truckers, which she was quote tweeting.
She posted an article talking about the people who are back.
She's defining the Canadian truckers movement based on these groups.
Dude. The fact is, did she say it or did she not? The fact is she did not say it and you assumed it.
It's so fucking obtuse.
So it exists in your head and it belongs to you.
It's so. I'm literally gonna click her. I'm clicking her.
You understand? This is like, there's a strain that goes through this conversation here, right? Like, you assume that I was disrespecting you. I'm like, okay, but
why did she retweet something that says? Why did she retweet this?
With the woke left and this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, but what did I actually say? You see?
So is this signaling? So this isn't signaling against.
Nothing in what you said so far has anything to do with that. What actually came out of people's mouths or things that we've cited.
Right.
What it has to do with is what you think about it, and then you make up a thing to be mad at that you think we're trying to say, and then you argue with that instead.
So cute. It is a crazy coincidence, but she just so happened to say another thing against the protesters. I don't know, it's not against actually, but it's just coincidentally. Wouldn't surprise you that they're not representative and who are 90% vaccinated, heavily South Asian, and worried about things like wage theft. It kind of sounds like she has a negative attitude towards the convoy. It
sounds like people are missing the point that there are people in the trucking industry that should be cared and worried about and should be mentioned that aren't.
But it says that she like the other tweet she just made before that. We can keep going on her timeline. She says,
I'm not going to define her thoughts, but everything that you said to me so far, it sounds like she said a thing and then you inferred from it and you're arguing with the inference.
So is my inference wrong?
I can tell you what I believe, because when I came in here, you thought I was saying that these people are white supremacists.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you something about how certain...
It wouldn't be a stretch to assume. And it's like, I haven't said that, dude.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how certain I am in my inference.
Okay.
That she's signaling against...
I don't care how certain you are. The fact is, if a person didn't actually say a thing, they didn't say it. Whatever comes after that belongs to you.
So you're saying she literally has to tweet...
It's nobody's job to convince you that they can... It's no one's job to word their statements in such a way that is so airtight against your suspicions that they cannot be criticized.
So you're saying she has to say... Hold on. So you're saying she would have to say directly, I am against the convoy, instead of giving the reasons.
But did she criticize the convoy or the backers of the convoy?
She criticized the convoy. She claims...
She criticized
Thank you,
the backers
Voidburn.
of the convoy. She criticized the backers of the convoy, and then, according to what you say anyway, the convoy and the people who are organizing it, like, she criticized the backers, and she said that there were other people that should be having a spotlight shone on them.
That's really innocent. So it's obvious... So she retweeted, the trucker convoy is so obviously a right-wing operation, astroturfed by conservative billionaires. It's absurd seeing leftists pretend otherwise. But no, she's not signaling against the convoy.
Astroturfed by conservative billionaires.
So, okay, I don't care if you believe that bullshit either.
Robinson is a conservative billionaire from Alberta, one of the supporters of the protest.
You can't even admit that
you're out of nowhere, an anonymous donation.
You and your friends have positioned yourself.
It's not a okay, dude. I've maintained from the very beginning. So I've maintained from the very beginning several things. One, that anybody should be able to protest government because, like, the government is not above reproach. Anybody for any reason should be able to protest government. So if people want to go and park their trucks downtown and protest Parliament, have at it. Just don't keep people up all night. You know what I mean? Aside from that, I couldn't really give a shit. Go protest whatever you want.
Okay, Q.
But don't expect me to support it because I think it's a scam. Okay. Organized by a bunch of people that have been
that's fine.
From the body politic
but right now, okay, is it a source of political antagonism right now?
What do you mean?
Has it drawn a line and divided Canadians?
Divided? I mean, yeah, I would say like a lot of people have opinions one way or the other. Sure.
Okay, so it's a point of antagonistic contradiction.
I would say that it's a point of political division. I wouldn't know that I would call it antagonistic contradiction.
So when you have
antagonistic contradiction would mean that if, let's say that you're in a political party and I'm in a political party, you are supportive of the convoy, I am not supportive of the convoy, that we are no longer of the same politic. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I think,
okay, whatever. But there is a division.
So that makes it not an antagonistic contradiction.
But hold on, it's an antagonistic contradiction on the ground.
It's a simple point of political division is all it is.
Okay.
Like it's not that deep.
Okay. So
if it was antagonistic contradiction, we literally couldn't belong to the same party because this is the dividing line between the two.
Okay, but it is a decisive point of division.
It's a political division.
It's about who the base of a communist movement, who's the subject of a communist movement. So it's a very important division. Okay? What? Yeah, it's about whether people like those truckers are the subject of a communist movement.
You and I disagree whether they comprise the working class. I don't think they do. You think they do.
Yeah, so the working class is the subject of communism.
So you think that they are. I don't think that they are, based on what
so that has decisive implications for a party because it's gonna determine what kind of people a party is gonna define itself for.
I think it is, and you're making this out to be something that it's not. Because at the end of the day, once this whole thing disperses, we're going to forget about this in a couple of months. It'll be some other issue.
No, Q.
I don't think it's all that important.
It's actually important because it's about who the subject of a communist movement is.
All right.
Whether it's going to be these type of people or it's going to be city liberals.
It's not suddenly going to spring up from this protest.
No one said it is, but it's about, is the vanguard going to see people like this as the subject, the revolutionary subject, or are they going to see the city liberals, right? So yeah, it is a decisive thing. Anyway, now, since it's so obtuse we had to go through all that, now that we're past that, we have to ask the question. Is there a division among leftists on Twitter of those sympathetic and those who are opposed? Now, you don't like the language opposed.
There's a division among all political groups. There's a division among conservatives.
Let's just say positive view or positive view versus negative view.
There's literally a division among all political lines. I've seen people who are in the NDP who are for the convoy, people who are against. I've seen people who are liberals that are for and against. I've seen people who are conservatives who are for and against. It seems to be cross-hatching across political lines.
Liberals, it's not 50-50 among liberals whatsoever.
I don't know what percentage it is. I have seen people argue both for and against.
Okay, almost all liberals hate them, second of all.
Okay, do you know that? I don't know that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
There's no way that you could know that because I know you're not.
All right, sure. I will put my balls under a guillotine and let the guillotine fall if I'm wrong.
I know you are not that keyed into Canadian liberals. I know you're not. So come on now.
I will put my balls under a guillotine and let it fall.
You might have your gut instincts, and that's fine, but come on, let's stick to what you know.
Okay, I do know they're against it.
No,
second of all,
don't know that.
Yes, I do.
You have a gut feeling. You
the party. Yes, I do.
Have you taken a poll of liberals to figure that one out?
I will put my balls under a guillotine and let it fall if I'm wrong. Let's continue.
No, there's no need to do that. Please keep your balls. I
No,
have no interest in you
I
losing
will
balls.
keep them, which is why I'm willing to risk it. Now,
Your balls that get
anyway,
bigger every time a woke social justice warrior quote tweets you. Like, I want you to keep that, right? That belongs
so
to you. That's your
so
pride.
let's continue. Let's continue.
Sure. Right.
When it comes to the information age and you have polarizing phenomena, it's a black and white thing. You're for or you're against, negative or positive. That's how it works functionally. Are you signaling in favor or signaling
No,
against?
here's no, because
Yes,
I've
it's
literally
black and
said
white.
no, it doesn't work that way. Because I've said they can go ahead and protest. I'm just not going to cheer them on or organize with them or rally for them. How do I
Okay, so
feel?
you're
Am I for or
signaling
against?
against them.
Here's the thing. How do I feel? Am I for or against? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. So no, that's not true.
You are signaling against them. Yes, you are.
You're lit. I've talked about the organizers and the fact that they're
You're talking shit on them,
extra
just like you talked
reactionaries,
shit on me
television.
before.
What?
It's the same thing
What's going
about
on?
how you've talked about me in public. For or
You?
against.
What? What does it have to do with you?
Because everything on the internet works like that. When there's a point of polarization, you are for or against. There's no nuance.
The world doesn't revolve around what it is that you find important or unimportant, dude.
No, but
Come on.
you can discern what the
I'm
essence of a division
trying.
is.
I'm really like, come on now. It's like 3:45 in the morning. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you just can't stop this bravado, dude. Like, come on. Like, at some point, can you just drop
For
it and act like a normal
or
person? And
against.
can you? I know that this is streaming and this is content, but at some point, can you like just talk like a normal person?
I am telling
Come on.
you as a normal person.
This is not how people have conversations. Like in all the
Did
conversations
you
I've had
read
with people,
Mao's on contradiction?
including people in my family that are truckers themselves, we don't talk like this. We have conversations about like what's going on and who's organizing it, and whether you support it and whether you
Did you
don't,
read
and blah blah
Mao's
blah,
on
and then it's
contradiction?
over.
Did you read on
What?
contradiction?
Yes, I've read on contradiction.
Do you know what it means
Why?
when a line is drawn?
Yes.
Is it
Do
black
I
and
think
white or is there nuance in between?
no, there's black and white. Do I think this is one of those issues where the line is drawn? No, I don't. You
Okay.
seem to,
Why not?
which is your
Hold
prerogative,
on,
but you
okay.
can't force me
Let's
to.
look at the
I don't think it's
atmosphere
that
of. Okay,
important.
let's look at it from the perspective of Canadian society and Canadian politics
Right,
and Canada.
right,
Why is it
right.
not a line
Why is it not a
for
line?
that? Yeah, objectively. Let's have an objective materialist analysis. How does it not function as a line for Canada's
Because
future?
the question of whether you're for or against it doesn't define your politic or your characteristics, which, as I've said, the fact that this is being argued in multiple political circles tells me that you can't draw neat lines.
Wait, it doesn't define politics in Canada right now?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
It it's a like I said, is it a flashpoint? Is it a point of political division? Yes. Does it define politics? No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because if it did, then there would be a massive reorganization. There would be a massive political realignment around this very issue,
That
and you're
is
not seeing that.
literally what is happening because of
That
vaccine
is
mandates in America.
all right.
It's literally happening. Why do you think that's not going to happen in Canada too?
What? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Are you talking about the truckers' protest, or are you talking about vaccine mandates? It's two different things.
Both.
Okay.
The
Do you know what
truckers'
percentage?
protest
Do you,
specifically, yes, it's about the
do you
mandates
know
and the
what percentage
resistance to
of
them
Canadians?
thereof.
The majority of Canadians prefer vaccine mandates, so it's not.
Well, that's what they tell us, and they tell us the same thing about Americans, and yet it is
Multiple,
the
multiple
fundamental.
polling. Okay,
There is literally a political realignment in
multiple
America
polling
because of that.
organizations say that Canadians favor vaccine mandates. Now, do I think they're wrong? Yes. But is it the line? No, because
Well, you
if,
can
there-
trust. You
if
can
that was
trust those
if that
organizations.
was true, it wouldn't just be the truckers in Ottawa.
Listen, I know for a fact
Yeah.
that that's what they can claim, and yet I will myself observe how all of our politics is changing and how all the sources of civil unrest coming from this. And I can call bullshit that the majority of Americans or Canadians are in favor of mandates. It's bullshit.
According to
Because
what?
that's not in Europe too, it's the same thing. They always say the majority's in favor of it.
According
They're
to
lying to
what?
us.
So Ipsos Reid is lying to people?
Yes.
Okay. According to what?
Why should I trust them when there's so much resistance to it? What's so special about the people resisting it?
I don't know, man. If like
Masses of people are coming out
the moon
against it.
if the moon appears to me to be bigger than, like, I don't know, like the Alpha Centauri system, am I going to assume that the moon is bigger than stars? No, I'm not. It's because it's closer to me, and if I'm closer to the ground and this is in my face, I'm on social media, I'm being surrounded by this. There's a lot more like division
Okay.
and like
The single
animosity.
source of
There's a
political
lot more
and
division and animosity
the
in the areas that
single
I'm in,
greatest source
whether
of
it's
political division.
on forums or Twitter Spaces or whatever. A lot of people are talking about it, but the majority of Canadians are supportive of the mandates.
According to them.
Then I'm only going to assume that people aren't having the same kinds of conversations that I am because I am not the center of the universe.
The single greatest source of political unrest and social unrest and division since the COVID has come has been about lockdowns and mandates.
Yeah. Okay. I would say
So,
the biggest, the biggest, not political division, mind you, at least not in Canada anyway. Like the United States might be different, but in Canada, it's a minority of people that are angry with the mandates, the passports, etc. Now, am I supportive of the way the lockdowns have been handled? Am I supportive of vaccine passports at all? Am I supportive of mandates? No, but I'm also not the center of the universe. I have my principled reasons for opposing them, but I don't project my points of view onto the majority and say this is something that you have to come on one side or the other. This is the point of political division. I'm not going to say that.
but
That's
hold
not it.
on.
The point to me, the
Wait.
point.
First I'm
Yeah,
hold on. Okay,
yeah.
so first I'm a tailist who's just tailing behind what's popular. Now it's
Right.
because of my principles.
I'm not saying no. I didn't say that either.
So what is
Did I
it?
say that?
Clearly it's popular. Why would I
What's
be accused
popular?
of tailism otherwise? It's clearly because it's popular.
Taylism is catching on to the wave of this spontaneous uprising and assuming that it's the revolutionary vanguard around which we must organize our principles and begin to draw these people into
No, that's not what it is.
class consciousness.
Taylism is when, instead of assuming leadership over that spontaneous phenomena, you just tail behind it. Instead of assuming decisive leadership. That's what taylism is.
Taylism is waiting for the spontaneous phenomena to occur in the first place
No,
and
that's
then
not.
organizing around it.
That's spontaneism.
Rather than organizing first and bringing uprising into effect.
You don't organize until you actually have a working class to organize. That's
Uh,
intelligible.
uh,
Specifically a working class movement and a
I
working.
mean,
You don't convince. You
it's
don't
our necessity.
convince people.
It's our necessity to organize a working class.
You don't
Like, what are we talking
convince
about here?
people to be
Again, we're jumping
dissatisfied
from one thing to the next, and
because you don't convince people to be
what
dissatisfied
I'm
with the
trying to
system.
say to you is that no, this is not the political. It is to you, but it's not to anybody else.
Right now, yes, it is.
To you,
To everyone.
to you,
To literally
particular, you, and who else has? Who
to
you and who?
all of Twitter right now it is. To leftist Twitter. To
All right,
literally that's what's getting all the engagement and all the likes.
you and the people that you see on Twitter, dude. Come on,
Listen,
like,
Q, it is the meta on Twitter to be talking about this.
okay,
And you know it.
all right.
So it is
It was the meta. It was
it
the
is
meta
the
on.
thing.
It was the meta on Twitter a couple of months ago to talk about whether Nancy Reagan sucked dick. Like, is that
Yeah,
the
but
point of
it
political
wasn't.
division
No,
right
there was
now?
not nearly as much energy and intensity on left Twitter about that than this.
There was a lot, but I beg
Okay,
to
so
differ. There
that's
was a
just
lot.
first on Twitter. The second
Yeah,
thing is that in reality, it is.
Oz, you're not going to convince me of this because none of this stuff translates to real life one to one. Okay, can some of this energy be brought into real life? Yes. Is it a Are these conversations the politics around which people align their own personal interests that are not online like us? No, it's not. And if that was the case, everybody would be a fucking communist, and they aren't, are they?
Yeah, I agree. Twitter is not the same as real life, and yet in real life, people don't care about politics. That's what you're trying to say. But when it comes to
I'm not saying
politics,
people don't care about politics. I'm saying that people don't
they
care
don't.
about the
They don't
same
give a fuck
political.
about it. But
I'm
but
saying they
when it
don't care
comes
about
to
the same
what's
political. I think no. I
okay,
think people generally care about politics, just not the same issues that we do, and to the same extent.
there's literally hundreds of thousands protesting. This is what's changing politics in
Hundreds of
Canada,
thousands? What, in Ottawa?
all over the
No,
world against vaccine mandates. And
sure.
The thing is that
Where?
in Ottawa,
Where? Okay.
in Ottawa,
All right.
this is what is
Pause.
dividing.
Pause. Pause. No, dude. People are There are thousands of people in Ottawa that are protesting the mandates and several other things. And I think that they have every right and reason to do so. I don't necessarily agree with the organizers, and I think that they are reactionaries, and I think scammers to a great extent, because this very same group of people that are organizing now fell apart previously because they were embezzling and defrauding each other. Do I think
Okay,
that they are
hold
taking
on, hold
advantage
on.
of? Do I think they're taking advantage of popular energy, and co-opting it into a right-wing movement? Yes, but do I think that everybody that's at that protest is some sort of white supremacist or Nazi or what? No. I think there's
Okay,
just a lot of people who are pissed off about the mandates, and I think they have reasons to be. I just don't think that they are a group of people that we can organize politically around. I don't. You
okay,
do, and that's fine for you, but I disagree.
okay. So this is drawing a line in Canada of whether you're for and against the truckers politically. It's
No,
drawing
it's
a line.
not.
It objectively is.
No, it's not. Drawing a line of whether
Holy
you're for or
shit!
against
It's just
truckers.
like
No, it
January
is.
6th did here. Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
And I
I
fail
mean,
to see how
I
this
mean, you
controversial.
okay? Hey, listen. Hey, if you believe so, have at it. I don't think that's true. I don't agree. But if that's what you believe, have at it. Who am I to tell you any different?
What's dividing people in Canada right now
There were several
politically?
issues. There are many issues.
What's the main
Uh,
contradiction? The principal contradiction?
it's actually unemployment and housing are like like the largest ones, the ones that have like drawn the largest amounts of mobilization consistently. Are housing and employment.
That's the primary contradiction in Canada right now.
The, no, the primary contradiction in Canada is mining, REIT, and oil companies against the rest of us. Is the primary
No,
contradiction.
that's your ideological narrative.
No, that's what it actually is.
Yeah, but the workers who are in mining and oil and all that shit beg to differ.
Sure.
So that's your view. How
Okay.
can you say it's
Are
objectively
are
the
are
primary
are
contradiction?
all of us miners and oil workers
Who's
and
all of
real
us
estate
then?
agents?
Yeah, but
Pardon?
listen. Okay, let me put it this way. You yourself
Yeah.
understand this. I
Okay.
kind of
So
agree with you. Hold on, no, wait,
one
wait.
of one of
I
one of the
kind of
biggest.
agree
Okay,
with you. Hold on,
what's
Q.
up?
I kind of agree with you. I
All right.
just think you can look at that same contradiction between the rural working class, effectively, and the city urban elites
It's not, but
in terms
okay.
of the trucker protests. So,
Here,
yes,
those
the
no
trucker
in Canada, no.
protest is
Cause
the
those
most
distinctions
recent
aren't
manifestation of that division.
those distinctions are not so neat here. Is the thing.
Yeah. The trucker protest is just the most recent manifestation of the division you just described between
It's
them
not.
versus you.
There's no urban rural divide. It doesn't work that way
What do
here.
you- There's no
The
urban
ma-
rural divide?
no, I mean not in
What?
the sense that you're looking at it. No, there is an
Yes, there
urban. Okay,
is.
there's urban, suburban, exurban, and rural. Okay, and
That's
not
the
all of
same
their
shit.
interests will line up with each other at all times.
What you're describing is a
The urban
confusion.
quote unquote elite in Toronto is not going to have the exact same interests as the urban elite in Calgary, as the urban elite in Vancouver, as the urban elite in Montreal.
Yeah,
It
they
doesn't
are.
work that way.
They're all going to be liberals who are environmentalists and
Oh,
are
they.
soy
Oh
drinking
my god!
vegans. They're all going to be vegans.
All right,
There
if you
is a
say so.
rural urban divide
All
at
right.
the most fundamental
Yes,
level.
what I'm saying, okay, I'm saying it's not as neat as you're trying. Like, it's not as simple as all that.
It kind
Like,
of is.
the
You can you
so
can you
what does
can make
what? Can you tell me what the urban elite in like Calgary looks like? Like, where are they
yeah,
employed? What's their
the urban
background?
elite are into tech. They're tech savvy. They have gyno from soy. They are
In
vegans and they're
in Calgary?
trendy. They're
No,
trendy. They're trendy.
no,
They have iPhones and
no, no.
I don't know
No,
what that's. Is
I
that
mean,
a city or is it a town?
I would
Hold
very
on.
much like for this stream to be broadcast out in Calgary and for them to hear that. I don't
Is
think they'd
that
be
a
very happy
city or
with
a
you.
town? Because a town is
It's a
urban.
city. It's
I'm
a
sorry,
city.
a town is rural.
Huh?
Are they country folk living in a town?
They're city people.
So it's a big city.
I mean, it's one of our big cities. Yeah,
Oh,
Canada
it's a
is
major
basically
oil center. So it's
Canada
a
is a yeah, it's an oil city. It's a coterie. It's a coterie of like large cities and like just large swaths of land around them. Right? Like
so
we
okay,
don't
let me
we,
look up Calgary because we have
we
to
don't
look this
have
up.
we don't have God, we don't have like uh like multiple metropolises across our country the way that exists in the United States. Canada is basically like a literal, not literal, like literal, like littoral, littoral ribbon, in which most people are concentrated in a band that's close to the United States, and we're spread out very far from one another. We're like many solitudes. We're not the same as you guys. Like the character and the geography of Canada is just not the same as the US. So you can't really use the same paradigms.
What party is the mayor of Calgary?
What party?
Yeah.
When he Nenchi? Um, I think he identifies as liberal.
So Calgary's are they're liberals. They're city liberals.
Why don't you look up who the MPs and MPPs are in in the Calgary area?
They're so Calgary's a conservative place.
Calgary like vacillates between the two. It's a I'm gonna put it. It's like a center right city for the most part.
So
It doesn't
they're not vegans.
no, this no. You will find a lot fewer vegans in Calgary than you will in a city like Toronto.
So they this is what they put in public, this art piece. And you're
What's
telling me
that?
they're not liberal weirdos. And this is what
What
they
are
do.
peace?
The
The
house
fact that
upside
people,
down.
I don't know what art piece you're talking about.
This house
Um,
upside down. You're telling me they're not liberal weirdos.
in Calgary? No, dude,
Yeah.
that's where the Stampede is, bro.
I don't know what the stampede is.
So how are you gonna tell you don't know what the Stampede is? How are you gonna tell me about the character of people who live in that city? Oh my
All I have to
god.
say is that they're liberal.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure you can say that.
They are liberal.
All right.
It's not the most liberal, probably, but they're liberal generally.
Yeah, if you say so.
They vote for the liberal mayor.
Um, they
Okay,
voted for
compare
Naheed
compared to
Nenshi.
the rest of
So
Alberta.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
What okay? What political? Okay, you asked me like what politics he has. I said okay, he's fairly liberal, right? But I'm thinking liberal in terms of like what is his leaning? What is his party affiliation, Haz?
Who?
Naheed Nenshi, the mayor of Calgary. What's his political affiliation?
It's a woman who's the mayor, not a man.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. He actually just his term ended and they elected a new person. Sorry, my bad. What's her political affiliation? You're absolutely right. Sorry, it's 4 in the
I
morning and I'm
literally
forgetting
don't
about
know.
shit. Yeah. So the thing is, in Canada, we don't actually have political affiliations at the municipal level.
So why did you ask?
I am asking because the point I'm trying to make is that you can't assign them a value based on a political party because they don't have political
Okay,
parties.
in Alberta, which is a very conservative province, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you going to find the most liberals?
In Alberta?
Yeah.
Probably in Edmonton.
Where?
Edmonton.
Okay, is that a city?
Smaller city. Yeah.
It's smaller.
Okay, when you say liberals, like, do you mean like members of the Liberal Party of Canada or liberals as in like politically liberal? That's two
Socially
different things.
progressive
Yeah.
people.
So socially progressive, you'll find a lot more of them in like Edmonton.
Okay, where else?
In Alberta?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Like you'll find some in Calgary, but not to the extent that you will in Edmonton, and then pretty much nowhere else.
What about, okay, so in Calgary, compared to rural Alberta, are there more or less?
Are they more like progressive minded liberal people?
Yeah.
But there's more.
Okay, so that's my point.
What is your point?
That they're liberal in Calgary compared to the rest of Alberta.
Jesus Christ. Compared to the rest of Alberta, but compared to the rest of Canada, no.
Because they're in a very conservative province.
That's what
So
I'm trying
what?
to say to you.
So what? That's because of the province.
Yes, and there are okay, but there are also liberal strongholds that are like suburban, exurban, and possibly even rural at times, depending on where you go in the country. For example,
Okay, what
much
do you,
of much of the Atlantic provinces and the Maritimes are heavily liberal leaning, even out in some rural areas.
yeah, you're talking about the Liberal Party.
And politics wise,
So you're saying the rural people, these rural people are like very socially progressive and woke and shit?
don't know whether they're socially progressive and liberal and woke and shit. What I'm saying to you
Because for
is
example, in
it,
America, you
what I'm
have
saying to you, what I'm saying to you is in those provinces in the Atlantic and maritime regions, they do tend to be like lean politically liberal, right?
okay,
In the interior of Canada, like in the
in
prairie province,
America,
in the
the
interior in the prairie provinces, they tend to be conservative.
in America, people like
Yeah.
Joe Manchin are elected
Uh,
by a very conservative electorate. So there's blue dog Democrats
I
that
know
have
what
a
blue dog Democrats are.
they
Well,
have a
okay, what are we? Where are we getting at right now? What are we talking about?
the point is it doesn't change the general, and just because there's few exceptions doesn't change that there's clearly in America we know there's a rural urban divide between Republicans and Democrats. We see it on the electoral maps.
I just
Same shit
explained
is
to you. There's. I just
you
explained to you.
explained exceptions, but there's a
I
general
just
rule.
explained to you that even if you go out into some of the less populated and smaller cities, if or even like rural towns in Atlantic and Maritime Canada, they will generally lean liberal.
Is there exceptions?
But it's a bunch of provinces, dude. How are the exceptions? How many
Because
How
the
many provinces and
majority,
territories are there?
how many territories in Canada?
How many provinces and territories are there?
Uh 19?
So
I don't know. 7?
what I'm saying is the percentage of provinces that lean that way are not like the outlier or vast minority.
What?
The the provinces that lean liberal, like generally like liberal in terms of politics and liberal in terms of like who they elect, are not like some outlier or vast minority or the exceptions or whatever. It's just that there is a like generally a political divide that is made up mostly by like national geography and not necessarily based on whether they're cities or rural areas. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
tell you.
okay. Among the okay, so there's yeah, whatever. In Quebec, they're gonna vote for their own shit, but each of those have their own urban rural divide that goes across the whole country. It just doesn't translate directly into. They don't have a two party system in Canada. No one said they
No,
did.
no, we don't. No, no, we have like
Yeah,
a
that's
multi-party
why.
system. Yeah,
But there's still
yeah.
an urban rural divide that
Not exactly because the Bloc Québécois it's actually a very, in a sense, like a socially liberal party, and they still capture the majority of the votes in
yeah,
Quebec.
yeah, but there's
They are a
yeah,
socially
because
progressive
there's
party.
because they represent Quebecers and that comes first. It's a national. But listen,
So
you don't
then we're
understand
not
prime.
talking about an urban rural divide, are
Holy
we?
fuck! It's primary and secondary contradictions. The primary
Okay.
contradiction for Quebecers is the national whatever interests,
Okay.
but
So then we're not talking
so
about an urban
within
rural divide.
Canada, within these
Yeah.
provinces, there's an urban rural divide
If there was an urban rural divide in terms of politics, why are they all voting for the same party?
because they're representing the primary contradiction first.
Okay.
Is their fucking their geography.
So we're not talking about urban and rural. We're talking about national affiliation.
That's because Canada doesn't have a two party system and it represents its different
So
fucking
there is no
places.
urban rural divide in the sense that you're trying to explain it.
Yes, there is. It cuts
I
across
mean,
all of those.
okay. Are there
For
divides?
example. Okay, okay. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Are there divide? Okay, what I said from the very beginning is it's not so simple as all that, right?
Yeah, and
Now
it
that we're
is.
getting into all this, are you seeing it's not so simple as all that? There's
No,
actually
I'm
more
not.
factors
Because
in
just because
simple
it's not a
urban
two
rural.
party system doesn't mean it's not actually simple. So, for example,
But we've just explained the complicating factors. Come on, dude.
you keep interrupting me is why. Because if you didn't interrupt me, you'd hear that I would say all you would have to do is ask each of these parties, what do you think of the truckers? Yay or nay is based on that urban rural divide.
Okay.
And that's why there's an urban-rural divide that cuts across the parties in Canada.
I mean, if you say so.
It's like, yeah, what you're saying is like city people aren't liberal and farmers aren't conservative. Of course they are. Now, do conservative farmers may vote for overall liberal parties? Yeah, but that doesn't change the divide being the fundamental source of contradiction.
What politics are the Liberal Party espousing that rural farmers who are conservative in nature would feel the need to vote Liberal,
But
like,
you're the one who said
and
those
not
rural people vote
and not the
liberal
party that represents their interests?
because geography came first.
Wait,
That's
okay,
what
so
you
where,
said.
in what, okay, so then my question to you is, in what geography in Canada is that true?
That's what you said. You gave the example.
In what geography in Canada is that true? I said that there are areas of Canada that do lean liberal and vote liberal, not just according to whether they're urban or rural, but simply based on the
Yeah.
fact that they vote
So what
liberal.
provinces were you talking about?
I was talking about maritime and Atlantic provinces,
That's the one I'm
right?
talking about.
Which ones?
Maritime and Atlantic province.
What are they? What are the maritime and Atlantic provinces?
Provinces. What are you
Which
asking? What
ones?
are they?
Which ones? Come on, dude. I mean,
What do you mean which ones?
I'm leading you
Which
along
is the
here, and
dominant party?
okay. Do you understand that
What are you
I'm
asking?
leading?
What do you mean? What do you want me to give you the shape?
I'm leading you along here, and I'm trying to have a conversation with you to help you understand some of this stuff better. But you're still trying to debate with me, and this is why
What
I'm
are you
turning it back
fucking
on you.
asking me?
This is why I'm turning it back on you and asking, okay, which ones? Because it's like it's clear that you don't really know, and that's fine. But like, this is why
I
we're having a
literally am
conversation, so you
talking
can come
about
to a
the
better
ones
understanding.
you named. The ones
What?
you named.
Wait, okay, but what? But you're saying the ones I named, but I didn't actually name any. I just said this is where they are. This is what their geography is, right? But which provinces are they? Like you're
Where
trying
are
to prove
which
a point
provinces
on.
are they
You're trying to
in?
prove a point on something that I said, but you're not even clear what the
Which
provinces are.
what okay, can
That's
you
why I'm
explain the
this. Okay,
relevance of that?
so the relevance is it's not as simple as an urban rural divide, which is what I said in the first place. It's a lot
So
more complicated
why
than
would
that.
talking about
I
the
think we're showing
province
it's more complicated than that. So
why
stop
would
trying to debate
talking
me and
about
just
the
stop
provinces
trying to
what
debate me and just
relevance
listen
does
for a
talking
second,
about the
kid.
provinces have as to whether it's not simple or not?
Why don't you tell me since you know everything? Tell me.
I don't have to know everything. All I can know is that the urban rural divide is the
You're
fundamental
telling me that there is
because
such a
it's a
political
human
divide that exists in
universal
Canada, and I'm saying to you it's more
because
I'm
it's a
saying to you it's more
human universal. It's a human
complicated than that,
no
and
it's
you're
not.
trying to prove yourself right on something, and you don't
No
even
it's
know
not.
what provinces
So
I'm
okay,
talking
Q,
about.
I didn't name the exact province that random
You didn't
fucking
name
places in.
any. You didn't name any. You can only name
I
the
don't
ones that
know
I've
what
given to you
province
so
these
far.
random fucking places are
Then
in.
stop acting like you know. Holy shit.
No
You don't
what?
have to.
I didn't say
You don't
I
have
knew
to know
about the
everything. You don't
provinces,
have.
Q. I said I
You don't
know
have.
that the urban rural
You
divide
don't.
cuts across the entirety of Canada's
But you
parties.
can't even tell me where it. Like, you can't even tell me what the names of any
Okay,
provinces
Q,
are,
Q,
who they
Q.
vote for, what the
Carefully
political
and
makeup
calmly
is, and
explain
what
why
their
that's
politics
relevant.
are.
Calmly explain why
What?
that's relevant.
What?
Why
Explain what's relevant.
exactly is that relevant? Why exactly is that relevant to the point? Explain.
Why is it relevant that the voting patterns of people who live in urban and rural areas do
No!
not
Why is it
directly
relevant
to
to
an urban
know the
divide?
fucking province?
Because you should probably know what you're talking about before
Why?
making an
No,
assertion like
you
that.
should know about what I'm talking about in regards to what?
I
The
know what I'm
exact
talking about, and
province?
I kept saying to you it's more
Why
complicated than
is
that, didn't
the
I?
Q
And now
Q
you're
Q?
screaming at me
Why
because you
is
don't
the
know the answer,
exact
and you need to do that in
province?
front of your audience.
Why
Good.
is the exact no? Because you're
We were
fucking
having a
pissing me.
great conversation. We were having a great
Shut
conversation
the
until you tried
fuck
to
up!
flex.
Shut the
We were
fuck up!
until
Shut
you
your
tried to
fucking
flex. We were
mouth!
having a good
Why
conversation.
is the? I'm muting this dumb fuck.
Dude,
Literally, shut the
stop,
fuck up. I gotta mute you.
dude.
You don't know how to shut the fuck up. I'm muting
Go
you.
ahead.
Why is the exact province, knowing the exact province, relevant to knowing what you're talking about? In regards to knowing the urban-rural divide cuts across the parties. You named a random bumfuck area, and I don't know what province it's in, and then you said, well, it's because you don't know what you're talking about. In regards to what? The exact province it's in, or whether the urban-rural divide cuts across party lines? It's literally that fucking simple, Q. There you go. He's unmuted.
What I'm saying to you is more complicated than that. That's all I said. And that is.
And knowing the province proves that. Why?
And what?
Knowing the province proves that. Why?
You're saying a city in bumfuck nowhere, but it's like one of the largest cities in like Prairie Canada.
You said Halifax?
It is like the stronghold of the Conservative Party. What?
You said Halifax? Or Calfax? What did you say?
I did not say Halifax. I said Calgary. That's the only city I mentioned so far. And you said
I don't know Canada's cities.
And then you said what city is more liberal than that in Alberta? Like what would be the most liberal city? And I said probably
because Edmonton. Here's why. Cities are by nature liberal, rule across the whole world. It's a human universal. There's no exceptions.
All right.
The urban-rural divide is the fundamental antagonism that has, throughout all of human history, since any civilization, has driven the class struggle everywhere. There's no exceptions. And it is that simple. It's true in Canada too. Now, what form in Canada requires more detailed analysis. But in Canada, despite that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 major parties, this binary division cuts across all of those party lines.
Does it?
Yes, it does.
Then why does the NDP, which is probably the most like socially liberal party, get votes out in rural areas?
For the same reason the Democratic Party gets votes in rural areas.
No, Northern Ontario is for the most part rural, and the NDP has strongholds in Northern Ontario.
Yeah, so why does it?
They have strongholds in Northern Manitoba, which is also very rural.
Why? Because the NDP probably serves their interests in some kind of way. Is it because those people are inherently ideologically liberal?
Have we now established that it's more complicated than that?
No.
Okay.
No, we haven't.
Rural. Okay.
Oh wait, someone's telling me it's because they have strong support from the First Nations. Is that true?
They have strong support from the First Nations and a lot of other people.
Is the support from the First Nations the reason why they're popular there?
I wouldn't say it's the reason. I would say that that's one of their strongholds.
Well, people are telling me that is the reason.
But there are other First Nations communities that will also vote strongly liberal. For example, out in the Thunder Bay region, they do have liberal strongholds out there, right? There's liberal strongholds in Manitoba as well. Thunder Bay.
Can someone in my chat, they're saying there's a lot of First Nations in the areas you just mentioned.
There are. Yes, there are. And what is your point?
But that's the reason the NDP gets support.
Are they not rural areas? Yes or no? They are.
That doesn't refer to what rural means.
What the fuck do you think rural means, dude? What is the definition of rural?
They're getting it from the fucking First Nations. They're not getting it from rural Canadians.
And they get votes.
That's like talking about minorities voting for the Democrats. What a stupid thing.
So, you think there aren't any rural Southerners?
Yes, and they vote Democrat.
So the characteristic of rural is also white?
Hold on. Can you read?
No. I want to understand. What is the characteristic of rural exactly? Does it mean white?
No, it's about the national question. Black people have been excluded from the American nation, so they have entered into a special relationship with the Democrats.
What does rural mean?
Rural means representing the rural part of the Canadian state.
High agriculture, low population density.
No, it's the rural part of the Canadian state.
High agricultural.
Holy fuck! Please read Mao. Please read Stalin's national question.
Area, low population
Hold on.
That's what describes rural.
Read Stalin's national question and Mao's on contradiction, and you will learn. Okay.
I've read both.
Okay, but the national question is always the primary contradiction, and it cuts across urban and rural. That's the primary. So the First Nations. The First Nations are not part of the Canadian the rurality of the Canadian state.
They live in rural areas.
Because they are excluded from because they're not part of the fucking Canadian polity. You yourself know that the Canadian polity was created by white settlers, right?
So rural refers to white people. Just the same way.
No, not necessarily.
Just the same way as black people in South Carolina who do live rurally, vote Democrat, and have established rural strongholds.
Because they are not part of the rurality of the American state.
Because they're black, they're not part of the rural polity? So you're saying that...
No, because there are black people who live in rural areas and that are part of, but not as a mass. As a mass, they're a separate nation. Sure. That's the national question.
But they keep electing Democrats.
Because they're a separate nation. As individuals, they can be part of the rural.
Black people living in rural areas in the South are of a separate nation?
Yes, I support the black belt thesis, always have.
Okay. You understand, though,
The
that
First Nations are a different nation. The First Nations are a different nation.
Well, the First Nations are the First Nations. Like,
they're a different nation than the rest of Canada, the Canadian state.
No, they're First Nations because they signed treaties with Canada, which enabled the annexation of Rupert's Land into the Dominion of Canada. That's completely different.
Yeah, but they're not a part. They are not the basis of the Canadian state.
Okay, first of all,
they have a relationship with the Canadian state based on a treaty.
You're assuming, first of all, you're making the assumption that First Nations votes are what elect. Like, literally, that is it. That is the division. The reason that MPs from the NDP get elected in rural Ontario is because they get all the First Nations votes.
That's what people are telling me.
As if there are no other votes that are collected from non-First Nations communities.
I didn't say that, but are they the reason why NDP gets elected?
Are they a voting stronghold? Yes. Are they the reason? No. There's other people that support
people are contradicting you, and they're telling me that they are the reason.
All right. Well, sure. Like, there's a whole lot of First Nation support out in, like, northern Manitoba. There's First Nation support out in northern Ontario, etc.
Can you give me examples, significant examples
but are these rural areas, and does the NDP get votes outside of the First Nations? Yes and yes. So what are you talking about?
Are those votes the reason it's in power, or is it because of the First Nations?
What do you mean?
You you didn't even how many votes are they getting? Majority votes?
I don't know, because off the top of my head,
I'll explain this to you. Hey, Q.
I am not. Okay.
In a hillbilly town. Listen, let me tell you something. In a hillbilly town in the middle.
Dude.
Q. In a hillbilly town in America.
The point is, these are.
Okay, I have to mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm sick of you talking over me. I'm just gonna mute you. There you go. In a hillbilly town in the middle of butt fuck nowhere in America, guess what? There's people who vote Democrat. It's just that the Democrats don't win there. Now, if those places were full of the First Nations equivalent in America, Democrats might win. But as long as you have those people, the Democrats don't win. There you go. Unmuted.
I'm still not sure what your point is. Like, you're everything that I bring up, you're saying, well, it's an exception because this. So now we're arguing about whether First Nations constitute. We're arguing about whether First Nations constitute a portion of the rural community.
He's muted again. Okay, so sociologically, when you're talking about an urban-rural divide, that is within a nation. Urban-rural divides, and no one can hear him. I don't know, he's still talking. Isn't it crazy? Wait till he realizes no one can hear him. Okay, he realized no one can hear him. Okay, he's muted. So, the urban-rural divide, sociologically, is based within nations. Okay? So, when you're talking about differences between nations like Quebec, the First Nations, and the Canadian nation or whatever, you are not talking about one urbanity, one rurality. You are talking about several that cut across nations, right? The primary contradiction is always national. When I ask you for rural and you tell me about the fucking First Nations, you know that's not what I fucking mean. And then you go, oh, do you just mean white people? That's dishonest. No, it's not because they're white. It's because of their historical relationship with the Canadian state. Yes, majority are white, rural Canadians, as I'm defining it. But that's not because they're white. It's because of which you know, you literally say this. Canada is founded as a settler colony of Europeans. And that has historically been the case. That's why they're the basis of the Canadian state. You wouldn't even disagree with that. So it's just dishonest when you don't take into account these national considerations. Simple as that. Unmuted.
Do you know what proportion of any of those federal writings that Indigenous people, never mind just First Nations, but Indigenous people, period, make up?
Where?
I don't know. Let's say let's say Nikki Ashton's writing, right?
What? What do you mean writing?
Yeah, the writing. Okay, so you call them districts, we call them writings, right? Like this. Okay. So Churchill, Manitoba, right?
Yeah.
Which is where, say, like Nikki Ashton, like is a well-known NDP member of parliament.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of what percentage of the voting populace First Nations communities make up?
No.
Okay. Are you also aware that one of the largest First Nations communities decided to break Liberal in the previous election, that you won anyway?
They didn't vote Liberal, and the Liberal won anyway.
No. One of the largest First Nations communities in the writing, what broke Liberal? Like they said publicly, they're supporting Liberal, right?
Yeah.
But she ended up winning anyway. Is it as simple as like First Nations communities vote NDP? No,
Wait,
it
the
isn't.
NDP is the Liberal Party?
No, the NDP, New Democrat Party, like they're like
Oh,
the sort of like less progressive. They would be like close to like
they're
like the
liberals.
AOCs and the
They are liberals.
I mean, sure, in the sense that
So
it's like
this
the
is
left wing of liberalism.
intra-liberal division.
Okay, so it would be like the AOCs and the
Yeah, I
Ilhan
know.
Omars and
It's
so on. Okay,
intra-liberal division.
I'm talking about. They said they're voting for the capital L Liberal Party of Canada, like
Yeah, and the
right, and it broke NDP anyway. So it's not as simple as these First Nations communities
it,
just vote
it
NDP.
it is
It doesn't.
because a liberal party won anyway. It's not a fucking conservative party that won.
Okay, no, but
If a
Jesus Christ.
conservative party won, your
I think
point
you're
would
getting
stand.
tripped up on the distinction between like liberal as like a neoliberal, like a
Okay.
capitalist
The
politic,
liberal
and
party,
liberal as a political
yeah,
party.
the
Two
liberal
different things.
party
Right.
and that other the NDP.
NDP,
Both of
right?
those
New Democratic
parties,
Party.
both of those
Right.
parties,
I know they're both liberal parties. We
they
agree on
both
that. Like we get
represent
that.
urban liberal elites. Both of them.
Sure, if you want to say so. All right. But what I'm trying to say to you is, this MP ended up winning the riding, regardless of the fact that more than one of the First Nations declared that they were voting Liberal or that they supported the Liberal
So,
Party officially, right?
so
So is that a feature of urban-rural divide, or is that more a feature of political lines within communities? Because
that's
what I'm trying to
that's
say
an
to you here is that
intra-urban divide. That's a divide within
what
the
what I'm
urban.
trying to say to you is that our preferences for parties and for politics are more geographic in nature than simply urban rural.
Okay.
That's what I've been trying to say to you the whole time.
Would
And
the
the fact that we've been
would the
talking and the
NDP
fact that we've
be
been
more
talking this
okay?
long,
Would the NDP be
and
more
I've been trying to
likely?
walk you through it, kind of shows you that it is more complicated, especially
No,
on the
it's
question
not
of
because
Quebec, the
it's. I'll
maritime
explain why it's
provinces.
not. Okay, I'll explain why it's
Okay.
not. Would the
You
NDP?
can't explain to me why
All
it's
right,
not when you didn't
I'm
even know
gonna
what
mute
the
you
hell a
and
writing.
explain. Would the NDP be more likely to align with the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party when push came to shove? Go ahead.
The NDP is actually aligned with the Conservative Party on confidence votes.
Because they're in the opposition.
Yeah.
When push came to shove, though, would they
What does
prefer to
push come to shove mean then?
when they to make like be in a coalition with? Who would they prefer?
They said that they will not engage in a coalition with anybody.
If they had to be in a coalition with anyone, who would they be
This
with?
is the question. This is a question that has been existing in Canadian politics for as long as I've been alive. They will not engage in a coalition.
If they had to, would it be the Conservatives or the Liberals?
I'm I'm telling you, there's no point
Who do
answering
they
this
like
question
more?
because
Who do they like more?
who do they who do they like more?
Yeah,
They don't
Liberals or
like either of
Conservatives?
them.
Okay, who do they like more?
They they don't. I'm trying to explain it to you. They don't like either of them.
Okay, who do they like more?
I don't know because they. Okay.
You don't know?
So
You don't. You don't. Okay.
when the NDP formed the official opposition for the first time, right?
Yeah,
Um, they actually voted along with the Conservatives the majority of the time.
because
When
they're in the
they're
opposition.
the official opposition to the Conservatives,
Oh,
yeah.
and
When the Conservatives formed government and the NDP was the official opposition, they
yeah,
actually were voting along with the Conservatives a significant portion of the time.
on what issues?
I have to go back and I mean
Maybe that's because were the Conservatives more protect,
everything from budgets to social welfare bills and so
and the
forth.
Conservatives
Uh,
were anti social welfare or pro?
they reorganized some social welfare programs. They cut the GST. That is like there's like a federal tax that they cut down
Were they
from.
neo libs or were they protectionists like Nixon?
Sorry, the conservatives?
Yeah.
They kind of swing between both, like depending on what the issue
So
is.
that
They
would
can swing
explain
between
why
both
the new
poles.
Democratic Party is voting for some of their policies. But when right now specifically, right?
So what were you asking me then?
What I'm asking you is an
Like, you want
NDP
simple?
who is more likely? Okay, let me ask you a question. Who's more likely to swing, NDP to liberal or NDP to conservative or vice versa?
There's literally been both.
Yeah, there's been both. What's more likely?
There have literally been like NDPers who have gone conservative, and there have been NDPers.
I didn't ask you if there's been cases. Which is more likely? Which is more prevalent?
What is more likely? I'm explaining to you what it's actually happened.
But what's more prevalent? I'm not denying that. I'm not denying a moose. A woman gave birth to a moose one day. I don't care. Every weird thing happens in life. Tell me what is more likely.
It's
maybe I'll shit out a moose tonight. Maybe that will happen. What is more likely? Is it likely?
So far it hasn't happened. Okay, so far it hasn't happened, but I tell you what has happened is that there have been NDPers that have gone conservative, and there's
I don't
been
care.
NDPers that have gone liberal.
I don't care. I'm asking you, is it like there's been conservatives that went Republican? I've explained. This is how a rational person or a normal person responds, okay? So if I say, have there been NDPers in like Alberta? I have to mute you. I muted him. So who is more likely to vote for the Democrats? Is it going to be a suburban Democrat? Sorry, vote for Democrat. Is it going to be a suburban Republican? Or is it going to be like a Republican truck driver or something? And then you're like, well, I know of truck drivers who have voted for the Democrats. I don't ask you if there's truck. I ask you which one's like more likely. And clearly the answer is it's the suburban Republican that's more likely to join the Lincoln Project and swing Democrat. So that's how you answer a question. Now, is the NDP more like the liberals or the conservatives? Well, we can see that the NDP has critiqued the liberals for not being tough enough on vaccine mandates. So it seems like there's a very strong binary division along which all of these different parties are basing themselves off. That's simple.
No, because the NDP actually ran to the right of the liberals and closer to a conservative policy mandate or policy platform in the 2015 election. Right, the NDP were actually more conservative than the liberals were.
On what questions?
On
immigration,
like childcare, budgeting, social welfare programs, immigration.
So were those like, when you say child welfare and shit, are you saying like cut it or increase it?
What? Sorry, what?
Did the conservatives want to cut or increase that?
All of them were promising some sort of like a child benefit program, right?
Okay, so those are traditionally left policies, right?
Yes, and
so the conservatives are more like protectionists.
The liberals had essentially the most progressive platform in 2015.
By leftist standards,
like it vacillates depending on like who's in charge of the party and what their
you just said the NDP are like AOC.
Generally, yeah.
So generally speaking, they would be more progressive on social issues, economic issues.
Generally on social issues, they have been more on the like progressive side. On economic issues, they do kind of they waver back and forth.
Can I tell you something?
Matters. What's up?
This is something I got from our first conversation.
Sure,
you are like the most untrustworthy person to ask about.
It's not a matter of untrust. You ask questions because
I'll go.
No, you know what it is. You ask questions that have answers that aren't simple.
And I'll never get a clear answer. I'll never get reality. I'll never get reality from you. I'll never get reality from you.
And when I try to explain to you how complicated they are, you get upset about it.
Life is simple in general.
No, it isn't.
I promise you, if tomorrow I'm gonna spend 30 minutes looking all this shit up, and it's gonna become very simple. It's gonna be like that simple, just simple answers. Right. It's always a binary. Life is a binary. If
you can research the history of Canadian politics in half an hour, more power to you.
If I spend half an hour on this shit, I will know everything instantly.
What will probably happen is that you'll find answers that you want to find and then discard the rest, which is what you've been doing in this conversation.
You look, talking to you makes it feel like there's no reality out there. It's all just nuance and nothing. Oh, the trucker thing is not a big deal. Oh, on Twitter, it's not a bunch of hate. It's just a bunch of nuance. Oh, I wasn't. It's like you just gaslight.
Again,
You're a living gaslighter. You're a
you
gaslighter.
you invent things that you think people said, and then you argue with that instead.
Does any Canadian want to simplify
but the thing
shit?
Is, no one in this conversation said any of those things. You said that.
Does any Canadian want to come in here and just simplify the whole thing? Because this is just all nuance mongering, and it's a waste of time.
You're asking me questions that don't have simple answers, and then you get upset when I tell you what the answers are.
No, the answers are very simple. And if you were
You don't even know what the name of fucking provinces are or what a writing is. How are you going to tell me anything simple when you can't come up with simple? You can't.
Your country is of 38 million people.
Facts like that, and you want to.
You have a country of less than 40 million people. You're not worth studying in depth.
Then maybe anyway, if you have any curiosity or questions about it, why bother asking me?
Because I'm trying to arrive at a point, and you keep obstructing it with your obtuse answers.
Because you don't know.
Because you know very well that people in the New Democratic Party are more like fucking liberals, not conservatives. You just know that. You know they're more like the liberals. That's why they win in places over the liberals, like that fucking example you gave. You can't just admit that simple thing.
If they're like the liberals, then why is it that, for example...
Why is there this exception and that exception?
Why is it, for example, that a liberal can almost never get elected in Alberta, but an NDP or can? Why is it likely that the NDP will win the next Albertan election, but not a liberal?
Why was Bernie more likely to win over some of these Republicans than Clinton?
No, I'm talking about Alberta, which is a heavily conservative province and is almost all blue right now. Why will the NDP likely win the next election?
Why does Bernie have a better chance among Trump voters?
Okay, where does Bernie run and win?
Bernie had a better chance among the Trump voters.
I'm not
that doesn't change the fact.
Where did he run and win?
He was way more popular among Trump voters.
Where geographically where?
He didn't win, but he got more of their votes.
Not true. I'm saying
in Michigan, the Midwest.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Texas?
No.
Okay. Well, Alberta has often been compared to Canada's Texas. So my question is, why would the NDP stand a very good chance of winning the
because Bernie's on environmental what's the NDP's environmental views?
For the most part, they are like sustainable energy.
Okay. Then how are they winning in Alberta? How are they winning in Alberta when Alberta's based on oil?
Yeah. Weird, eh?
How does that work?
I don't know. You tell me.
Who's voting for NDP in Alberta? Is it the city people?
There's a lot of people voting for the NDP in Alberta.
Who?
There are people that live in like what's it called? Fort McMurray. There are people that are voting in Edmonton, that are voting in Calgary, that are voting in Red Deer, that are going to end up voting in the NDP. Like, there's people from all over the map.
So it's Edmonton and it's other city people.
Well, I'm naming like locations, right? Red Deer is not like city. Red Deer is not. Red Deer is
the city people in Alberta.
Is not urban by any stretch.
Decisively,
it's the two metropolises in Alberta are Calgary and Edmonton, pretty much, right?
And that's who's going to tip it for the NDP.
The remainder are towns.
The rest is going to tip it for those places are going to tip it for fucking.
I mean. Did you know what they were before I even mentioned them?
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about Edmonton and Calgary.
No. But I just mentioned a few other areas.
Those other cities don't matter.
Okay.
Do you notice I'm trying to arrive at a point throughout this whole thing, and you just keep.
I know that you're trying to arrive at a point,
yes,
and I know that you're upset that I'm complicating it, but I'm trying to tell you it's not as simple.
Every time I try to get at a point,
it's not as simple as an urban-rural divide.
Yeah, that's what you're just trying to overly fucking nuance monger because you never want. Yeah, you anticipate the point I'm trying to make, and then you needlessly complicate it because you're like, I don't want you to make that point that NDP is more like liberals.
I don't care whether you make it or not. I'm just saying that it's not correct.
Okay, interactive map of the 2021 federal elections in fact-checking. Let's check it out. God, don't want to waste all this fucking time. Let's look at this. So the Liberals won, and so we got all these places. All right. What a fucking mess this all is. So who's the Conservatives? Conservatives are blue.
Yeah,
These are all conservatives.
yeah.
And we're going to go to Alberta right here. And by a long... Okay, let's check Calgary. So there's one place in Calgary where they voted for NDP.
What are you looking at right now? You're
A
looking at
map.
it. You're looking at a federal map.
Yes.
Federal. Okay. Do you know how many ridings there are in Alberta?
It looks
Like
like this
provincially.
is Edmonton, another place where the
No.
orange and
Do you know how many? Okay. So in
hold
the
on. Orange
2000
is the
in
new
the
hold on, Orange is the new Democrats. So only in Edmonton they won there. Let's
federally. I'm talking about provincially.
Alberta
Federally.
rule. Let's go to
Yeah.
band F. Wow, these guys get shit on here.
Pause.
Wow, they get shit on here.
You're looking at a federal
Wow,
map,
they
dude.
get shit on here.
Okay.
Wow, they get shit on
You're looking
here.
at the federal election. I'm talking
These are
about
big
the provincial
margins.
one.
Every single one I click, there's all the conservatives, big
Do you
margins.
understand right now you're looking at the wrong map?
This is the federal map.
I'm talking about the provincial election.
Who gives a fuck when it's the federal election? That matters way more. In defining politics?
That's what I said. Do you understand why the NDP will be likely to win the next provincial election? That's what I said.
Okay, but in the federal elections, it seems like all the rural people are voting blue, and all this, and then there's more proportion of city people that vote for the others.
You why? So provincially, why do they?
So we have some shit stains of the lib shits here. A dotted stain. Go to Calgary. We got another big shit stain of the liberals. What else? This place. These are more close. You know, it's the cities. In the last
provincial election, the NDP got something like 40% of the popular vote. This was in 2015 because they didn't win in the previous election. The United Conservative Party won, but prior to that, right, when the NDP won, and they're likely to win again, they got something like 40% of the popular vote and like north of 50 seats. So like the overwhelming majority of seats, right? Like they won a majority. Okay.
Okay.
So, and at the time there was like,
I want to see the map for that one.
Go pull up the map for that one.
Someone link the map for that one.
But they won over 50.
Gaslighting Q at it again. But let's see the map for that one.
Go pull up the map for the 2015
I don't know where to fucking find it. Can the guy who found this
I don't know, man. Go look. Seriously, like somebody go Google the 2015 election results for Alberta.
Alberta 2015 provincial election map. Okay. We see a map. And then who are the Greens? The party's the Wild Rose Party. So it looks like...
sorry, you're right. The Wild Rose. My bad.
Yeah, in the provincial election, a bunch of random-ass parties.
The Wild Rose got, like, I want to say somewhere between, like, 18 and 20 seats or something like that.
The Conservative Party's not even here. Where's the Conservative Party?
No, the Conservative Party, because back then they were called the Progressive Conservatives, right?
Okay.
And well, they ended up They ended up splitting up, like, between... So the PCs experienced like a party schism at the time and split into like the PCs and the Wild Rose. And then in the previous election, all of those parties recombined into the United Conservative Party, the UCP. So it's a different.
So you're saying the New Democratic Party won because the Conservatives split?
No, because they took more votes than the combined amount of both parties. So both the Wild Rose and the PCs didn't even come close to beating the NDP in terms of their total seat count.
NDP
so it wasn't because of the split.
This one. And here, find Edmonton and Calgary are obviously overwhelming for the New Democratic Party. No shockers there.
What do you mean, obviously? Look at the federal map for Calgary and tell me how blue it is. I think there's
it's actually significantly liberal compared to the rest of the, and it's much closer.
But how is
it's much closer? Are you fucking kidding? If you go to Alberta, you go to Calgary. I'll choose any of these places.
Don't compose 50
this is very close. This is close. If these guys combined, they wouldn't even win. This is a minority.
No,
so it's close.
It's not a minority government. I'm telling you, they won a majority in the election that they actually won in 2015. It was
but you don't see the conservatives shit on everyone else in Calgary like they do in the rural places. Now, do you?
What?
You don't see them just getting shit on like in the rural places. Now, do you?
They won 53 ridings. Okay.
What?
You, how many ridings are there in Calgary and Edmonton altogether?
Okay, listen.
Because NDP got more than that.
All right, I'm going to tell you that my simplified caveman shit is just the truth. In the cities, they're going to vote more for these lib shits.
They won
than the
50.
rural.
They won more than 50 ridings, which means they won more than just the cities.
Who did?
The NDP did in 2015.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fucking how many voted conservative in fucking Calgary in the federal election.
Yeah. So,
it's clear that these guys. It's clear the NDP
like
won more rural areas, but the majority of rural areas went to that fucking Wild Rose shit and the blue guys.
But they what?
Yeah, look at the map.
Are you looking at the riding maps or just like how big the ridings are? Like, are you looking at the individual ridings? Because the NDP won more than 50 of them.
Out of how many?
They weren't just winning in cities.
Okay, but the majority of these fucking writings went to Wild Rose. Or not writings, these boxes or whatever the fuck went to the blue and the green.
Sure.
Those NDP areas had big towns in them, relatively big towns. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So here, the same urban rural divide is there. Edmonton, it's brown as shit.
If that is true, then why did they get shellacked in the last election?
Why did they get what?
You're saying there's an urban rural divide, right?
Yeah.
So if the same towns could break for the NDP in one election and then break for the Conservatives in the next, like why if they were liberal leaning big towns, why then did they just go ahead and vote Conservative in the next election?
Oh, in the federal election?
No, in the provincial election.
What year was that one? 2019?
2019, yeah.
Okay. 2019, I'll literally show it. So here's the United Conservative map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You look at this map. Holy shit, it is blue, dark blue,
yeah, they
right?
got shellacked. I told you, they got
And then
washed.
I zoom in on Edmonton, and all of a sudden, it's very tan.
I told you Edmonton was a liberalized city.
Okay, and then I go to Calgary, and look what you know.
What about all of the other ridings that voted for NDP in the previous, like the 2015 election, that swung Conservative instead? How do you explain that? Why would they be... If they were liberal and urban, why would they, for the most part, because the PC party prior to the
reason why rural areas voted for
was
the
in power for almost as long as I've been alive.
Holy shit! The NDP,
the PCs were unchallenged in Alberta.
Listen. Holy fuck! It's such a waste of time. You have a very clear map where the city people are voting more for the NDP, and everyone else is voting for the fucking Conservatives.
And then they voted Conservative the next election. Like they had previous to 2000.
Who voted Conservative the next election?
The same cities.
I'm looking at 2019 right now. Edmonton, you have way more proportion of New Democratic Party. Same with Calgary.
Sure.
And for where the Conservatives do win in Calgary, it's very light blue, not dark blue, which means it's much closer. The elections are much closer. You don't see these very dark blues like here in the cities. So even when the Conservatives do win in Calgary, it's much less than the fucking rural areas.
Calgary, as I've said to you several times, Calgary and Edmonton they don't compose more than 50 ridings.
I don't care. Why do the ridings matter?
So what I'm saying is your assertion that it's the urban rural divide that's responsible for the NDP even having a chance at winning is not true, because okay, so then how do you explain that they lost all of those votes in the next election? And the fact
this is the 2019 election, so this is the latest election, right?
Prior to 2015, the PCs were pretty much unchallenged by anybody.
This is the fucking 2019 election I'm looking at.
Okay, they were winning. I know you're looking at 2019. I'm talking about the entire history, like, of Alberta.
What do you mean the next election? This is the latest election.
Okay.
So what next election?
There's another election coming up that the NDP is likely to win.
How do you know?
Because that's what the polls say.
Okay, here's what someone's telling me. They won in 2015 because a lot of people were disillusioned with the Conservatives. The NDP proved they weren't for shit, and then in 2019, they went back to the Conservatives.
Sure.
But when you look at the map, urban leans more to NDP than anywhere else.
Okay.
So that's an urban-rural divide.
There are two urban areas that we've talked about. What about everywhere else?
These are the most significant cities in Alberta.
But they don't compose more than 50 ridings between them.
Why does that matter?
Because,
what does that mean? Does that mean they don't have enough population?
It means they're getting votes outside of the major urban centers, is what I'm trying to explain to you. And you can just simply say yes, because that's what happened.
The NDP got rolled in this election.
In 2015.
I'm talking about 2019.
Urban center.
Even when they got rolled.
The only reason we're even talking about this in the first place is because I informed you what happened in the 2015 election. Right?
I know that in 2015, rural areas voted for the fucking NDP. So let's move past that. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I know that. I never denied that.
Okay. And then
what I did say,
washed in the next election, didn't I?
What I did fucking say is that regardless of who wins, the cities lean more toward the NDP.
I know that.
And the rural areas lean more conservative.
Okay.
So there's an urban-rural divide in Alberta for politics.
If there was a divide, then they wouldn't be able to pick up votes or win in those.
No, that's not true. There is a general urban-rural divide. Sometimes they can go past it.
Now. All right, cool.
But there's an urban-rural divide. The fact that I'm arguing with you about this is fucking stupid.
Because you argue about everything. You can't simply say, "Okay, I didn't know that."
No, I did know because I looked at the fucking map. I looked at this map from 2015.
You could simply say, "Hey, you know what? It's cool. I didn't know that. Good to know."
Didn't know what? I did know this. I never denied it. I looked it up.
Didn't know any of this until I told you.
It was on my fucking screen, Q. It was on my fucking screen this whole time.
Why was it on your screen to begin with? Because I told you about the quirk that is Albertan elections.
No, because then I told you, Q. I told you. Right. I told you. Even in this fucking map, you see the majority of rural areas, the majority of them, are with that Wild Rose Party and the fucking progressive conservatives.
No, they're... Okay.
Yes, look at the map.
How many
look at this map.
How many ridings are there in Alberta? The majority of them could not have been because it was a majority government.
Look at this fucking map on my screen. Look at this map on my screen. Look at this map on my screen.
Okay, what map?
On my stream. Look at it.
Oh, hold up. Okay. I gotta get back to your channel. Hang on. All right.
What do you see?
What am I looking at?
What do you see?
I see NDP writings and I see Wild Rose writings. What is your point?
There more green in this map?
There is. It is impossible for there to be more green because they won a majority. It seems to me like you're discounting areas like Red Deer and Lethbridge, etc.
Red Deer and Lethbridge are small,
etc. Right?
These are urban.
There's also hold up. You're also excluding northern. Sure. And
these are towns.
They're
towns.
They're not metropolises. They're outside the major urban.
I know,
centers,
but they're towns. This is a
big
ass.
And then look at northern Alberta.
Northern Alberta is divided, and right here it's light New Democratic Party.
I got it.
With a heavy green on the right hand side, and then in the middle there's a fuck you finger, right?
Sure. So okay. I think remember when I said before, I think what you're looking at is the size of the writings and assuming that means anything compared to the number of writings. Remember I said that?
Okay.
And I'm looking at the screen right now. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, majority of rural areas were for the conservatives.
Are there not still rural areas? And I'm looking right at the
I don't care. Yeah, there are rural areas.
There are not rural areas that voted NDP, yes or no?
Yes, but the majority did not.
Okay, then that means...
But the majority did not. 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 Therefore, there's an urban-rural divide.
If what you're saying was true, then there wouldn't be any.
That's not true because they're what kind of fucking dialectics is that? That's like saying if there's a division between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, then there can be no proletarians who side with the bourgeoisie.
Do you not see that?
And there can be no bourgeoisie who side with the proletarians. You yourself
just said that they were about evenly divided, right?
No.
Okay, there was a. Do we want to count the writings?
Q. The majority of rural areas leaned conservative.
Okay. And there were many rural areas that didn't.
Majority,
including some of the ones that are in the lower left-hand corner of your map,
but
dude.
the majority leaned conservative.
Medicine Hat is not okay. All right.
Okay, the majority leaned conservative.
Medicine Hat is not like a major urban center, dude.
So you're leaving this by saying there's no urban-rural divide.
I'm leaving this by saying that, as I've said since the very beginning, it is more complicated than a simple urban-rural divide. That's what I said.
You literally don't say anything. There's no reality behind anything.
I've literally just said it's more complicated than an urban-rural divide. Okay.
This is like someone, when you ask them, who is stronger, men or women? You go, oh, well, Ronda Rousey and shit. Jesus Christ. Can you actually just answer a question?
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. I'm a space alien. Who's stronger, men or women?
What?
I'm a space alien. I want to know about the human species. Who's stronger, men or women?
Why are we talking about
Just answer. Can you answer that question?
No, this is stupid.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't. Of course you can't.
Listen.
Of course you can't.
Hey, listen. As a
because there's population, because of Ronda Rousey, right? Because of Ronda Rousey.
Are men generally physically stronger than women? Yes. Does it have any bearing on the conversation we're having right now? Fuck no, it doesn't.
Because you just can't answer simple questions. No, you beat around the bush.
Try to make things simple, and they simply aren't. And I've explained. Okay, listen. Every part of this conversation, like on Canadian politics, I have led you there, and then you've done furious Googling, or your chat has told you stuff, which I assume, because I'm seeing your chat for the first time now, I'm seeing how fast it's moving, right? So I'm assuming people are telling you stuff, but I'm leading you there in the first place, and then we end up arguing about it, because you can't just simply say, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Which would be very simple.
What did I not know? What did I not know?
Oh my, you didn't even know what a fucking writing was, dude.
I don't. Okay, that's
not
the.
You didn't know about the province of Alberta.
What is the point at hand? What does that have to do with the point?
Know about Quebec nationalism and why they vote for a socially.
What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't know about Quebec nationalism. Shut the fuck up, you liar! I did know about Quebec and how Quebec votes differently.
Democratic Party, even in rural areas, like that wasn't a thing that we were.
Yes, I did. Q. Sure, I did, but I still knew that. I still knew that majority of rural areas don't vote for that party.
Sure. You listen, we're having this conversation because I brought you here in the first place, and now you're just arguing about it.
You brought me here because I'm showing you how
I brought you here in the first place because you asked me about the urban-rural divide. I said it's not as simple as all that.
And it turns out it is. It turns out it is. Turns out it is.
Which, turns out it is. Isn't as simple as all that.
Turns out it is, because I can...
You didn't even know what the fuck a Lethbridge, Alberta was until I brought this up.
You didn't know what the left-hand side of my own ass is. It doesn't fucking matter anything you're saying.
I have no concerns about your ass.
Yeah, okay, Q. You can name all these bumfuck places. I don't give a shit. It has nothing to do with anything.
Which is, okay, I know you don't care, and I'm explaining to you.
Yeah, when you say I don't care about the name of a specific town in the middle of Alberta.
You don't care about the name. You didn't even know any of these places existed until I explained to you that they exist.
I didn't know.
I said to you that in areas like Northern Ontario and Northern Alberta, etc., they tend to vote NDP, and in Alberta, they're poised to win the next election, and all like we've been talking about all this stuff.
Your stupidity is so tragic; it can make someone cry. It's so tragic.
About 3 to 5 minutes after I bring it up, then you want to argue with me about it, which tells me that people are feeding you the answers, which is fine.
So like, I have to mute him. He doesn't shut the fuck up.
Okay, but you could just simply say,
"Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him. I'm just gonna mute him." So. You seem to be confused. What I do know is that the urban-rural divide is the fundamental contradiction of Canadian politics. The fact that you have shown me a map where an otherwise urban party made inroads among a minority, or at least a significant minority of rural areas, does not change the overall tendency that rural areas lean more conservative and urban areas lean more let's say, liberal or progressive, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That fundamental point has not been challenged. Now, you've thrown at me all of these names, and you didn't know about the name existing before. You didn't know the name existed before. That has nothing to do with the fucking point that was under dispute at hand. I could have not even known what Alberta was, and it still says nothing about the level of my knowledge of the fundamental contradiction, whether it was simple or not. And that's what we were fucking debating on it. Me not knowing about Lethbridge has absolutely no bearing on the claim that I made that the urban-rural divide is fundamental. And how do I know it's fundamental? Because it's a human universal. I can look at a map of Cambodia and know that it's fundamental. I don't have to know anything about Cambodia's election districts or provinces, just like how Marxists actually will say the class struggle is the motor of history. So what you're doing is Karl Popper's positivistic or whatever empiricism, where you're saying, how can Marxists profess knowledge over things without empirically knowing the details first? How can knowledge of that kind be possible? But the truth is that our knowledge of empirical reality is structured in a fundamental way already, right? So you're trying to make it seem like because I don't know the name of provinces, I can't know anything about how this politics works. And that sounds like it makes sense, because if you don't know the name of the provinces, how can you know anything? Because I know that the urban-rural divide's a human universal, which also applies to Canada. It's as simple as that. And now you're saying, oh, I led you here, and now you're shifting the goalpost. No, I'm not. My fucking point stands. Simple as that.
I didn't say anything about you shifting goalposts. See, when you do weird things, like, I don't know, talk in a high-pitched voice when I'm saying to you, like, hey, you didn't really know about this stuff before I mentioned it to you.
Okay, I'm going to meet you again to ask you a question. This is the question. What exactly did I not know that was relevant to the debate? What exactly did I not know that was relevant to the debate? Go ahead.
You didn't know about Canadian politics.
Specifically, what did I not know about Canadian politics?
Okay, so we talked about, like, conservative versus...
I literally muted you and addressed this argument. I literally muted you and addressed this argument.
You want me to answer the question, or you just want to talk over me, dude? Like, you're muting me because you don't want me to talk over you, and then you just continue to talk right over me because you want to monopolize the conversation.
Spit it out. What did I not know?
You asked me about whether Canada and the towns in it are conservative or liberal based on whether they're urban or rural.
Generally speaking. Right?
No, you didn't say generally speaking. You just said...
Yeah, I did, because that's what it implies. There's exceptions to everything. Okay, Q. Yeah, I muted him again. Did I not imply generally speaking when I accepted that there's exceptions even among the Democrats? I told you there's exceptions. There's always exceptions. I'm looking for the general rule, which is why it's fucking simple. The general rule. Just like how men are stronger than women generally. Yeah, you have Ronda Rousey. Generally, men are stronger. Same fucking thing. So what did I not know specifically? That there were exceptions? You think I couldn't infer that there were exceptions when I even literally told you there's even exceptions among the Democrats in a two-party fucking system that's almost entirely defined by an urban-rural divide? Of course there's exceptions in everything. There's exceptions to anything. Some roses are not red. Some Marxists in the West have a brain. Those are all exceptions. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to talk now?
Based on what I just said, and if you make me repeat what I just said, you have conceded.
Dude, I'm telling you, like...
What did I not know?
What?
What did I not
know? You didn't know how Canadian politics functions is what you didn't know.
Specifically because I didn't know about writings?
No, not because you just didn't know the writings. You didn't know how Canadian politics functions.
Give me an example of how I didn't know that.
Okay, so you asked me about the urban-rural divide. I said it's more complicated than that. I said...
And I denied it's complicated, and I turned out to be right.
Do you want me to answer the question, or do you just want to keep talking?
Go ahead.
You said that there's an urban-rural divide. I said it's more complicated. There's actually geographies and nationalism involved. And you said, but that doesn't matter. This is the primary contradiction.
And I said because
do you want me to, like, recap? Because you're asking me.
You're lying. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar.
I'm a liar. Dude,
You're a
this is the
fucking
conversation
liar.
we had.
You're a fucking liar. I literally fucking cited
where'd I
Mao
go
and
wrong?
Stalin that the national question was primary, the primary contradiction. Don't fucking lie and say
about
that I didn't address the national realities, which I fucking did.
Okay.
But even then,
And
the urban-rural
Jesus
divide.
Christ. Dude, I said there are areas, especially in Atlantic and maritime Canada, where it actually cuts across those divides. And I said, oh yeah, here's an interesting quirk. Like, check out Alberta, and this is what happened in Alberta.
And it still didn't. It still didn't. It improved anything.
And I said, this is what happened in Northern Ontario and Northern Manitoba, and you found acceptable.
And it was the First Nations. It wasn't the rule.
First Nations don't form part of the rural politics. So it's
No,
basically like there's basically a loophole around everything that I say.
That's
right?
fun. Don't give me that fucking shit. I have given you an exact reason for everything.
You're basically saying that First Nations and the people who vote NDP don't actually constitute part of the
They
politics.
don't. Sociologically, they're not rural Canadians. Sociologically, they're not.
Sure.
No sociologist would say this is the Canadian rural population.
That's why I said rural means white to you. Like,
no, to any sociologist. Hold on. We're running in fucking circles. I literally said it's not because they're white. It's because they're...
Dude,
I'm muting him. It's because it's the relationship to the historical Canadian state. Finally, Q, the whole fucking point here is you keep saying, well, Haz, you seem to have an argument for everything I'm saying. Because you're wrong and I'm right. That's why I have an argument. When you give me an exception and I seem to have an example... The fact is, you can't prove it's rule. Oh, now you're saying the First Nations aren't rule? That's not a stretch. That's common sense. Okay? My general point has been vindicated. Overall, rural goes conservative, urban goes liberal. Now, there may be exceptions to that, but the general tendency remains true. It's that fucking simple. At no point you're saying, oh, you keep shifting the goalposts and keep finding loopholes. Because you're not right, Q. You're just not right. All of the exceptions can be explained because they're exceptions. That's how exceptions work. The reason why they deviate from the general norm can be rationally explained. That's not a loophole. It's justifying why there's a contradiction in the first place and why there's exceptions to the manifestation of that contradiction. There you go. You're unmuted.
I think I understand you now. No, like the reason that you have to keep muting me, right, is because
you keep saying the same thing and ignoring everything.
No, because I'm recapping what you're saying, and you don't like the fact that it started off in an area that you weren't knowledgeable on, and I kept dragging you into other areas where I said, hey, there's a bit of an exception here, and this is what we're talking about.
I didn't know the name of certain provinces and writings and shit.
I brought that up because you literally didn't know what writings and what certain cities were. The areas
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I turned out to be right.
Matters.
Turns out I did know, Q. I did know everything.
Right, sure. Right.
I did know everything.
And that's what I'm saying. I understand you now. Like, your need to be right on everything is kind of like what drives you.
But I
personality.
did.
And why this
fundamentally,
is what you...
I did know everything that was relevant to the dispute.
Huz, you didn't actually know shit until I started explaining it to you.
What shit did I not know, Q? That there was an exception in 2015 where some rural areas went for the NDP?
You didn't know the political characteristics of this country until I started explaining them to you.
Really? Like what political characteristics?
I'm not going to recap it again.
Like the NDP was more like AOC and the Liberals were more like the Democrats?
Generally, sure.
Yeah.
Depends on what elections.
Yeah, I didn't know all of these details necessarily.
Dude, Huz. Yeah. I'm just reaching a point where I don't care because this has been a conversation for the last several hours.
You don't care, and this is what I'll say. You don't know how to shut up. I muted you. Listen, this is what he doesn't understand. I may have not known all these fickle, inessential details, but what I did know as relevant to the debate was that there was a simple urban and rural division in Canada. Now, does that division manifest itself through the 5 parties that they have? Yes. So as it was relevant to the debate, I knew everything. The details he's talking about were inessential details. They were not essential to the debate. They were like these inessential side details to give form to the essential point, which I did know. It's literally the difference between empiricism and a dialectic view. An empiricist view thinks that an essential point is bounded up with all of the empirical details, as if you can't know anything without it being enmeshed with the empirical. It's not fucking true. You can know that all history is the history of class struggle without knowing all of history. You can be a historical materialist and know that historical materialism is going to be confirmed without knowing every historical context with which the method is going to be applied. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about when he says things like you didn't know. He doesn't have an epistemology of Marxists, but of Anglo-Canadian empiricists.
Whoa.
Unmuted.
Marx and Engels had plenty of historical knowledge. What do you mean? They didn't know everything about history.
They
didn't simply make assertions like ad hoc and then draw their conclusions to fit those assertions.
That's literally what they did.
To do that. What?
Wait, they literally did not know everything about history, and yet they made Why did they make sweeping claims about all of history then?
They made sweeping claims about all of history because they knew plenty of history to be able to draw from in the first place.
They literally did not. We don't even know a fraction of actual human history.
Okay.
We know like nothing about human. We don't know what fucking happened.
Right.
We literally don't even know shit about human history, and yet, like, there's new shit being uncovered all the time. Yet they made these general.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that they still knew plenty of history. Like they drew from historical sources.
So what?
And
So what?
In order to draw their conclusions. But the
point
point is they actually knew what those events were to draw the conclusions from them.
But because when they came to general conclusions that all history was the history of class struggle, even before knowing a great deal about history, before Marx and Engels studied India, before they studied India or China or the Middle East, they said that.
And yet, when they drew their exceptions, especially like on the continent of Africa, for example, right? They actually had to know something about it before they said, hey, there's possibly an exception here, and here's why.
They never, if there's an exception to the thesis.
When Engels had to study the Cherokee Nation, right? When he had to study like the Truro Wampum Treaty before he delved into his theory of the family, he had to know about it first, didn't he?
The theory of the family is based on a detail. When it comes to their thesis that all history... Shut the fuck up. Literally, I'm muting this fucking guy. The history of all history... Sorry. All history being the history of class struggle was not just some detail based on empirical evidence. It is something they applied to all of history before knowing shit about specific historical events. They didn't know anything about the Cherokees. They didn't know anything about India or China or anywhere else. And they drew a general conclusion before knowing anything. Why? Because they weren't empiricists. It's that fucking simple. This was coming from Hegelian German idealism. It was not based on empirical details, which are infinite, and yet knowledge is finite. And knowledge does not finitely approximate infinite empirical wealth. Knowledge is human finite knowledge. Empirical details with which the details of knowledge can be applied is infinite. According to you, we cannot know anything about anything because we can never know enough. There you go.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it is. You said they took exception sometimes. They never took exception to what was fundamental of their method and of their thesis.
Haas, is that what I... Again, this is one of those things where you invented a thing that I said because you think it's what I mean. And
the urban-rural divide, being the fundamental motor of politics, is the equivalent of saying all history is the history of class struggle.
Sure.
And the reason for that, by the way, is because of what urban and rural even refer to. Rural refers to the limits of a polity. Urban refers to the polity's manifestation and realization in the most immediate sense. Urban is the head, rural is the body. It's a fucking human universal.
Okay, I don't care, dude.
So don't fucking sit here and say you didn't even know anything.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that before you make a sweeping claim about a thing, it helps to know about a thing, right?
No, because I was right anyway.
Oh, God, okay, all right. Then don't learn shit. Do you? Don't learn
I literally learned nothing from this.
No, I know you're not learning anything from this because you're determined not to learn, period. But I'm saying...
What I learned is all of this green and this
What I'm saying
10
is,
here.
if you don't want to learn things, hey, don't learn things. That's fine. That's your business. I don't care.
There's nothing to learn from this.
There's nothing for you to learn, period, because you don't like learning from.
All right, I know now that Lethbridge voted for NDP in 2015. Wow, that's knowledge, isn't it? You know, I'm gonna forget that. You know, that's not real knowledge because I'm gonna forget it tomorrow.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Q,
matter.
I'm gonna forget Red Deer.
In the grand scheme of things, hey, I'm saying to you, in the grand scheme of things, none of this matters anyway.
Q, tomorrow I'm gonna forget Red Deer existed.
None of this matters because we will all be dead.
Q, I'm gonna forget Red Deer existed tomorrow.
I don't care.
Because it's not important knowledge to have.
I don't care what you know or what you don't know.
It's not important knowledge to have. It's not important knowledge to have.
That's your. I don't care. That's your business, dude.
Is it important knowledge for me to know Red Deer exists?
You have this thing, this need to be right. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's you or if it's for your stream and your audience. There's this thing where it's like, you cannot simply admit, hey, maybe I should know about a thing, or hey, thanks for letting me know. It doesn't exist for you because you need to be right about everything. And to be honest, like, I can see that this was a tremendous waste of my time because I came on here to have a conversation. You wanted to have a debate. And in a debate, you want to be right about everything. You can't concede things because in order to win a debate, you can't concede anything.
What should I concede?
Which is, I don't care what you concede or not concede.
There's nothing I should concede.
Hey, listen, I don't want you to concede things because I wanted to have a conversation.
I didn't know Medicine Hat existed. I'll concede that.
Here's
I didn't know Medicine Hat existed.
Here's what you're not hearing.
Wow.
I didn't want you to
That's
concede
so relevant to the debate.
Conversation. Dude,
Medicine Hat existing is very relevant to the debate.
The reason that you have to keep muting me is because you want me to concede things, and I'm like, I don't want you to concede anything. I want to have a conversation with you, but the entire time it's been an argument because you want to be right about shit. And
I don't have to want to be something that's objectively true.
The whole point is, tremendous waste of my time and energy because
why are you still here then? What are you trying to prove?
I'm not trying to prove anything. The only thing that I wanted to do was be able to wrap up this conversation and say, hey, listen, agree to disagree, and be able to do that civilly. But every time I try to lead you there, or at least try to get there, and I've been saying this several times, oh yeah, I agree with this, or all right, not a point of disagreement on that.
I will never.
The reason I'm being conciliatory about these things is because I just want to be able to wrap up the conversation.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up with this. My final closing statement.
All right,
you have a precedent of siding with the woke mob on Twitter conveniently.
You say that
until I see a single example
of that because you don't like a fraction of the energy that you give out, bro. You give out negative energy to all kinds of people. You don't like getting it back, and then you get all hurt about it.
No, I don't get hurt. I just will see you as my enemy.
You get hurt. That's why you get all mad in your stream.
If you join my enemies when I'm at war with them, you're my enemy too.
And get everyone to attack people.
Okay, I gotta mute this guy. So Q, I actually don't get hurt when you give me back that energy, but you're taking a side, and I'm not going to treat you as a friend when you do that, okay? You could just stay neutral or stay out of it. When you jump in and give me back the energy I put out to my enemies who deserve that energy because I'm just defending myself anyway, that's all I've ever fucking done is defend myself against them, you're my fucking enemy. And this is my final closing statement. I don't respect you until you can give a single example of you ever going against that woke mob for the sake of your principles and what you believe in and risking getting ratioed and all that shit. Nothing you say is ever going to be trustworthy. You'll never do that. You've had a chance to prove what kind of fucking man you are. You proved that you're the type that panders to these. I don't know if you're doing it because you want these women to like you or some shit, which, I could somewhat even more respect if it wasn't for who they were. But it's clear to me that when we're done with this conversation, I could do what I did before and be conciliatory and shit with you. And then you're just going to go back on Twitter and talk shit about me to your 80,000 followers. So at the very least, when you're here with my followers, I get to talk shit about you. That's just how it fucking works. I'm sick of this fake shit where you come here and be nice to me, then go back on Twitter and be a fucking asshole. That's my closing statement. I'll give you a chance to give yours.
Do you think any of that was conciliatory whatsoever?
No.
No, it wasn't. You know why? Because you needed to be right. Again, the only times that we've had a back and forth exchange was when you're going after somebody that's a friend of mine. And I don't see why it's wrong for me to return some of that energy back to you. Dude, do this with your chat. Listen, do this with your chat. I don't really give a shit. Clip bot, I don't really fucking care at this point. All right? Just don't get upset when people return a fraction of the energy that you put out into the universe.
Oh, I don't get
You know what I mean?
upset. Those people are just not my friends.
Okay, that's fine.
They're my enemies.
Okay,
And your friends are my enemies.
okay.
And you joining the bandwagon of insulting me and disrespecting me is you virtue signaling to them.
Yeah, we talked about whether or not I was actually disrespecting you and what I actually said. Okay, you said some shit to me, I said some shit back to you, and you know what? I didn't take any of that personally. But I come on here and I find out you were taking all of that personally, which is whatever. And the funny thing was when I found out you're taking it personally, you know what I stopped doing? Saying mean things. Because I don't like to hurt people's feelings, and I
You
don't
think
like
it
to
hurts my
admit.
feelings when you
Whoa,
say I'm
okay, fine.
short?
Take it whatever you way you want. I don't like to.
Does it hurt
Make
my
people, I don't
feelings?
like to. Hey, I don't like to make people feel disrespected if they're not taking it in a back and forth kind of roasting kind of way, right? I don't do that. Okay.
Yeah, that's just
So
complete
when
gaslighting.
when I'm on here and I'm talking the way that I'm talking, this is the way
Okay,
that I just talk
go
to
ahead and
people.
wrap up
Obviously,
your final statement.
my final statement is: if that's not the energy you want to have returned back to you, then don't put it out there. And your need to be right about everything might get you like fans and get you subs and all that, and that's great. Good for you. Do your job. You're a streamer. That's what you're here to do, and that's great. But in the grander scheme of things, it accomplishes nothing because, like I said, in the long run, we'll all be dead. Try helping people instead. Try doing something good and beneficial outside of yourself. Do that, and maybe you'll be happy in the long run.
A stark contrast from the
Because I know that when
vicious
I die, I'll be happy with myself,
a stark
right? And
contrast
I
from
hope,
the
and
vicious vitriol of
I
Twitter.
hope, I hope that you can say the same. That's
Uh
all I want to say.
that is such a heartwarming human thing to say. I'm sure you keep that same energy on Twitter to your 80,000 followers.
Absolutely.
It's on Twitch you're such a wholesome human guy who has all this sympathy and talks like a human being and all this stuff.
I talk to you the same way that I do talk to anybody
Of
else on
course, yeah, on
social
Twitter
media or anywhere else.
on Twitter you're the same way.
I talk to you. Listen, hey, when we were in the back and forth exchange early on in this conversation, I was talking to you just like I talk to anybody else. And
Yeah,
then
like on Twitter.
when I scaled back, I talk to you just like I talk to anybody
Yeah,
else.
you never snake anyone on Twitter.
I give as good as I get. All right.
Yeah, you never snake anyone on
And I
Twitter.
don't know why that bothers you so
And
much
you
because
have
you do the
taken the
exact same
heroic
thing, if not
mantle.
worse.
And to be clear, the
All right.
energy I put out is self-defense
Mhm.
against my enemies who attacked me first.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So when you join them to give me back my energy, you're joining my enemies.
all right.
There you go.
Have fun. Adieu. Good night. Take care. Bye bye.